Hi, Stephanie. Are we ready to go?
Yes.
We're hearing a little echo. Sounds like from the chamber.
Oh, yes. We're going to correct that right now.
Kind of an interesting effect.
Okay. That should work. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Okay, we will reconvene an open session of the July 21st Santa Rosa City Council meeting. I will call the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, can we do a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Olivares.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Here. Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay, and I'll give our weekly update for housekeeping. Remind council members, keep your audio on mute unless you're speaking. Please use your raise hand feature if you do have a question. Council member, staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident in the last 4 digits of your phone number. City of Santa Rosa is committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption. We will not tolerate any hateful speech or actions and are well-staffed to monitor that everyone is participating respectfully or they will be removed. If necessary, we'll also immediately end the meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you please explain how public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
Yes, at each agenda item, the item will be presented and the mayor will then ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and public to see. Once all live public comment has been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on the agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded a voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on the agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Item 13, non-agenda matters, public comment period will begin no earlier than 5 p.m. and is limited to 10 speakers selected via the Zoom hand-raising feature. Each comment period is limited to 3 minutes. Item 17 is the second and final public comment period on non-agenda matters. Each public comment is limited to 3 minutes. If you have spoken under item 13 non-agenda matters, you will not be permitted to speak again at item 17.
All right, thank you for that information. Mr. City Manager, item 3.1.
Item 3.1, U.S. Highway 101, Bicycle and Pedestrian Bridge Overcrossing. It's my pleasure to introduce Nancy Adams for this presentation.
So just a check, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Nancy, we can.
Perfect. All right. So good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Our team is mindful that the council has a very full agenda today and plan to keep our presentation to about 20 minutes with the remainder of the time dedicated to council discussion, input, and questions and comments from the public. I, as city manager indicated, will be introducing the item, and my co-presenter this afternoon is Natalina Bernardi from BFK Engineering, who will focus on the draft initial study and mitigated neg deck. So our team is super excited about the release of the environmental document for this Highway 101 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing. It signifies a very significant milestone for the project. The overcrossing, I think, is really a game changer. Would provide a major bicycle and pedestrian transportation investment to our community. It's been a long-standing priority for Santa Rosa. And given the current conditions that we're under with the shelter in place and the health orders, we're noticing that there's an increase in demand and interest for residents to walk and bike. So the overcrossing, I think, is unique and noteworthy, as Santa Rosa is on course to be a leader in the county and in the North Bay to construct the first of its kind across the freeway for bicycle and pedestrian access. So can we go to the next slide, please? So today, the study session purpose, Natalie and I are gonna hit on a few things. So I will be covering the background, which talks about city policies and initiatives. And I will also talk about an introduction to what we've done to date on the circulation of the draft environmental document. And Natalina will talk about the draft environmental document, discuss the schedule and next steps, and describe how folks can submit their comments related to this project. And because this project is within the sphere of the Caltrans right-of-way, they are the lead agency for the environmental document. And then lastly, we'll open it up for council discussion, questions, concerns, and then we'll wrap up with any public comment following the discussion. So let's please go to the next slide. So as I indicated, this overcrossing really is woven into several of our city policy documents. The first one is our bicycle and pedestrian master plan. It's in the first phase list included in that plan, and it provides a critical component for east-west connection of the bicycle and pedestrian network for northern Santa Rosa. So this connection will also not only provide benefit to our community, but also stands to benefit on a more regional level, particularly cyclists. So both the Sonoma County Transportation Agency and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, our funding partners, have put funds towards prior development phases of the overcrossing. And it's in their policy documents as well on a regional level, and it's also in the Caltrans District 4 bike plan. So the overcrossing was a key element in the North Santa Rosa Stationary Specific Plan, supporting the planned land uses and the existing land uses, such as the Cottingtown Regional Mall, the Employment Center, Kaiser Hospital, and of course the educational centers such as the JC, the Santa Rosa High School, and a variety of elementary school and middle schools. And importantly, the first and last mile connection to the Smart North Station. So one of the City Council goals is to implement the Climate Action Plan, and this overcrossing will provide a great opportunity to reduce single occupancy vehicles and GHG emissions to help meet the city's targets established in the Climate Action Plan. And then two initiatives that are not actually based in Santa Rosa, but we are partners in these initiatives. There is the Countywide Vision Zero initiative, which was just kicked off last year. And we are a partner in that. And one of the things that came out of our bicycle and pedestrian master plan was that College Avenue and Burnville Road are part of our high injury network. So the overcrossing stands to be a great opportunity to reduce the number of crashes and fatalities for people who walk and bike in this general area. And so lastly, I'll speak a little bit about the bike share pilot project, and that's expected to launch in the spring of 2021. And that proposal would include some bike share hubs at the North Station's Smart Station and the Santa Rosa JC campus. So I will go to the next slide, please. So I'll touch on this little very quickly, and Natalina will supplement some of this information in her remarks. So the draft environmental document was released on June 22nd. We had a virtual meeting on June 30th. I must say we had a large number of participants. We had some great questions on the impact of the project during construction and once it's built. And so we have done at least one step to help answer some of those questions, as well as answering the questions during the meeting. But we've also added an FAQ on the city's project website, which summarized many of the questions that came out of that public meeting on June 30th. And on June 14th, the team made a presentation to the Board of Trustees, and Natalina will talk a little bit more about that under her comments. And then today we're at the City Council study session, and this is the City Council's opportunity as part of the environmental public release period to provide your questions, your concerns, input, and if you choose to reaffirm a prior council's preference for the Edwards and Elliott alignment, this is the opportunity for council to make all those gestures as part of the public review process, which closes on July 24th. So let's see. My last comment is related to that is in the fall of 2020, the final environmental document is supposed to be completed and approved by Caltrans. So I wanted to add a real quick comment on some of the things that we heard from the public meeting on June 30th. We want to make sure that the council knows that our team and Caltrans are committed to casting a wider net and to make sure that we listen and engage the residents in two-way conversations moving forward as we complete the environmental document, start up the design, and get to the construction phase. This is a significant, large-scale transportation infrastructure project that we're pursuing, and to have meaningful conversations and discussions with the residents, not only in the project vicinity, but just Santa Rosa in general, is essential. And we just wanted council to know that, that will be our approach moving forward. So at this point, I will hand the presentation to Natalina, and she'll walk you through a more detailed conversation on the results of the environmental document. Thank you.
Natalina, you just need to unmute your microphone and you should be ready to go. Natalina, just to let you know, this is the Zoom host. Your permissions have been enabled and you should be able to unmute your microphone to move forward in the presentation. Nancy, did you want to move forward on the presentation? Or is there some?
So can we take a 5-minute break to figure out what the technical issue is?
I was going to suggest that. Yes, we'll reconvene in approximately 5 minutes.
Hi, Natalina. This is Dina from City Clerk's office. Can you confirm your phone is working? Natalina?
Hello?
Hi, is this Natalina?
It is.
Okay, great. I'm glad we're connected, Natalina. The meeting's going to reconvene in just a minute. Your permissions are now enabled, and we are still live via Zoom. We're just on a brief recess, so we'll be with you in just a moment.
So,
Gina,
We are live via Zoom. So the presentation will be put back up, and Natalina will need to advance the slides, or tell me to advance the slides.
yes, I will. And you're connecting my phone, right? Correct?
You are connected live right now with the full Zoom meeting.
Thank you, Dina. I'm sorry for the problem.
No problem. Thank you. The meeting will resume shortly.
So as soon as I'm able to see a quorum of council members, we can reconvene. And there we go. Madam City Clerk, could we reconvene?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure that I see 4 council members.
I do.
Oh, okay. I only see oh, yep. Sorry. You're right.
Sorry.
I wasn't counting you.
Are they still doing technical?
Madam City Clerk, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are.
All righty, let's reconvene the Santa Rosa City Council meeting.
Thank you, Natalie. And Nancy, you can continue with your presentation.
Thank you. May I see the next slide? As Nancy mentioned, the project is currently in the environmental documentation phase, and what we want to do is just briefly highlight some information contained within the document, starting with the project location. We are proposing a bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing in northern Santa Rosa along US 101 between Steel Lane, Guerneville Road, and College Avenue interchanges. The document has evaluated 2 build alternatives that are separated approximately a quarter of a mile apart. We have the Edwards-Elliott alternative to the north, and then also the Bear Cub Way alternative to the south. With the Edwards and Elliott alternative, on the west side will be along Edwards Avenue, along the southern end of Cottingtown Mall. On the east side, we will follow Elliott Avenue along the northern end of Santa Rosa Junior College. Bear Cub Way, alternatively on the west side, will be crossing Myers Restaurant Supply parking lot. And then on the east side, we'll land on the Bear Cub Way parking lot within the SRJC campus. Both alternatives meet the goal of closing a gap in the planned bicycle and pedestrian network in Santa Rosa. Next. Here we see a timeline of the project that dates back to 1994. Within that time, we've had several community outreach sessions and meetings, and there was actually a project feasibility study that was approved by council in 2010, and then a project initiation document approved by Caltrans in 2016. We are now in the draft environmental document phase, nearing completion towards a project approval and a final environmental document. Next. The project is addressing a need to provide safe access for bicyclists and pedestrians crossing US 101. This thus leads us to the project purpose, which offers an alternative crossing rather than using Steel Lane or College Avenue interchanges for bikes and peds. It also connects a proposed access to the existing and proposed bicycle and pedestrian networks. Next. Both alternatives propose an ADA compliant facility. There'll be a Class 1 facility with a 17-foot wide pedestrian bicycle overcrossing. That overcrossing will propose a separated 5-foot walking lane and an 8-foot bicycle path. Next. I believe Nancy has already alluded to this, but the project is located in northern Santa Rosa, and it will be connecting key origins and destinations on both sides of US 101, and specifically the SMART station on the west, as well as the Jennings Avenue Bike Boulevard, and then on the east, many schools and SRJC campuses, as well as Mendocino Avenue. Next. Here, we're going to be looking at the alternatives themselves a little closer. Here's the Edwards and Elliott alternative site plan. Here, you could see that on the west side, we'll be touching down in the vicinity of Dick's Sporting Goods on Edwards Avenue. This particular facility will require the relocation of an existing bus stop that's close to Dick's Sporting Goods. It'll be relocated closer to the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and Edwards Avenue. On the east side, we'll be touching down in the vicinity of Elliott Avenue on the SRJC campus. This particular alternative will require the removal of 2 buildings and 4 portables that belong to the SRJC campus. And we will also, in final conditions, Elliott Avenue will remain as existing. This particular alternative and the facility as a whole will be well lit at night and provides for gentle slopes per ADA. Next slide. Here's a visualization of the Edwards Elliott build alternative from the perspective of someone driving on US 101 in both the northbound and southbound direction. The project is proposing a cable-stayed structure type of bridge that is shown here. You could see a structural tower that's located on the visualizations. Now, that tower will be situated on the east side of Armory Drive, and then we'll have additional supports, not as robust as the tower, but those will be located in the landscape area between the freeway and Cleveland Avenue, as well as along Edwards Avenue. Next slide. Here's a site plan for the Bear Cub Way alternative. On the west side, it touches down near Range Avenue, and it also has a secondary access point on Cleveland Avenue. It will span the Myers Restaurant private parking lot. On the east side, we touch down on SRJC campus at near the Call Child Development Center. We will need to reconfigure SRJC's parking lot in this particular alternative, and we will also need to acquire from SRJC public access easement from the parking lot to Mendocino Avenue. Like the other alternative, the facility will be well lit and also is ADA compliant. Next slide. The visualization for the Bear Cub Way alternatives is very similar to Edwards and Elliott with a cable stayed structure, with the tower again situated on the east side of Armory Drive. Additional supports for this particular alternative will be positioned to the west of Cleveland Avenue and also within the Myers Restaurant Supply parking lot, as well as the Bear Cub Way parking lot. Next slide. We are currently in environmental review phase for both NEPA and CEQA. And what that means is we've conducted analyses on each of the alternatives that are being proposed in compliance with both federal NEPA guidelines and state CEQA guidelines. We have reached out to the community, and we've also taken all the information from the analyses and have summarized it in the draft environmental document that's presently in circulation. For NEPA, the project actually qualifies for a categorical exclusion due to no significant effect on the environment per the federal NEPA regulations. For CEQA, we have an initial study and proposed mitigated negative deck that's, as I mentioned, presently in a 30-day circulation period, anticipating receipt of comments by the end of the week that'll be addressed in the final environmental document. Next. Here on the screen are all the analyses that were conducted for the environmental document on each of the build alternatives, and also what was proposed for avoidance mitigation for each impact that resulted of these technical studies. Next slide. Here you would see on the left side all the categories where impacts were noted but were mitigated with avoidance measures. Those avoidance measures are standard, typical project measures that'll be incorporated into the project. On the right side, we have elevated construction vibration levels that are associated with pile driving that's been identified as a potential significant impact. But through mitigation measures such as monitoring and varied foundation methods and types, this impact is going to be reduced to non-significant. Next slide. We will be looking at a couple of slides summarizing and doing a comparison of the alternatives based on the findings cited in the environmental document that's in circulation. Here you will see the project costs. These project costs that are here before you represent full cost, all the support costs from environmental phase all the way through construction phase. The actual construction cost for each of the alternatives is $17 million and $21 million, respectively. We are going to be removing trees for each alternative. Those trees are all situated on the SRJC campus. There will be parking loss experienced by each alternative. Those parking losses will be on SRJC campus, as well as the Myers Restaurant Supply parking lot. There is no public parking loss in either alternative. We will be needing right-of-way from SRJC in both alternatives, as well as from Dick's Sporting Goods for the Edwards and Elliott alternative, and Myers Restaurant Supply for the Bear Cub Way alternative. As I mentioned, there are buildings impacted by the Edwards Elliott alternative on SRJC, but those actually may not be present at the time we construct because SRJC is proposing a housing project that will remove those buildings. Construction air quality and greenhouse emissions vary slightly between both alternatives. Next. We will have utility relocations that will be coordinated with the utility providers. Water quality measures will be implemented in accordance with current regulations. And as we mentioned, there is vibration due to pile driving and general construction operations that pose an impact that will be mitigated to non-significant. Those effects are primarily on the west side of US 101 in both alternatives, and with those buildings closest to the proposed facility. Next. The project really is seeking input on the project and the and the environmental document from the public. So we encourage the review of the document as well as providing comments. Copies of the document are available through Caltrans, either by downloading the document via the link shown on the screen and or actually emailing Caltrans to the same person who received the comment. Unfortunately, Caltrans is not accepting visitors through COVID, so it would have to be either by email or a link in order to obtain the draft environmental document. Next slide. We are nearing the end of the environmental document phase, and after we analyze the public comments received through the end of the week, Caltrans will hold internal discussions and select either all or part of an alternative that was proposed, or they could select the no-build alternative as the preferred alternative that will be identified in the final environmental document. The city is part of the project development team, so they will be part of the discussions concerning the selected alternative. The selection of the preferred alternative will consider the need and purpose of need, the analyses presented in the environmental document, and also the comments received during the environmental document circulation period. After the final environmental document is issued, we'll proceed with design development and then continue on to construction should funding be available, which I know the city is actively seeking. Next slide. We can't stress enough, we need input from the community, and during the circulation period, hope that the community will provide us feedback. The feedback could be received either from mail or email to Elizabeth Nagel at Caltrans, and it will be received through the end of the week. So it is important that everyone responds accordingly. Next slide. In summary, the project environmental document process, we've analyzed 2 build alternatives. We are presently in a 30-day circulation period that ends this week. Comments will be reviewed and addressed in the final environmental document. And within that final environmental document, we will identify a preferred alternative or no-build alternative. It is anticipated that Caltrans will sign and adopt the final environmental document as a final mitigated neg deck for CEQA and a categorical exclusion for NEPA. This will, with the issuance of the final environmental document, it will include the environmental phase of the project. And that completes my presentation. Nancy?
So can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, Nadalina. So I'm just going to wrap it up and just remind the council this afternoon during your discussion, we'd like you to focus on a few things. One, and all this is in context of giving your input for the environmental document that's being shared with you today. We want to hear your questions. We want to hear your input and concerns about the document. And again, I'll mention if the council would like to reconsider their prior preference for the alignment, that would also be well received by our team. So before I open it or hand it back to the mayor, I wanted to also introduce our standby team who, if Nadalina or I can't respond to the questions, we have Arnica McCarthy from Caltrans, we have Will Burns from Dave Howers and Associate, and we have Stephen Grover from Stephen Grover and Associates, who are also on standby if there are any other questions that neither Nadalina or I can answer. And with that, we thank you for the opportunity to talk with the council this afternoon, and we're available as needed.
Great. Thank you, Nancy and Nadalina, for that presentation. Let's start with council. Do we have any questions from council? Mr. Dowd.
Do we know yet where SRJC is positioning themselves on the two alternatives, and also the Santa Rosa City Schools with the high school situation.
Natalie, do you want to take the junior college question, and I'll pick up on the high school? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, on July 14th, SRJC had a board meeting where they discussed the environmental document and responding to it. At the board meeting, they passed a resolution supporting the project, but supporting the Edwards and Elliott alternative. They were not, the resolution did not cite that they would support the Bear Cub Way alternative.
So thank you. And so, Councilmember Dowd, actually, we just got a letter from the Santa Rosa School District this morning, offering their support for a crossing of the freeway to help with the mobility for their student population, which includes the Santa Rosa High School, Ridgeway High School, and a handful of Helen Lehman is one that comes to mind, Comstock Middle School. So we just received that letter from the district this morning. So hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you.
Nancy, before I get other questions, that letter from the school district, did they have a preference for locations or alignment?
You know, I'm going to look at it right now, and I'll get back to you. I don't think so, but let me check to confirm that, okay?
Great, thank you. Council, any other additional questions? Dina, I did have one. During the presentation, it was mentioned the right-of-way from a number of different locations depending upon the alignment, like Dick's Sporting Goods, Myers, and the JC. Can someone explain what that process is like, and can someone put a stop to what our preferred alternative if we are not successful in obtaining a right-of-way?
Natalie, do you want to respond to that, or somebody from your team? Thanks.
Sure. I'd be happy to. So we would reach out to each of the stakeholders where the right-of-way is needed and try to reach mutual agreement on the right-of-way. Should that not transpire accordingly, the city does have the ability to proceed with condemnation action. The only stakeholder where we cannot proceed with condemnation action would be the Santa Rosa Junior College. The city doesn't have the rights to condemn them.
Okay, and are those efforts initiated by the city of Santa Rosa or by Caltrans?
It could be either, depending upon a cooperative agreement. It's my understanding at present it's being slated by the city of Santa Rosa, but that could change through the course of design development based on preference.
Yeah, and Mayor, I just wanted to say that, and Jason Nutt is, I think, joined the meeting, and he could chime in as well. But I think from the city's perspective, you know, condemnation would be kind of the last resort that we want to pursue. So Jason may have some other comments to add on just the right-of-way process.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. We do not have the authority to condemn the junior colleges. It's an arm of the state, and it exceeds our ability to supersede any of their authority. On the other side, when we talk about condemnation, you know, it ultimately becomes a court proceeding, and therefore, if another party is successful in stating their case, that it would be an undue burden. They could keep us from proceeding with the action that we're interested in taking, and we would have to come forward with an altered design. We have had some discussions about what that could look like. However, we believe that based on the historical information on this particular project, that the alignment that's being proposed is defendable to the best of our ability if we have to go there. Did that answer your question, Mayor?
Yes, and have we initiated any preliminary conversations with any of those entities that are named in the report?
So we do have some history having conversation with the property owner of the Dix. and we've received correspondence from them. So there has been discussion over the last 2 years on that activity, as they've been part of the mailing process with both the PAED that we're closing up now, but also the PID process, which preceded this over the last couple of years.
Jason, may I add, we also have spoken to Myers and SRJC.
Okay, great, thank you. Council, any other questions? All right, we're now taking public comments on item 3.1, US Highway 101 bicycle. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you like to facilitate this public comment portion?
You bet. Thank you, Mayor. A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown. The first public comment will be from Steve Bertelbaugh. Steve, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm your microphone is unmuted and that you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, if you can hear me, my microphone is unmuted.
Thank you.
And I see the timing.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Steve Bertelbaugh, I'm a member of the Transportation and Land Use Coalition, and we're very concerned that the environmental report is focused on the nuts and bolts of things, which are important, but the key issue here is, will the bridge be used? It's kind of lonely to be on a bridge 20 feet above traffic and nobody else is on the bridge. And you wonder who's going to approach and are they going to be friends or not? So having a lot of people using the bridge is an important factor in its usefulness. If it's close to Cottingtown and it's close to the campus, the parts of the campus that are regularly used by students, then we think it's going to get a great deal of use, and it's going to be safe. If it's far away from there, pedestrians are only willing to walk like a quarter of a mile to a bus stop, a half mile to a train station. So it would be largely a bicycle facility, not a pedestrian facility, and it really wouldn't serve all the purposes that it should. We shouldn't be looking at the bicycle pedestrian network as a network that serves bicycles and pedestrians equally. Pedestrians will use it primarily for short trips. Bicyclists don't care whether the trip is a mile and a half or 2 miles or even 3 with the electric bikes. So if you want a facility that's going to be used by everybody and that's going to be felt to be safe, it's going to be the Elliott Edwards alignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from L. Willard. L. Willard, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen. L. Willard, please unmute your microphone. All right, L. Willard, we will come back to you and do a check on your microphone in just a moment if you are having technical difficulties. One moment. L. Willard. Okay, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with L. Willard. We're going to move on to the next public commenter from Eris Weaver.
Sorry for the confusion. I had a telephone call come in. I strongly support the Edwards-Elliott alignment. I've attended all of the public meetings on this project beginning more than a decade ago. I was part of the people that talked with Kirsty Myers, the development manager for Cotting Enterprises, before they sold the property to advocate this alignment. Think of yourself as being a pedestrian starting out in the junior college where most of the students are and wanting to walk to Cottingtown or the Smart Station. There's no question which alignment you would prefer. And because of that, there's no question which alignment would receive the most foot traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Eris. Eris, your permissions have been enabled. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
All right, I'm Eris Weaver, Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I want to add our voice as well to the Northern Crossing at Elliott. As Mr. Bertelbaugh said, I think its proximity to the Smart Station and Cottingtown and all of that is going to make it more useful for more people. I also want to address a safety concern with the Bear Cub Way option to get from Mendocino Avenue across to the on-ramp up to the bridge. One has to navigate the intersection onto campus near the campus parking garage. There's a little circle. There are people going in and out of the parking garage, going in and out of multiple parking lots on campus. And there's just a whole lot more traffic coming a lot of different directions to navigate. And that's the whole thing we're trying to avoid by building this in the first place, right? Is all the on-ramps and off-ramps and intersections that currently we have to navigate on either College or on Guerneville. So for a lot of safety concerns, that is also a preferable alignment. Thank you.
Thank you, Eris. The next public comment will be from David. David, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
It should be unmuted.
All right, terrific. David, can you confirm you see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yes, my name is David Harris. I live off of Brush Creek Road in eastern Santa Rosa.
Please proceed with your public comment.
I need to deal with my volume. Here, yes, okay. Let me continue. Actually, I'm going to speak primarily about the design. And, what was proposed there was a cable stay, and basically it looks like on each side of 101 there would be something that looks like the Washington Monument. And I would like to bring forward the idea of actually building a structure that becomes a placemaker that shows something about Santa Rosa. Another type of bridge, not cable stay, would actually be cheaper to build, and it could feature things that are related to Santa Rosa, to Sonoma County. A lot of people go up and down 101 and have something that would stick in their mind about Santa Rosa. I think it would be far preferable. And in fact, that interchange, of course, is the off-ramp coming there to the JC, and on the west side we've got the Schultz Museum, the ice arena, and other attractions, as well as the smart station. And so there are many things that would be useful to have artistically portrayed on a cantilever type bridge, and rather than having a cable stay, which the only justification I heard for the cable stay was, well, it doesn't impede the view of the mountains. Well, we got many miles in which you can see the Mayacamas, but this is a very unique opportunity to do something that would be a placemaker and give visibility to important things about this city of Santa Rosa, and maybe about that the actual exit that is right there, close to this overcrossing proposed site. And in fact, I would raise the question of whether the Schultz legacy could be portrayed there. Charles Schultz's studio, where he drew many of those comics, and of course the museum lives on it. And in addition, I believe we need like 4 or 5 of these overcrossings in the long run, and potentially to the north to get a more direct access to the county. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment.
Right there in the middle. See that?
Mayor, it looks like there are no additional live public comments. We'll move on to pre-recorded voice messages and emails. As it stands, there were no voice message public comments, and we'll move on to City Clerk Stephanie Williams to read the email public comments received.
Okay, we'll now read the emails received. Comment received from Susan Shaw regarding the CEQA analysis for the Community Connector Bridge over Highway 101. I write to urge you to focus attention on the importance of selecting the right alternative site for the bridge, and we believe the Elliott Edwards location is far superior. The Caltrans study focuses primarily on engineering issues such as utility relocations and impacts in parking lots. While it is necessary to understand these issues, the needs of the pedestrian community and cyclists who will use the bridge are far more consequential. This bridge is meant to create a connection, a safe connection across Highway 101. The city made a mistake in allowing Cotting to build a bank and sporting goods store on the site of the best place for the bridge. Short-sightedness on the part of the Cotting enterprise interfered with developing a beautiful plaza that would create safety, economic development, and an outdoor space that students, staff, and faculty, as well as the community, could enjoy. Short-term corporate interests went over the needs of the people. Now there is another opportunity to do what is best for the community. Safety and the perceptions of safety are very important for bridge users. It is important for the bridge to be well used. No one wants to be alone on a 17-foot wide bridge wondering if the person approaching will do them harm. The Elliott Edwards site is another opportunity for the city that will attract students and faculty who want to visit the Cottingtown Mall, as well as those using the Smart Station. It will have a reasonable mix of cyclists and pedestrians who will be watching out for one another. By contrast, the Bear Cub alternative would be so distant from the center of the campus and from the mall that most pedestrians would not want to use it. We urge you to make sure this project serves the people and adds vitality and safety to public use of the space and the bridge. Thank you. Comment submitted by Jack Swearingen, Chair of Friends of Smart. Friends of Smart of Sonoma Marin Rail Transit is pleased to support the U.S. Highway 101 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing at the Elliott and Edwards site in Santa Rosa. We have reviewed the draft environmental study proposing a mitigated negative declaration and urge you to proceed with environmental approval and pursue construction of the project. Although the Caltrans environmental study looks at two different crossing locations, the Elliott Edwards location has compelling advantages. The west end is much closer to the train station and shopping areas. The east end is much closer to SRJC classrooms and activity centers. It would attract many more users, giving it a sense of safety that the Bear Cub Way site cannot equal. The Bear Cub Way site would add more than half a mile to the walk between SRJC campus and the Smart Station and Mall, a very significant disadvantage for people on foot. The no-build option is unacceptable. This overcrossing is long overdue. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Danny Sheehan-Meyer. I support the U.S. Highway 101 bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing at the Elliott and Edwards site in Santa Rosa. I have spoken to people who have reviewed the draft environmental study proposing a mitigated negative declaration and urge you to proceed with environmental approval and pursue construction of the project. Although the Caltrans environmental study looks at two different crossing locations, the Elliott Edwards location has compelling advantages. The west end is much closer to the train station and shopping areas. The east end is much closer to SRJC classrooms and activity centers. It would attract many more users, giving it a sense of safety that the Bear Cub Way site cannot equal. The Bear Cub site would add more than half a mile to the walk between the SRJC campus and the Smart Station Mall, a very significant disadvantage for people on foot. The no-build option is unacceptable. This overcrossing is long overdue. Thank you for your consideration. And that concludes emailed comments submitted on this item.
Thank you for that. We will bring it back to council. Do we have any additional questions after hearing comments from members of the public? Seeing no hands raised. Nancy, could you reframe the specific information you'd like to hear from council? I have a kind of a laundry list of things that you wanted feedback on, but could you restate them so council can give you the feedback you're requesting?
Absolutely. And before I do that, I wanted to get back to your specific question on the Santa Rosa School District letter. I did take a look at it, and the letter's general. They didn't identify a preference for either Edwards or Elliott and Bear Cub, but they did generally support that overcrossing. So hopefully that answers your question.
Great.
And so just kind of regrouping the council around what we're looking for from you this afternoon as a wrap up, all focused on the environmental document. If you have specific questions, if you'd like to give us, the team, any input or concerns related to the environmental document. And lastly, if you'd like to reconfirm the prior council's preference for the Edwards and Elliott alignment, those are all things that we'd like to hear and move as we move forward. So hopefully that helps.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to start with what I've got on my screen. Mr. Tibbetts, you're first.
Yes, thanks so much for this presentation. The only thing I have to add is just continuing my support for the Elliott's Edwards location. Two things that struck me in the presentation: it was cheaper and somehow generated less CO2. Also, I think it's the more efficient and practical location. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mr. Dowd.
My personal preference is the Elliott Edward, but because you don't know what environmental issues are going to arise, having the two prospective crossings is the right way to move the environmental documentation forward. And if there's no, if it ends up that there's not an environmental problem more significant at Edward and Elliott, it would seem that that's a more reasonable solution. But we don't know that, we don't have that information as yet.
Thank you. Mr. Olivares.
Thank you, Mayor. I continue to support the Edwards Elliott crossing, and I just no real concerns related to the environmental report. But other comment is that we continue to work with the JC and keeping in mind their future as well as far as that campus. I know there's a lot going on that campus, so as long as we continue to have them at the table in our conversations, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think I have the same talking points that Councilmember Tibbetts had. The Elliott's alignment is cheaper. It is more environmentally friendly. It's more usable, particularly with student housing going in. So I'm very supportive of that alignment. I wanted to comment on David in public comment mentioned creating something that's iconic for the community. I think what he's talking about is a sense of place, and I actually think that bridge there would create that sense of place for both the JC campus as well as those neighbors on the other side of 101 as well. So I'm very excited to see this move forward. I actually do like the design of it, and I'm hopeful that we'll see this here in summer of 2023, right and across it all together.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the Edwards Elliott option. This has been a long time coming. I do agree with Councilmember Rogers on the design. It is, although not unique, it has an elegance that I think will stand the test of time and something that the community can get behind. I'm just hoping for a smooth path as we move through the rest of the process.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yes, thank you. And I'm in support of the Elliott Edwards overpass for the reasons stated by Mr. Rogers and Mr. Tibbetts. And I wanted to comment on the issue that was brought up during public comment around placemaking. And what it brought up for me was the, whenever I drive back to, where I grew up in the East Bay, I drive under this pedestrian overcross in Berkeley that has the free speech art on it. And so while I think the design for the bridge is elegant and has the potential to be a placemaker in and of itself, I do hope that we consider something like an art installation at some point that could have the added enhancement of reflecting the unique heritage and culture of our beloved Santa Rosa. So thank you very much, and I cannot wait to ride or walk across this bridge one day.
Great. And I'd just like to add my support for the Elliott Edwards overcrossing. It's interesting. I think this project is a great demonstration of the number of city councils that need to be on the same page to make this a reality, going way back to the 90s. And so there's been a variety of different elected officials who have first thought this up. And I remember during the recession when this was discussed, the challenging time that had. So it's great to see this progress. And a couple of reasons that I am very supportive of the northern crossing is I also know the JC has been talking about maybe reimagining Elliott, making it a pedestrian only, which I think would just be further enhanced by this bridge. And then I have an estimated about 3 million additional reasons to support this one. And I would like, with a variety of different art options, we have in the Bay Area, the Bay Bridge and the lights and what the lights can do for that crossing. And I know it wouldn't be in this project, probably some private financing, but I think the options for making this really an iconic crossing, the potential is definitely there for our community. So with that, Nancy, did you get the feedback that you needed from the council?
I think our team did very well, so thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Council's been at this now. We had a closed session for a bit, so we're going to take a 15-minute break before we go to item 2 or 3.2. So we'll reconvene at approximately 2:25. Thank you. All right, Madam City Clerk, are we ready to resume?
Yes, we are.
Okay, we'll reconvene the City Council meeting of July 21st. Can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd,
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, item 3.2.
Item 3.2, wireless small cell deployment on city-owned streetlights and joint utility poles. Gabe Osborne presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. As Mr. McGlynn mentioned, the topic for the current study session is the deployment of wireless telecommunications facilities, otherwise known as small cells, on city-owned streetlights and joint utility poles in the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. So I'd like to begin the conversations this afternoon by briefly framing the various topics that we're going to cover. Today's study session will actually represent the fourth study session that we've had regarding this topic. So I'll start a little bit with the background and some of the details that were discussed in some of the previous study sessions. Those will involve some details about the specific cellular types that we have seen, small cells and macro sites, and some of the additional requirements that go along with those installations and some of the legal framework around that. I won't go into too much detail about that because we've discussed that in 3 study sessions now, but I will recognize that Councilmember Dowd did not join us and joined us actually after the most recent study session, so I'll fill a little more detail in those areas to make sure we're all on the same page with the particulars. We'll also talk about the installations and look at the current deployments. That's been a theme in all of the previous study sessions. So we'll show where the installations are occurring. We'll identify the sites that are currently under review through the permitting process as well. We'll also show a permitting status map or a portal that we've developed recently as well that actually allows members of the public to see the permit status. Previous study sessions involve static maps. We went to more of a dynamic route that shows the actual live activity. So in addition to those 2 points, we'll really expand on some of the discussions that occurred in the most recent study session. And we'll talk extensively about the joint pole installations. And those are the installations that are occurring on PG&E wooden poles. So we'll dive into the permitting process. Those are still moving forward. So we'll discuss what we can require as part of that installation under the current code. And we'll also discuss what we potentially can require if codes are amended for those permit types. We'll also address some of the community concerns that we've heard since the beginning of the year. Many of those did focus on 5G, which is referred to as a 5th generation network. So that's the technology advancement from the providers. So we'll talk a little bit about the status of that. And then we'll get into probably the most important point, which is really the solutions to really address some of the concerns and support the program. The first 2 study sessions focused heavily on the need to expand wireless communications. We've seen a dramatic increase in cell phone use. People are using it now for more than just calls and texts. Data is fairly important, so we saw that trend over the last 5 years or so. After the 2017 Tubbs fire, we also saw the need to increase communications for emergency response purposes. Some of that is talk and text, and some of that is data and pushing evacuation maps and solutions such as that to let people know how to exit an area. There's an importance behind that as well. And COVID-19 is also layered on an interesting element to this. We have seen schooling and the workplace morph into the home, and we have seen additional data demands in those areas to address those. So that's all really increased the need. What goes along with that, unfortunately, are a lot of concerns, specifically in residential areas when these antennas are installed. So what we want to do is develop a successful program that allows for the deployment, but also addresses some of those community concerns. And a big part of that is really increasing local control from basically a design standpoint. So the federal government has a lot of regulations that control installation of telecommunications facilities. Some discretion has been kicked down to the local agencies, so we'll identify those areas where we can obtain local control. Next slide, please. So we'll discuss some of the background. There were formal council actions associated with telecommunications. The first was the adoption of Council Policy 300-04. That was adopted in July of 2000. That was generally tailored for larger macro sites. Those are the antenna arrays that are mainly installed on private property, not in the public right of way. They're larger in size. We see them on water reservoirs, some city-owned property. They can be screened by artificial pine trees. So those were the most common installations at that time. And a lot of the installations of macro sites occurred after the 1996 Telecommunications Act, which really opened up the market for telecommunications and encouraged a lot of these facilities to go in. So that policy was generated based on that, and in response to that, to control some of those macro sites. That policy was then amended in February of 2017 for small cell deployments. And small cells are a little different than the macro sites. They're smaller in size. They provide the same functionality, that they're increasing capacity in the network and coverage. But instead of being located in private property or on top of a water tank, they're located in the public right of way in areas that in some situations are densely populated. So the policy addressed the small cell deployments in February of 2017 for only city-owned infrastructure. So those were installations that were taking place on city-owned streetlights. We also saw at that time infrastructure being installed on poles that the city did not own, and those are joint utility poles, which are typically owned by PG&E. So the policy actually set forth the process an applicant has to go through to install on city-owned infrastructure. So that requires a master license agreement, which gives approval to install in the city. There's a site license agreement, which approves a specific location for the installation, and that also includes an annual license fee. That whole approval process, the execution authority of those agreements has been designated to the city manager or his or her designee. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, this is the excuse me, I accidentally hit the mute button. So the three that occurred prior to this afternoon were held on March 6th of 2018, June 5th of 2018, and December 10th of 2019. Next slide, please. So the main focus of the previous study sessions was really on the specific installations and the pole types and the approval processes that went along with that. And as I previously mentioned, there are two main pole types. There are city-owned streetlights and there are PG&E-owned poles. The city has more authority over the streetlights simply due to the ownership of the pole. Where PG&E poles are not owned, the city doesn't own that infrastructure, and there are different regulations associated with that. So we talked a little bit about that approval process, and it does differ based on pole type, and it differs based on code applicability. So in the right-of-way installations, there are the street sections of the city code that apply. On macro sites, which are slightly different on private property, the zoning code applies. And then as we get onto city-owned infrastructure, we have the council policy that steps in and applies. So there's really three different options there. We also talked about the legal framework. So the Federal Communications Commission really does control interstate communications. So there's a lot of federal law that covers the installation of telecommunications infrastructure. And there are also state regulations that come through the California Public Utility Commissions. Those pertain a lot to the wooden poles. We talked about deployment status. So we looked at previous locations, and we talked extensively about the testing process. So the radio frequency that is emitted from the antennas of these sites is required to go through an RF analysis. And that RF analysis is making sure that the radio frequency meets the thresholds that are specified by the FCC. So we talked extensively about how that process works in the last study session and how we require that as part of the permit review process. Next slide, please. We also talked about some of the community concerns that we experienced, and this slide actually came from the December 19th study session, slightly modified. So most of the community concerns were coming from the residential areas. Those were focusing on health risks associated with the RF exposure. We also heard aesthetic concerns, and those were due to loss of property value when the installations were directly in front of one's property. We've also heard concerns about scenic impacts, and that would be where potentially someone from their property enjoyed a view corridor and the installation was installed in the middle of that. We also heard a lot of concerns about saturation, and as a few of these show up, people immediately obviously question how many are going to be in the long-range plan and what are the concentrations going to look like in certain areas. In addition to that, we also heard about a lack of proper notification through the permitting review process. And we also heard environmental impacts due to backup batteries. And during the initial deployment, we were installing backup batteries, which provide 3 to 4 hours of operation in a power outage for those sites. And those were being installed in cabinets that were on the ground adjacent to it, and there were concerns about vehicular impacts and how the battery operates in that sort of event. Next slide, please. And we ended the December study session with presenting some solutions. And the solutions were mainly focusing on maintaining code consistency across Chapter 13 and 20 of the city code. Those are the street sections in the zoning code and the council policy. So there's certain areas where the installations differ, but there is a lot of alignment that makes sense to create across the 3 different options of macro sites, joint pole installations, and city-owned infrastructure. And that alignment is really important when we get into public process, notification, and appeal processes. So looking at a code amendment, it would basically do a more wholesale change of some of those codes to create those alignments. We also looked at opportunities where we can expand design guidelines and standards. So there are areas where the federal government has kicked down some discretion over essentially aesthetics and siting and placement of locations. And this could be across the board with all cellular types in the right-of-way. So those that go on joint poles and those that go on streetlights. So we wanted to explore those options to figure out if there are design standards that we can basically implement to address some of the community's concerns in these residential areas. So we wanted, once again, this whole streamlining aspect is going to approve kind of the overall process from a public engagement side. It's going to improve the overall process from a permit processing side because it creates those streamlining events and it makes it very easy to figure out what needs to go through as applications are submitted. And it also makes it easier on the provider because the requirements are addressed up front and they know what they need to deal with as they go through the permitting process. The other piece we talked about extensively was expanding placement options. So under the first 2 study sessions, we had placed a pause on all installations that were on city-owned streetlights. And that pause remained until the most recent study session in December, where we discussed allowing limited deployments on streetlights. So that program will allow all the providers in non-residential areas to install on 6 locations of city-owned streetlights throughout the city. Next slide, please. So that brings us to really where we ended up on January of this year after the last study session. So the next few slides are going to talk a little bit about the deployments that we have seen since that point. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, we did discuss allowing a limited deployment on city-owned poles, and the providers are moving forward with that. So they have submitted the proposed license agreements associated with those, and they're currently under a legal review. We have 5 AT&T encroachment permits associated with those sites that have been submitted. Those cannot move forward to construction until the agreements are in place. And city staff are working with service providers on some of the design elements. And the image to the left, most of these are photo simulations. That's actually not in place at this point. But it gives a pretty good idea of what those installations look like. They're definitely more streamlined. The boxes themselves try to maintain a width consistent with the pole. And we try to remove the offset. If you looked at that image from an angle, you would see that those boxes stand off the pole, and we try to limit that as much as possible. So we try to create that streamlined look to it. We're also modifying some of the locations to increase the residential buffer. What we discussed in December, one of the sites that Verizon had exposed as part of their potential sites for this limited deployment was on Mendocino Avenue across from the junior college. And although that was in a commercial zone, it was fairly close to residential a block away. So Verizon is currently looking at relocating that to more of a commercial area. So it's shifting from Mendocino Avenue, and that possible location is Farmers Lane south of Highway 12, adjacent to the Farmers Lane Plaza. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the joint utility poles, which we want to make a significant focus of the conversations this afternoon, those are moving forward, and they have always moved forward through this program. And we'll talk a little bit in future slides as to why that is. So we have seen 7 new AT&T sites on the joint utility poles, and those are in both residential and commercial areas. And the ones that are in commercial areas are actually fairly close to residential structures and adjacent districts. In this situation, the applicant has provided notification to the surrounding residents, so we're currently going through the permit review process. And city staff has received resident feedback on 5 of the 7 proposed sites. And the vast majority of that feedback is associated with RF exposure concerns. Next slide, please. So the next few slides will give you an example of just the neighborhood context of where these are going in. So this is West College Avenue, about halfway between Stony Point and Fulton. And this is a predominantly residential zoned area. It is on a main arterial, which is usually a decent street for these locations because it creates a bit more of a buffer from the residential structure. But you can see the location is highlighted by the red circle. There are residential properties that back up to it, and everywhere around it is surrounded with residential use. Next slide, please. Another one of the proposed locations is at the end of Buena Vista Drive, and the building to the left on this image is the Home Depot site on Bicentennial. So the location is just up the hill. And as you can see with this, is a bit more of a buffer from the residential structures, but it is still located in a residential area. Next slide, please. This location is really right in the middle of the junior college campus on Elliott Avenue. So it is located next to the school itself. So it's a mix of commercial and residential, but the structures directly to the right of the red circle on Salem Avenue are student housing. So it is fairly close to that complex. Next slide, please. And then the last example we want to provide, this is College Avenue between 101 and Mendocino. So this section of College is really mixed use. There's quite a bit of commercial along that stretch. There's a residential mixed in, but as we get one block off of College, it becomes residential. So that location, once again, in front of a commercial building, but fairly close to residential. Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the map that we've developed. So in the past, we've developed very static maps that show the locations at the time the map was developed. And very similar to what we did in a fire rebuild, we've morphed this into more of a portal that shows very dynamically what's happening. So as an application comes through, it highlights that, it shows the provider. A member of the community can click on one of those squares and get information about the application. So this map is currently live, and there is a link available at srcity.org/small-cells. Next slide, please. So one of the main concerns that we've received really kind of throughout this deployment of small cells are associated with radio frequency, and it is a challenging one to address. Under federal law, which really spawns from the 1996 Telecommunications Act, the city is prohibited from denying a permit to construct a wireless facility based on health concerns over radio frequency emissions if the provider can show that the emissions meet the FCC thresholds. And that's an important piece with the RF analysis. So as those applications go through, there's studies conducted to make sure that they're within those thresholds. Those studies are provided, which reduces the city's ability to deny that application solely based on that. So we do receive a lot of inquiries along these lines. Those are both for new installations. Those are for installations that have been in place for many years. So typically how we respond to those residents is we will describe the federal requirements. We'll describe the city's authority level. We'll provide resources associated with the development of the RF standards. So those resources are often developed by the FCC. We'll provide any RF reports that we have for those sites. And then for sites under construction, we will connect those residents with the service provider. Next slide, please. So once again, as I mentioned, we're going to place a really significant focus on the joint utility poles, mainly because they have moved throughout any pauses that we've created, and they continue to move forward, and they seem to be where most of the concerns from the community are focusing on. So we'll talk a little bit about the review process, how it currently falls, and there's really two stages to that. So the joint utility poles are really owned by PG&E, and PG&E gives up rights to the various providers to place utilities on those poles. So PG&E has the ability to determine pole eligibility. And that's really based on whether or not PG&E can safely maintain the power infrastructure with additional equipment on the pole, and also structurally will the pole hold up if additional equipment is on the pole. So they go through a review process, and that review process determines eligibility. In some situations, that process can dramatically reduce the number of available poles in certain areas. So the provider is limited by that. Once the provider makes the selection process through PG&E, they then apply for an encroachment permit. And that encroachment permit is a ministerial application review. And we've used that term quite a bit in some of these study sessions, so I'll give a little more background as to what that actually means. So ministerial applications require that objective standards be published in advance of the application, and then the application is reviewed against those objective standards. So essentially the standards could be codes, they can be policies, they can be guidelines, They have to be published. And then once the application comes in, it is reviewed against those standards, which act as a checklist, and it either meets them or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, it's eligible for denial, or there can be completeness issues where the applicant responds to those. But if it does meet them, there's very little authority to hold it and keep it from moving forward. So in the particular situation with encroachment permits, those objective standards are addressed mainly in Chapter 13 of the City Code, and that addresses work in the public right-of-way. And it really focuses on maintaining public infrastructure, maintaining accessibility and safe paths of travel through the construction, maintaining safe vehicular travel through the construction. It does not prohibit the installation in the zone district. It does not create buffers between other cellular infrastructure, and it does not create buffers between certain structure types. So that does not exist in the code. So once again, last bullet point, if the items are not in the code, they are not grounds for denying the permit. If the permit meets those public standards, it moves forward. Next slide, please. So with that being the case, and we receive a lot of questions associated with that, and one of the main questions is what can be required under the current codes, and this is for the joint utility poles. Once again, similar to the previous side, those are items identified in Chapter 13 of the City Code. And there are some areas where the code section gives a little discretion, and these are the sections that deal with the submittal requirements. And the city engineer can require complete and descriptive information, including plats, plans, specifications, and analyses that basically deal with the effect that the work will have on the right-of-way and the safety aspect of that and any sort of impacts. So there's a little discretion on what is actually submitted as part of that application. And another important point of that is the applicant is required to provide written order of consent to work where required by law, issued by the California Public Utilities Commission or any other public district, agency, or body having jurisdiction. So that's essentially saying that the provider has to have the approval to work within our right-of-way. And for the wireless providers, a lot of that was granted by the California Public Utilities Commission through a decision that's referenced as 1601046, which essentially granted right-of-way on the poles for the wireless providers. Next slide, please. So the next question we get in that conversation is, can codes be amended to add additional requirements? And the answer to that, from what we've seen, is yes. And the important point is the requirements must be consistent with state and federal law. And there's some framework associated with that. Most of this comes out of FCC orders. So state and local governments cannot effectively prohibit wireless service. So we can't place moratoriums, we can't prohibit and deny applications from coming in across the board. Local control on design and development standards, though, is possible. So usually that's aesthetic components and siting requirements and placement of these facilities. But there's some important points associated with those, is they can't effectively create a prohibition on wireless service. They must also be reasonable and treat providers equally. They can be no more burdensome than those imposed on other infrastructure. Important, they have to be objective and they have to be published prior to the application. That's due to the fact that it is a ministerial application. And once again, similar to the 1996 Telecommunications Act and everything that's happened since then, is that denials can't be based on RF concerns as long as the provider can show that the site will meet the RF thresholds. Next slide, please. So if we take that and say that there is a certain amount of discretion, it gets to be what specific items can be added or changed with a code amendment if the federal government has granted some of that flexibility. And a lot of these are what we brought in really from other agencies that have more formal code adoptions that cover small cells and overall cellular facilities. And these all really fall in line of design and development standards, and they can apply to all wireless facility types. At least other agencies have gone down that road and implemented programs that do that. So that is joint poles and that is streetlights. Macro sites as well, though those are a little different because of their placement, but it can incorporate those as well. So what other agencies have thrown out are distance buffers between wireless facilities. So that's a certain separation between small cells regardless of the provider. We have seen a distance buffer from residential structures from certain zoning districts such as residential and schools. And locally, what we've seen thus far is some of the agencies have implemented portions of these. So Sonoma has a component of this. Petaluma and Sebastopol have implemented policies that incorporate some of these pieces. We can incorporate screening aspects, and that's usually more of a macro site where you're actually on private property, and a screening element would be an artificial pine tree Very difficult to incorporate those in the right of way when there's simply not the room to do it. Other agencies have looked at equipment size and placement. So as we were looking at the photo simulation, an important piece is maintaining equipment that follows the alignment and shape of the pole to avoid pieces protruding that would eventually ruin the aesthetics of the overall design. So those have been developed in design standards. Other agencies have also reduced right-of-way impacts. So this would be undergrounding any ground-mounted equipment. So if we have cabinets, other agencies have looked at opportunities to say, instead of installing cabinets for backup battery, that all goes underground in a vault. And that makes sense when you may be wanting to use that area for outdoor seating or some other benefit on the sidewalk. We've also seen restrictions regarding new utility poles. So most of our requirements in place have poles coming down. That's the general concept, is undergrounding and removing poles. So typically allowing new poles to be brought into the mix is discouraged. We did talk about this in the last study session a bit. And in some situations, when you have an ideal location for the installation and there simply isn't a pole, it may make sense to actually look at the flexibility of installing a new pole in that situation. But a lot of agencies have gone the other direction and just completely restricted new poles. An important piece to this whole thing is that these siting requirements, which can create these restrictions in certain zoning districts, cannot be so restrictive that they can constitute a ban. And what we've seen is in smaller jurisdictions, typically populations of 50,000 or less, have a tendency to have more stringent requirements that are more broad and do restrict in certain zoning districts. And that's probably due to the fact that the geographic area is a little smaller and it's a little easier to figure out whether that constitutes a ban or not. When you get into larger jurisdictions, there's a tendency to be a little more flexible, simply because you're dealing with larger contiguous residential areas, and a complete ban in a residential area makes it a little challenging because you may be basically creating a prohibition in that area. So that's an important piece, and typically how agencies get out of it is they will basically say that it's restricted in a certain zoning district, but they'll push it back on the applicant to essentially say they can go in that district if they can prove a gap in coverage. And that gap in coverage looks at phone drops, it looks at RF, and what sort of connectivity they would get in that area without it and with that antenna. And that's an important piece, and then they can prove that that is a need from a network standpoint, and then that gives justification to go in that zoning district. So although it's a prohibition to some extent because it closes us off from a code standpoint, it leaves that out to allow them to go into that area with additional verification that it's needed to close that coverage gap. Next slide, please. The other items that can be required are additional application requirements and additional pieces that go through in the review process. So a great example is we can define the permit type that they have to go through in order to deploy small cells. And that may not be an encroachment permit. It may be a telecommunications permit. So it may flirt more with the planning permit than it does a construction permit. And it may still need the construction permit on the back end. The benefit with that is that it's very easy to then align the public review process, the noticing, not only the noticing of a pending submittal, but also the noticing of a pending approval and highlighting what appeal rights are and timelines associated with those appeals. And that's a really important point because as we currently stand with the encroachment permit, some of that information is lacking and we're trying to build that in, and it creates a little challenge to make sure that people are aware that these things are actually going in and that they do have the appeal rights and it has a certain timeline. So we're working through that currently now, but the overall fix would be to build that into a bigger policy and then define that permit type. And then in addition, we can also modify the submittal requirements. So other agencies have requested master deployment plans. So when the first few small cells come in, there's a requirement to show an overall deployment. It allows an agency to get a good idea of where they're going and to better understand the concentration aspects. And then also there's alternate site analysis and proof of coverage gap that comes in. And that would be the example when a provider is trying to go into an area that really isn't a preference from an installation standpoint. The alternate site analysis would show that they looked at other options and they're taking the least intrusive option, and then the proof of coverage gap would show that there is in fact a gap in coverage there that the provider is trying to close. Next slide, please. So one of the important questions associated with this, because if a code amendment is needed to really address a lot of these concerns and the design criteria needs to be in place before any level of siting can be controlled, is how are newer applications newer existing applications treated during the code amendment process. So if that code amendment process extends over the course of, say, 6 months, as those applications come in, the answer to this one is pretty simple. Since it's a ministerial application and it has to be reviewed against published standards, the current published codes apply. So the application cannot be delayed, and the application there can't be a refusal to accept because of the moratorium. And the delay essentially creates an order because once the applications are submitted, the FCC order places a shot clock under the review. So there's a certain timeline in which it needs to be acted on. So those applications will move forward under the current code. Once the code is amended, then at that point, those codes will apply to any new applications moving forward. Next slide, please. So then the next few slides are going to cover a lot of what some of the community concern has been over the last 6 months. And there's been a lot of discussion about 5G and the advancement of that technology and the discussion of 5G as it relates to small cells. And they are definitely related, but they're also independent in certain ways. So all the current installations that are going in now are really supporting the build out of the 4th generation networks. And that's really kind of an important piece because that needs to be done before the 5G upgrades can actually happen. And we don't have any timelines that have been presented to us at this point from the providers about when that 5G upgrade is ultimately going to happen. But the 4G infrastructure is critical. So small cells typically involve the sites that you see on the poles, but then they also have communication elements, fiber optic cable that allow them to communicate with the larger area. So there's fiber optic expansion that goes with that. So sometimes that build out can take a significant amount of time. The important piece with that build out is once the 4G network is in place, it provides the foundation for the 5G upgrades. So it's really the backbone for that. The 5G is standing on the shoulders of that technology. There's smaller adaptations that need to be made to make that upgrade, but those are usually fairly minor equipment change outs, or they could be software upgrades that will then allow that infrastructure to support 5G. And the important point with that is that although it's a little more than simply flipping a switch, those improvements don't trigger any additional permitting needs. So once the small cell site's in, it's 4G at that point, it's laying the foundation, the 5G can happen without really any, very little or no local control. The other important point with 5G is, once again, it's going to have to meet the FCC requirements associated with RF exposure. They may be shifting in the future, a lot of discussions about that, but point being is that we'll have to meet those requirements. Next slide, please. And then next piece that we saw in the previous 6 months or so was associated with NEPA, or the National Environmental Policy Act. This is really associated with the environmental review that small cells are subject to. So they are subject to NEPA. And most locations do actually fall into a categorical exclusion, and they're deemed to have minimal or no impact. So they're really not installing these in environmentally sensitive or culturally sensitive areas. They're in fully built out environments on existing poles. So they meet those categorical exclusions, and that allows it to move forward without an additional environmental assessment. So the city typically has no obligation under federal law to ensure compliance with that program. That's between the applicant and the FCC. And that's normally not done as part of the encroachment permit process. What we do is we place conditions on permits to essentially say that the applicant has to be consistent with all federal and state law and has to get any applicable permits. So that's brought forward, but there's typically not a hard stop in that process to ensure NEPA compliance. But with that said, since we did receive concerns from the community associated with that, we are working with the cellular providers to see what they can provide to the public to show that it has gone through the NEPA process as we're completing the encroachment permit review. Next slide, please. And that brings us to really the last slide and the conclusion of this. And I do think that this is really the most important piece because it's highlighting the solutions. So as we look forward, there's a pretty significant lift in potentially developing design standards, aligning codes and policies with all the telecommunications facilities, and kind of centralizing and creating a uniform public participation process. But that is really needed to address some of these issues that we've seen, and it's also needed to address some of the aesthetic concerns that we've had. So the siting requirements are critical, how these look are critical, and that all needs to be built into the code before we can actually require it as part of the application process. So that piece is pretty important to how we're moving forward. We also talked extensively in the last study session about our RF testing procedures and how we would basically codify those and whether the city is doing that or whether the applicant is doing that. And just as a reminder, the city process would essentially be the city hiring a consultant. The consultant performs the RF testing. The applicant pays a fee to recover that. Would be the same fee they would pay to the consultant if they acquired it. But there's an important piece with the city maintaining the control. There's a little more flexibility to do them randomly, to do them when we need them. And that's such an important piece that likely will need to be built into the code amendment, or at least recommended to be built into the code amendment as we move forward with that. Now, the challenge associated with this has really always been the timeline. So this is a fairly wholesale change of quite a few code sections to align, to create that consistency, but it's also dealing with additional fees that potentially would be charged the applicant for the RF testing. So it has other components that are pretty substantial. And typically something of that nature can fall in line of 9 to 12 months. The timeline does vary based on the level of environmental review and community engagement. And I think it's very important, the community engagement on this piece, because although we know the need is great for the product, there are concerns, and we need to make sure that we balance out those conversations and have a successful deployment moving forward with this. And then also the code development process may benefit from the use of professional services in this situation. And that's the direction that other agencies have gone. Telecommunications law is very unique. There's a lot of things that will change with this over time. FCC orders get challenged. There's legal challenges against policies that agencies develop. So as those play out, there's going to be some movement in that. And it's important to understand that, and bringing those professional services in would probably streamline that a little bit. And then, of course, that anything 9 to 12 months would be basically a priority setting discussion. And something in this nature would obviously lend itself well to more of a goal setting, because it will pull resources from other departments. But the piece that I want to focus on at this point, because this does bring us to the conclusion, and I kind of want to make sure it's clear as to what we're really looking for from the council on input on this. Because a lot of the previous study sessions, we've laid this out, we've kind of created these timelines, and the challenge is, I think we're to the point where we need to start getting action items in place and then figuring out how we're going to move forward with those. So although the amendment process, the full-blown amendment process, is fairly robust and is going to take some time, we do have the potential of breaking off some of those pieces of the larger process that really dramatically affect the application review. And those are going to be the design standards, those are going to be the public participation and the noticing. And those design standards would basically control the look, the placement, and the siting. And then the public participation piece could address the notification on the front end and the back end, so the application submittal and approval, as well as basically laying out any denials, or any appeals and describing that process. So what we feel is with something like that, if we were to break that component off and tackle that first, that has significantly less staffing impacts to it, because it's only tackling kind of that front end piece. There's a lot of existing information out there that we can leverage associated with that. So we want to get some input on that program as a whole. Normally we would push this together and say it needs to take the process, but I think with this one, it makes sense to carve it off, do an interim piece that tackles some of these concerns, prioritize that interim piece, and then as we move forward with the bigger process, then we can incorporate that interim piece into the overall program and see if those things still fit or not. But that would at least address those applications that are currently going to come in the next 6 months or so. It would give us some level of control, and it would also create some uniformity and some ease in understanding our requirements for the providers, and we would free some of that up. So I'm more than happy to restate this as we get through the public portion of this process, so we can really identify what we're looking for. But it's essentially input on that, and then maybe some high-level input on what some of those aesthetic restrictions would look like in certain zoning districts. Next slide, please. And with that, we can open it up to any questions the council may have.
All right, thank you for that, Gabe. Once again, an excellent presentation. And I'm pretty sure I will be soliciting for that specific input that you just shared after we hear from the members of the public. So with that, council, do we have any questions? Mr. Tibbetts.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Gabe, thanks for the presentation. You know, when this came before us, I think about over a year ago now, I had a question would it be possible to essentially allow the decision to be in the hands of the people who lived around where the small cell site would be located. Specifically back then, I think I proposed that as long as a simple majority within X amount of feet in circumference around the site said, no, we don't want this here for whatever reason, that they would have the power to overrule, in this case, the zoning administrator. Would that be something that we could legally do? And this might be a Sue question as much as a Gabe question, but is that something that we could effectively put into effect for the appeals process?
So I will let Ms. Gallagher expand on that. We have seen that in other application types. And I'll bring this into the mix. We do have a permit type for basketball hoop installations. And it is very similar that people love them or they don't. And that does take a majority under the code for the surrounding residents. And they have to approve that, and then that's grounds for approval or denial. But with that being the case, that's really the only example that I know of that incorporates that. So I will let Ms. Gallagher fill in the gaps that might exist there.
Sure, and I won't say that we absolutely can't do that, but it would be very complicated to do that. The basketball hoops is entirely within our regulatory jurisdiction, whereas the small cells, we're dealing with several levels of federal regulation, both statutory and then from the FCC and court guidance as well, and then also at the state level, same of statutory, regulatory, and case law. And might there be a way for us to craft where there could be neighborhood input? It may be possible, but it's going to be difficult to do that under these circumstances.
Okay, thanks, Sue. And Gabe, do you know what the effective range of the RF is, or I guess that would be the same as the reception range of each site?
Yeah, so basically that's, I don't have that specific information. That is part of the process that we can incorporate. So essentially when you're determining what a coverage gap is, that's what it's looking at. Right? All the existing antennas create that range of coverage around them, and then it creates the gaps. So one of the pieces that we do want to incorporate into this potentially is that if we do allow deployments in sensitive areas, which are residential, and if we basically justify that there is a coverage gap in there, then there's a very mathematical approach to determining what that is. And there's various factors that go into that, and that's one of them. So it's that range of that RF. When does the signal fall off? When do they need to pick that back up? So that's the pure justification that, look, there is a distinct need in there from a network standpoint. And it's important to have that because that's more justification from the community that they do need to get in there and that they have a solid reason for doing that. But that would potentially expose that on a site by site. We wouldn't necessarily need to see that in commercial areas if we look at that. But that would be the process to make that determination.
Okay, and my last question is would a master development plan help us avoid any legal disputes that could arise around just permitting and approving single site locations? Because I'm wondering if there's a situation where one of the providers sues the city of Santa Rosa, and then all of a sudden Sue and everyone in her office are losing time fighting that battle. Would doing a master development plan help us kind of avoid that potentiality?
It definitely helps because it paints the picture of where they're going to show up long term. And a lot of agencies have developed reservation policies. So although there isn't an application, a provider has the right to reserve a pole for a certain period of time. And that becomes public record and other providers can see where those are going. That becomes critical if you have a distance buffer between cellular facilities, because then you're creating an issue where one provider can go into an area, saturate, and all of a sudden another one cannot meet that distance buffer. So it would, that's an important piece because it allows you to strategize for what the long-term deployment is and foresee those issues before they come up.
Okay, thanks, Gabe. Well, I look forward to hearing from the public. I'm sure Alex has some good information for us. Yeah, I'll hold my comments for the end.
All right, council, any other questions from the presentation? Seeing none, we're now going to be taking public comments regarding item 3.2, wireless small cell deployment on city-owned streetlights and joint utility poles. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, please facilitate the public comment process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. A countdown timer will appear for the convenience of the speakers and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of the countdown. If you have made a live public comment on this item and have also submitted an email, e-comment, or voicemail public comment, your pre-meeting public comments will not be read or played into the record. The first public comment will be heard from Bob. Bob, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone, and can you confirm you see the timer on your screen?
I see no timer. Can you? Oh yeah, there it is. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify
All right.
yourself
So,
for
well, I'm
public-
wondering if this study session, the fourth one without any substantive change to correct these obvious problems in Santa Rosa, is an exercise in good faith or bad faith. Let's see here. We got together on March 6, 2018, June 5th, 2018, December 10th, 2019, when you had a substantial evidence placed into the public record about this. And now July 21st of 2020, and we're pretty much in the same place we've been for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. What's going on? Well, today's presentation, we had Mr. Toad's wild ride through a broken process, creating massive dissatisfaction among the residents of Santa Rosa because the public was cut out of the review process. And they're still cut out of the review process. You're still putting these things up in a ministerial way. Ministerial does not work. Discretionary works for wireless telecommunications facilities, and it says so right in the 1996 Telecommunications Act. So even though Gabe is a nice guy, no offense meant here, but what we heard today was a very polite and very incomplete presentation of the facts. What do we need to know? We need to know that the only successes we have had were the Verizon permits that actually expired. So we didn't put them in front of Vic Trione's house or in front of Tom Sawyer's house or up there on Hexham Avenue, because we let those die because they were a little controversial, huh? So what? Listen, proving a significant gap in coverage is what this is all about, because that is California law, despite what the FCC might say about it. You must understand something. FCC 18-133 was argued in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals on February 10th. You know what he said? Scott Novak, the FCC attorney, he told you specifically, the order is a presumptive order. It is not a self-enforcing order. That means it's not law. That means it's a statement of preferences. That means you can't wipe away California law or case law. What do we got? We got 2005 decision, Metro PCS versus San Francisco. What does it tell you? You have to prove a significant gap in coverage before you can put one in. Do you even know if you got one? Do you have any objective data to tell you if you got one? Because if you're looking at any kind of coverage map from a wireless company, that's full of fiction. There's no objective data. They don't put any of the data in the public record. How do you fix it? You pass an ordinance. When do you do it? Not 9 to 12 months from now. You do it next month. Here it is. Written evidence, wireless antenna need test in telecommunications. That's an acronym that says we want it. And what we want is every 6 months, you hire an RF engineer to drive around with an antenna on his car. He figures out all the signal strengths of every single carrier. And here's what you do. You make the wireless carriers pay for it because they're the ones polluting your town. That's what you do. It's easy to figure.
Thank you, Bob. The next public comment. It appears there are no additional hands raised for this item. We'll move on to voice message public comment.
Hi, my name is Theodora Scarrato. I'm Executive Director of Environmental Health Trust, commenting on number 2.2 study session. Environmental Health Trust is a scientific think tank. We publish research as well as educate policymakers, and all of my statements are based on published research sent alongside with my written testimony, which you will have received. I'm submitting several industry reports documenting that the energy efficiency goals for the Internet of Things is not going to be fully met, and that the total energy use from these networks will grow exponentially over the next decade, increasing our carbon footprint. Yes, small cells might use less energy than macro towers, but they are in addition to what we already have, and we're talking about, of course, millions nationwide. Thus, 5G is an unsustainable technology and will contribute to climate change, according to the SHIFT report, of which I have attached to my testimony. Published research on bees has linked wireless radiation to disruption of navigation abilities, induction of a stress response, artificial working piping, decreased rate of egg laying, and harm to colony strength. Now, researchers who've investigated 5G's higher frequencies warn that these frequencies could harm bees because of the unique way their smaller bodies absorb the radiation far more intensely than the lower frequencies. Bees are going to be near the antennas. Birds will also perch on the antennas, thus receiving RF radiation levels that exceed RF guidelines. The FCC has done no environmental review of any kind to assess the full impact of 5G or any G radiation on birds, bees, trees. Trees will be trimmed to accommodate the increased height of streetlights, and poles and digging will harm their root systems. Now, there's a significant body of research that documents radio frequency radiation can damage trees, especially trees in a direct line of sight of the antennas, and I've submitted several research studies, including a 9-year field study that looked at dozens of trees, concluding damage starts on one side, extending to the whole tree over time. I'm also submitting to you a letter from the EPA to me, which confirms that they have never reviewed the impact to birds, bees, or trees. There is no federal health agency or environmental agency that ever has, in fact, and our outdated wireless radiation limits were never intended to protect birds, bees, or trees. No agency even has a funded mandate to ensure our flora and fauna are safe from cell tower radiation. In other words, it's a gaping hole in federal accountability. You can go to our website at Environmental Health Trust, e8trust.org, for more. And I thank you so much for considering this these environmental impacts. Thank you.
I'm calling to make a comment on agenda item number 3.2. My name is Kurt Cobb. I'm a program director for SafeG, a nonprofit educational program which seeks to unite those who view 5G as dangerous by giving us a common way to refer to a sane and safe alternative that has greater utility and safeguards our health, privacy, and security. I'm providing a brief overview of that alternative in this comment. SafeG means safe, fast, reliable, secure internet and telecommunication services brought into our homes and businesses by wired technology. It means technology that safeguards our health, privacy, and security, and that evolves over time with the goal of reducing exposure to harmful wireless radiation. The critical element that characterizes SafeG, wired connections to the home or business, is already available to a large number of people around the world from existing internet and telecommunications providers, especially in advanced economies. If we focus on extending availability and improving speed and capacity, we can have a safe system that keeps up with changes in technology and provides all the services we desire. Now, here is an essential feature of the SafeG idea. SafeG accepts the right of homeowners and businesses to decide for themselves whether to have wired or wireless networks on their premises, but without forcing that choice on others. Naturally, we favor wired networks inside the home and business because they eliminate wireless radiation and protect our privacy and security better. Such wired connections also tend to be more robust and reliable, offering consistent, uninterrupted high-speed data transfer. While wired connections to the premises are often available from private telecom ISPs, such wired networks lend themselves well to community ownership. Community-owned wired networks typically serve the public with lower cost, higher quality internet service. These systems pay for themselves and may even provide enough revenues to subsidize low-income users. The SafeG option, whether implemented by private industry or the municipality itself, provides superior bandwidth as well as a safer environment for all of us. To find out more about the SafeG option, you may visit our site at safeg.net. That is the word safe plus the letter G as in good, all one word, .net. Thank you for your attention.
I'm Dr. Cindy Russell, and this is for agenda item 3.2 on the Santa Rosa City Council agenda. Dear Santa Rosa Mayor and City Council, I'm a physician and a mother, and I ask that you pass the strongest emergency ordinance possible to protect the health, safety, and privacy of the citizens of Santa Rosa, as well as to preserve your local control. After training at Stanford, I have for over 20 years studied and developed policy resolutions to reduce environmental toxins through our local county medical association and the California Medical Association. This includes work on flame retardants, BPA, pesticides, and fracking, as well as wireless radiation. And when I learned of a proposal to place a cell tower in my daughter's school 10 years ago, I dove into the research. And what I learned is that wireless technology is an environmental and human toxin. We're increasingly surrounded by these wireless devices, including smart meters, Wi-Fi routers, cell phones, as well as constantly radiating cell towers. Unfortunately, we're told they're safe, or that we don't really know if there's harm, or that the research is inconclusive, or that it's non-ionizing, unlike X-rays, so it can't hurt us. However, myself and over 250 expert scientists who've looked at this issue conclude the opposite. Research shows conclusively there's biologic harm from wireless radiation. Low levels of this radiation that are within the current flawed FCC guidelines cause neurologic harm, DNA damage, and effects on reproduction. In 2017, Kaiser physician Dr. Dee-Kun Lee performed a study of 913 pregnant women looking at the association of miscarriage with higher EMR exposures, and he found a threefold increase in rates of miscarriage in the higher exposure group. These are everyday exposures of wireless radiation, and these exposures are all within the current guidelines. Cell tower studies show an increase in cancer as well as neurologic symptoms in those living within 1,500 feet of cell towers. FCC standards for wireless radiation are based only on heat, not biological effects, and the mechanisms of toxicity of low-level wireless radiation is oxidation. It's not heat. It's similar to that of DDT and other toxic chemicals we're exposed to that don't cause harm by heating. It causes direct injury to cell membranes and structures. Cell towers and wireless devices add to the background of toxic exposures. We have the option to eat organic food, and we can turn our cell phones off, but we can't turn off the cell tower at night to have a peaceful sleep if we're sensitive to the radiation. There's also cumulative harm with people becoming electrosensitive over time. The development of cancer occurs over years, and it won't be seen right away. We shouldn't be allowing the expansion of these telecommunications through densification of cell towers in our cities. We already know that 2G, 3G, and 4G frequencies are harmful. 5G will be a mix of these lower frequencies in addition to higher frequencies that are more powerful and have not been tested for safety. We need to be altering direction and placing fiber optic to the premises. This is a safer and more secure solution that's cheaper in the long run and better for our cities and citizens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ruth Rubin, and I'm calling about item 3.2. I support a decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to include small cell technology, with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. The city leadership should prioritize a long-term investment in our community, build wired internet access to and through the premises. It will, over time, pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can subsidize low-income neighborhoods. You should not turn our public right-of-way over to the telecom industry so they can make a profit off our internet. Please. Goodbye.
Hi, this is Teresa Roach-Amelia. I am commenting about item 3.2. The City of Santa Rosa needs to have as much local control over permitting small cells for internet connection or wireless connections, because wireless is an unhealthy technology and hurts all of us and should not be allowed in residential areas or school zones. And I urge the City of Santa Rosa to do wired internet connection and stop using wireless. It is unsafe. It is a public health menace. It is polluting us with radiation. Please stop and think. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Dahl, and this is the fourth time I have addressed the City Council regarding the cell tower that was installed at my address on Monteverde Drive in Rincon Valley, District 2. There was an article in the PD about me in 2018 that chronicled my opposition to this facility in front of my home of 50 years. Despite my opposition, I was never given any type of public hearing. I have not been in contact or visited by anyone in the city regarding my opposition and have been left to contact the company who installed the equipment, which has been a nightmare to say the least. The engineers, subcontractors, and providers themselves have consistently given me false information and made mistakes providing me with documents. This entire situation has caused me much distress, and my physical well-being and comfort in my own home has been ruined. I am currently in the process of obtaining the correct ICD code diagnosis that states harm from non-ionizing radiation. This is ICD code W90.0 exposure to radio frequency. That way, I can request ADA accommodation from the city and Verizon. The levels of radio frequency radiation in my bedroom and home are thousands of times higher than they were prior to the cell tower being installed. Vast amounts of peer-reviewed scientific literature have been submitted unto the public record that provides biologic harm from radio frequency radiation at levels well below those in my bedroom, which is in direct line and height of the main transmission beam of the powerful antenna just feet from my bedroom window. Today, I ask you to do two things. Number one, consider removing the tower in front of my home because I was not given the hearing I am entitled to under Chapter 13 of the City Code. An expert attorney has said that this is grounds for removal of the tower. I may be forced to seek legal representation for this potential violation even prior to my requesting an ADA accommodation. Number two, please develop an ordinance that prevents Verizon and AT&T or any other carrier from doing something this appalling to others in Santa Rosa. Thank you. Mary Dahl, Agenda Item 3.2.
Hello, my name is Pauline Goslovich, and I live in the city of Santa Rosa, and I'm contacting the City Council regarding Item 3.2. I support a decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to include small cell technology with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated codes can be completed. The city leadership should prioritize a long-term investment in our community, build wired internet access to and through the premises. It will, over time, pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can be subsidized for low-income neighborhoods. You should not turn our public right-of-way over to the telecom industry so that they can make a profit off our internet access. You are our elected leaders and officials. Your decisions last beyond your term in office. Your decisions will determine the safety of Santa Rosa residents, the future of our children. This is a legacy issue. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, this is Ron Redmond. I'm commenting on item number 3.2. I've taught in the Health Science Department at Santa Rosa Junior College for 25 years. I have a bachelor's degree in registered nursing and community health. I've also worked as a cancer nurse for 30 years at Memorial Hospital. I'll be at work tomorrow training for the next batch of health professionals for Sonoma County, so I cannot attend the meeting. Thank you for listening to my remarks. I want to tell you from a community health perspective what a horrible idea it is to put cell towers on the JC campus. Like I once did, you probably assume cell towers can't be that bad or the government wouldn't allow them to be built everywhere. When AT&T wanted to put one next to my house and very near the Guerneville Elementary School, I started to do my own research. It was spurred on by the recent death of my brother-in-law, who was a cell phone tower repairman. Jeff was occasionally told to do repairs on the towers with the power left on. He could feel the microwave emissions, and even a 15-minute repair would leave him bedbound for 2 to 3 days with nausea and vertigo. He died of a new form of esophageal cancer. His oncologist told me they'd only seen it in the last 15 or 20 years and with increasing frequency. It was particularly resistant to treatment, and as predicted, my brother-in-law died shortly after treatment. I found studies done in Israel and Germany that showed a 300 to 400% increase in cancer among those who live near all the cell towers in those regions, and this was 3G. Surprisingly few studies are done in the U.S. Before manifesting in cancer, microwave emissions can damage our immune systems and reproductive systems. We're facing an unprecedented increase in autoimmune diseases and congenital problems such as autism, and the causes of these are not being thoroughly investigated. Listen to this insane fact. The current allowable limit for exposure to a human in microwave emissions in the vast majority of countries in the world is 10 microwatts per square centimeter. In some countries, it's even lower. In the United States, it is 580. This is not overseen by the EPA, but by the FCC, headed by a former attorney for Verizon. The federal government does not look out for our health, it's looking out for money. The cell tower proposed in my neighborhood was scrapped by the water district who owned the land when they researched it themselves and decided to place people over profits. Please do the same. Thank you.
Alex Crone, agenda item 3.2. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Gabe Osborne for his presentation and his communication with the public over the last few months. He's a great guy, and I'm happy that he works for our city. So here we are after our fourth study session on this topic. Keep in mind that Mr. McHenry was able to come in with a Verizon representative and a Verizon script and get that passed through council policy in an agenda item really easily. And here we are after a fourth study session. I'm learning that council can't even give formal direction to the staff at a study session. So what's the point of this? Is the point of this finally after 4 study sessions and 2 years of us telling you you can have local control to finally learn that you can have local control? And what's going to happen? We know that the city council supports to have more local control. The people of Santa Rosa has been asking for more local control. I should be talking to Mr. Sean McGlenn, the city manager. Mr. McGlenn, what's going to happen after the study session? Are you just going to go sit on this and let AT&T continue to submit applications and claim you can't do anything about the PG&E polls? It shouldn't be that difficult to go back and create an ordinance and get it passed, and an urgency ordinance on top of that until that can happen. It should not be that difficult. You have plenty of examples to draw upon at this point. Now, I understand AT&T is coming in and threatening the city. They're cherry-picking quotes from the TCA Act and FCC guidelines and regulations and orders to make it seem like they have this unbelievable authority to come put cell phone towers wherever they want. But don't fall for that. It's not true. Keep in mind, AT&T is a private wireless corporation, but they also have their public utilities company, AT&T, for landlines. Those should be 2 separate entities. Well, what's happened over the last 20 years is that AT&T, our utilities company, jacked up our landline prices to pay for broadband across America. Well, we never got that. Instead, they illegally cross-subsidized that money and gave it to their wireless corporation. They stole the fiber, and now we're getting 5G. Well, thanks to a recent court decision, you guys can actually go after that money, and I hope you do. So, Mr. McGlenn, what's going to happen? Are we going to have a fifth study session where nothing gets accomplished? Or are you going to go back and take the little bit of time and effort to update our ordinance? That needs to happen now. Thank you.
That concludes the voice message public comments. We'll move on to the email and e-comments received, and they will be read by City Clerk Stephanie Williams.
E-comment received from Sydney Cox. The following comments are in reference to the memorandum submitted by Pollock and James LLP on behalf of Safe Technology for Santa Rosa and can be found in the agenda under public correspondence for agenda item 3.2. Our desire and main objective, we, Safe Technology for Santa Rosa, request the City Council of Santa Rosa to direct City of Santa Rosa staff to prioritize updating chapters 13 and 20 of the City Code to include small cell technology with the intention of retaining as much local control to the placement of such facilities consistent with the current state and federal laws. Cities across the U.S. have adopted ordinances that eliminate and or minimize the numbers of facilities in their cities and which ensure the installation, augmentation, and relocation of personal wireless facilities, small cell antenna in the public rights of way are conducted in such a manner as to lawfully balance the legal rights of applicants under the Federal Telecommunications Act, the 2012 Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Opportunities Act, any FCC orders, and the California State Public Utilities Code, and with the rights, safety, privacy, property, and security of residents, businesses, and visitors, and to Santa Rosa. We have no intention to, 1, prohibit or effectively prohibit any wireless telecommunications service provider's ability to provide wireless services where a gap in personal telecommunication services is documented. 2, prohibit or effectively prohibit any entity's ability to provide any interstate or intrastate telecommunication service. 3, unreasonably discriminate among providers of functionally equivalent services. 4, deny any request for authorization to place, construct, or modify wireless telecommunication service facilities on the basis of environmental effects of radio frequency emissions, so long as such wireless facilities comply with the FCC's regulations concerning such emissions. 5, prohibit any collocation or modification that Santa Rosa may not deny under federal state law. Or 6, otherwise authorize Santa Rosa to preempt any applicable federal or state law submitted by Sydney Cox, Safe Technology for Santa Rosa. Comment received from Martha Glaser. It is critical that the City Council also directs city staff to enact an urgency ordinance immediately to be effective while successfully updating the city code to include small cell technology. The urgency ordinance would be quite simple and need only add a few lines to the existing code. Restrict the placement of small cell personal wireless telecommunications facilities within 3 feet of residential zones, schools, and daycare facilities, and within 50 feet of any resident in any zone, as well as a distance of at least 1,500 feet between all small cells, unless the applicant can prove a significant gap in personal wireless telecommunication services in the area, and that the installation of any wireless telecommunication facility, WTF, including small cell technology, within any of these restricted areas is the least intrusive means of remedying the gap. The city shall reserve the right to deny any WTF permit or application on any pole and in any zone if the city so determines that said WTF is not necessary to remedy a significant gap in personal wireless telecommunication services, as confirmed by a city-selected independent engineer. No additional multiple year leases will be considered until new code in chapters 13 and 20 is finalized. The urgency ordinance is important to defend the city from the anticipated onslaught of applications by wireless providers during the time it may take the city to update its ordinance. It is important to note that the worst consequence of litigation by the applicant claiming prohibition or too much restriction to wireless telecommunication services will be the Superior Court ordering the approval of the application and issuance of permits. There is no legal basis for recovery of money damages or attorney fees under the Telecommunications Act. The city has no risk of financial exposure by taking a stance to protect its residential and school zones and child care areas during the time it takes to update city code. Proof of gap in personal telecommunication services requires the applicant to submit substantial evidence of a significant gap in personal telecommunication services coverage, which requires placement of small cell technology within a limited zone. Comment received from Tom Laporta. The city should note that FCC Order 18-133 is a presumptive order and not self-enforcing. That means it is merely a statement of preference and are not binding. FCC Order 18-133 establishes limits on fees that can be charged and establishes new shot clocks. We are also expecting that most or all of FCC Orders 18-111 and 18-133 will be vacated by the same three-judge Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals panel in a matter of weeks. Presumptive Order 18-111, among other things, preempts local moratoria on telecommunication services. The following are comments to the presenter's slides. Slide 9. The photo used in this slide is not accurate. Visual representation of the aesthetic impact of this facility located on Bethards Drive and Yalupa Avenue. A photo of the same facility from another angle using proportional camera settings can be seen in Exhibit A. The photo simulation submitted by AT&T in their application to the city for a wireless small cell facility located at 2328 West College Avenue, one of the 7 PG&E pole small cell sites referenced in this slide is inaccurate and a misrepresentation. The photo simulation is deceitful and does not accurately represent the aesthetic impact of this project and is by itself grounds for the city to revoke the permit. All other 6 applications had similar inaccurate and deceitful photo simulation representation. This is the notice sent out by the applicants to notify the residents of the proposed installation. The notice does not contain adequate information or pictures to represent the visual impact of the proposed small cell technology installation. Furthermore, we believe it is the city's duty to notify residents and to provide them with an accurate description of their project and their rights to appeal the encroachment permit under City Code Chapter 13-04.310, regardless of the site being constructed on either a city-owned light pole or PG&E utility pole. We have evidence that the community concerns related to these 7 sites also include lack of notification, aesthetics, and property value. Small cell technologies are particularly unaesthetic and detract from our beautiful tree-lined streets. Comment received from Jennifer Laporta. Most common forms of evidence. 1. Drive test results not based on computer modeling or hypothetical propagation maps done at random times. 2. RF engineer reports with dropped call data from the RF engineers of the provider who suffers from a gap in their personal wireless services. 3. Dropped call records, actual data, not estimated. Perhaps the most common tool employed to ascertain the existence, location, and extent of gaps in personal wireless services is the drive test, which consists of attaching a recording device to a cell phone, which records actual wireless signal strength every few milliseconds. This tester then drives through a geographic area while the device records the signal strengths through the area. In a 1 to 2 hour drive, the device can record hundreds of thousands of signal strength records, thereby provide an accurate record of any gaps in services and the precise location and extent of each such gap. Example A, comprehensive wireless signal strength test to be conducted every 6 months by an independently funded RF engineer who will log second by second the wireless signal strength levels in dBm, decibel milliwatts, of every carrier-specific licensed and unlicensed wireless frequency that is being transmitted to the streets of Santa Rosa. The full data file for each test will be placed in the public record for anyone to view, analyze, and verify, and will serve as the basis for local decisions regarding 1, the need for any additional wireless infrastructure, and 2, placement, construction, modification, and operations of WTFs and any G within Santa Rosa's borders. 3, compliance with FCC radio frequency human exposure guidelines. The cost of each test would be contracted by and paid for by the city. The city may charge the provider's maintenance fees to cover the costs. The city can charge the facility operators on a prorated basis. The share of each wireless company's facility capabilities, meaning the percentage of the sum of the maximum effective radiated power that can be transmitted by each facility operating within Santa Rosa. The city should note that FCC Order 18-133 is presumptive order and not self-enforcing. This means that it is merely a statement of preference and not binding. Comment received from Diana Mike. Slides 10-13 comments. These slides only show 4 of the 7 sites that AT&T submitted applications for on PG&E poles. Excluded from the slides is the following location on the SRJC campus, which shows the proximity to this institution and student housing. Here, AT&T is demonstrating blatant disregard in placing this powerful industrial equipment in such proximity to this sensitive area without any evidence of considering a less intrusive means. Slide 14. Below is the entire picture of small cell locations from the city's data set. Question: regarding the carbon footprint, how many kilowatt hours does each small cell use per year? How will you offset this increase in emissions? We understand and are aware of the environmental exclusion clause in the 1996 Telecommunications Act. However, the city has the responsibility to account for this increase in carbon emissions. Although the city retains the authority to control the operations of such facilities, as will be covered shortly, not tracking this data is inconsistent with the City of Santa Rosa's Climate Action Plan. as well as inconsistent with the climate emergency resolution adopted by the City Council on January 14th, 2020. Additional small cell facilities and future upgrades to small cells will require facilities to use more power and more energy, creating an even larger carbon footprint. We request the city to consider fiber optic as a better option for large data transfers instead of the inefficient use of modulated radio frequency radiation to transfer large amounts of data through the air. In contrast, the city could decrease our carbon footprint by making a commitment to putting wired fiber optic broadband into the city master plan. Wired fiber optic broadband to and through the premises are faster, more energy efficient, more secure, and more resilient than small cell technology and will not require updates and reconstruction in the future in the same manner as small cells will. It is important to note that each small cell wireless facility requires its own direct fiber optic connection. Comment provided by Mary Mike. Comments regarding slide 15. The clause being referenced in the 1996 TCA literally states, "For no state or local government or instrumentally thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions." Nowhere in the clause does it state health effects. The word used is environmental effects. This language needs to be interpreted literally. Therefore, using the term health is an overreach. Question: can you or the city attorney please supply me with references to court decisions that prove this clause is referring to health effects inside one's body, which could arguably be defined differently than the environmental effects which occur outside of and are separate to within one's body? Regardless of whether or not the city attorney can reference prior court decisions that interpret health effects to mean the same as environmental effects, the city continues to hold the authority to require the applicants to provide substantial proof of a significant gap in personal wireless telecommunications services in order to be required to approve the application at any given location. Additionally, as shown in Exhibit E, there was clear congressional intent in the 1996 TCA to exclude the word operation in the clause. Question: would this mean the city has the authority to regulate the operations of personal wireless facilities based on the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions? Could the city regulate the amount of power these facilities operate at in order to avoid the prohibition of telecommunication services? Arguably, if the city retains the authority to regulate the operation of these facilities, it may compel the telecom companies, carriers, providers to justify the power level at which they would operate. Doing so could limit power to just enough to meet the needs of providing cell phone service, notwithstanding that such power level may be significantly lower than the maximum level set by the FCC. Comments submitted by Monica Mike. Slide 16 comments. Section 04.310, Chapter 13 is also worth referencing and is relevant to the matter. Although this is no solution to the problem, as the Director of Public Works will have no ground for denying the permit, it is worth pointing out that the residents near the current AT&T locations do currently have the right to appeal and receive a hearing. We recommend Chapter 13 be updated to include pre-notification of all potentially affected people within a radius surrounding small cell installations, whether on a city-owned light pole or joint utility pole. 13-04.310, appeal of denial of permit. Any person aggrieved by the denial of a permit required by this chapter may appeal to the Director of Public Works by submitting a written appeal within 15 days of the date the application was denied. The Director of Public Works shall thereafter give written notice to the applicant of a hearing to be held within 30 days of receipt of the appeal. The decision by the Director of Public Works on the appeal shall be final. Ordinance 3783, adopted in 2006. Question: were previous residents who appealed small cells near their resident within 15 days of an approved encroachment permit given this hearing, which they are entitled to under Chapter 13 of the City Code? How were or will residents be notified of their 15-day right to appeal and receive hearing regarding a small cell encroachment permit? As you can see in 13-04.310, the code focuses on the processes associated with the denial of an encroachment permit. In this situation, a surrounding resident would be appealing the approval permit. The interpretation of the City Attorney's Office was that the appeal process can apply to both situations. This code section does apply to the 7 AT&T permits that are currently going through review process. Comment submitted by Joanna Mike regarding slide 18. No language in 47 U.S.C. 332 prohibits a city from requiring general liability insurance as a condition of issuing a permit for placement of small cell technology. The city may consider health risks of EMF exposure in considering the type and scope of such insurance, and may require that the general liability policy not have a pollution exclusion that denies coverage for EMF-induced illness where the EMF levels exceed the FCC guidelines. Slide 20 comments. We agree with all of these directions to code amendments and stress the point that the city has the authority to make such changes apply to both city-owned light poles and PG&E utility poles. Slide 21 comments. The first bullet point on slide 21 supports the importance of an urgency ordinance. Slide 22 comments. Under the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012, wireless providers are able to change the frequencies and even the power output of their facilities, exempt from local authorities' ability to stop them. So unfortunately, due to the act, providers can not only change from 4G to 5G whenever they please, they can increase the power output. They can also increase the size of the facility and increase the height of any tower. Slide 22 comment. It is also important to understand that 4G is the backbone of 5G and is required to allow high-frequency 5G technologies to function. After 5G hardware upgrades, 4G frequencies will remain constant with added 5G frequencies layered on from additional antenna. When small cells are upgraded with 5G antenna, the already installed 4G dipole cylinder antennas will remain on the pole and a new 5G phased array antennas will be added. See Exhibit F. Slide 23 comments. The city may require proof of compliance with NEPA through FCC as a precondition to approval for any deployment permit. Comment received from Ian Light regarding slide 24. Important to note that the city can require the applicant to pay for random independent RF testing. Also important to note the importance of an urgency ordinance given the 9 to 12 month time frame to update the city code. We request that the city contract out with an expert that will help develop the updated telecom and permitting ordinances to retain and restore as much local control as legally possible regarding the placement, construction, modification, and operation of personal wireless telecommunication facilities, including small cell technology within Santa Rosa. Additions and clarifications to code amendments we request include, but are not limited to, must include public notification by the city for permitting and appeal processes, must include liability insurance with no pollution exemption. RF testing process must include random, unannounced testing by certified engineers, must include compliance bonds. Comment received from Deborah Crone. This comment is in response to the staff report analysis for item 3.2. Quote, the 2017 amendment to Council Policy 300-04 was proposed by staff, end quote. Response, Council Policy 300-04 was proposed by staff and Verizon representative Ms. Canada on February 14, 2017. The amendment was clearly drafted by Verizon and ushered in by city employee Eric McHenry. The council was completely unaware of the scope of the project, as one city council member initially thought there would only be 12 sites. The fact it was that this was just phase one from only one carrier, and they were to place 60 out of the 72 cell towers in residential zones. On that Valentine's Day in 2017, the City Council was never informed by Eric McHenry or Ms. Canada that any of these would be in residential zones or placed so close to homes and schools. It was presented to the council as if these were only destined for downtown and Santa Rosa Avenue. End of sentence. Quote, to address the changing technology and infrastructure needs and acknowledge the desire within the cellular industry to place smaller footprint wireless infrastructure within the public right-of-way, end quote. Response, smaller footprint. Verizon's first phase of several more was to place 72 small cells, which operate at about 1/3 the power of macro towers in city limits. This would be the equivalent of 24 macro towers placed in Santa Rosa at one time by one carrier in their first phase. Does this seem like a smaller footprint to you? All of this without any public process or design or impact review. Comment provided by Katie Yan. This comment is in response to staff report analysis 3.0. Quote, wireless communication companies are experiencing increasing demand for wireless services and are constantly expanding networks to improve both broadband facilities, capacity, and coverage, end quote. Response, the truth is that this was a real estate grab by one of the most corrupt industries ever in order to get a legs up on the competition for services other than making phone calls. There is absolutely nothing in state or federal law that gives the right to providers to construct WTFs in order to improve, quote, broadband facilities capacity. The 1996 Telecommunications Act was never intended to strip away local authority in the manner the applicants are claiming. The 1996 TCA was never intended to allow Verizon or AT&T to install an antenna outside someone's bedroom window whenever they please. Just read the 1996 TCA conference report. Quote, small cell installations are currently being utilized by service providers within the city to extend the coverage and capacity for fourth generation 4G wireless communication services throughout the city's boundaries. The Planning and Economic Development Department has not received notification from any cellular provider regarding their intention to upgrade the network to fifth generation technologies within a specified time frame, end quote. Response, oh, how comforting. The truth is, providers do not and will not tell the city their plans for upgrades. Once they have their equipment on the pole, which in this case is 25-year contract in Santa Rosa, they can add antenna, power, and radios whenever they want and without any say from the city. They can also upgrade to fifth generation technology with a simple software update, as has been told to Mr. Osborne by AT&T in an email obtained in a public records request. Comment received from Phil Crone. This comment is in response to the staff report analysis for item 3.2. Quote, during the initial phase of small cell deployments, the Planning and Economic Development Department received several concerns from members of the public regarding items such as visual appearance of the installation, noticing radius and requirements, health concerns, and saturation within residential areas. These concerns were discussed during council study sessions held on March 6th and June 5th of 2018 and December 10th of 2019. End quote. Response. Many of those targeted neighborhoods joined forces to resist their small cell installations, and those who unfortunately had one placed on their right-of-way or in their neighborhood are to this day devastated by such a violation of their rights, security, and comfort in their own home. Please do not forget those past study sessions. Quote, under state law, telecommunications carriers have a right to install wireless facilities on wooden joint utility poles in the public right-of-way. Encroachment permits associated with installation on wood poles are being processed upon request and issued if the proposal is consistent with Chapter 13 of the City Code, end quote. Response, what is missing from this quote is that cities have the right to set zoning laws that can determine in which rights-of-way wireless companies can construct industrial equipment like that needed for wireless telecommunications facilities, WTFs. The laws do not say that every right-of-way is fair game. The laws say that this is a local determination. We have evidence of this in Mill Valley, Petaluma, Fairfax, Ross, and other towns already. Comment received from Wendy Vorkoper. I am contacting the City Council regarding item 3.2. I support a decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to include small cell technology with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. The late leader, Congressman John Lewis, said, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to do something. You can do something. Allowing the telecom to take over our precious city so they can bring profits to their stockholders is not right. You are in charge of our municipality. Telecommunications should be a publicly regulated utility with access to everyone. You are our elected leaders. Your decisions last beyond your term in office. Your decisions will determine the safety of Santa Rosa residents, the future of our children. This is a legacy issue. Please do the right thing. Comment received from Sandy Tate. I support a decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to include small cell technology with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. The city leadership should prioritize a long-term investment in our community, build wired internet access to and through the premises. It will over time pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can subsidize low-income neighborhoods. You should not turn our public right-of-way over to the telecom industry so they can make a profit off our internet access. Comment received from Victoria Sievers. I support a decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to include small cell technology with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. The city leadership should prioritize a long-term investment in our community, build wired internet access to and through the premises. Such a project will, over time, pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can subsidize low-income neighborhoods. City leaders should not turn public rights-of-way over to the telecom industry so they can make a profit off of our internet access. Telecommunications should be a publicly operated and regulated utility that serves all residents equally. Thank you. Comment received from B. Canales. Hello, my name is Bianca Canales, and I'm contacting the City Council regarding item 3.2. I support a decision to have the City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to include small cell technology, with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. City leadership should prioritize long-term investment in our community, build wired internet access to and through the premises. It will, over time, pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can be subsidized low-income neighborhoods. We should not turn our public right-of-way over to the telecom industry so they can make a profit off of our internet access. Comment received from Beth Stansbury. I support the decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications code to include small cell technology, with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. City leadership should prioritize a long-term investment in our community, build wired internet access to and through the premises. It will, over time, pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can subsidize low-income neighborhoods. You should not turn our public right-of-way over to the telecom industry so they can make a profit off of our internet access. Comment received from Joyce Hodgkinson. I understand that you are addressing the 5G issue on Tuesday, July 21st. I support local control of small cell technology. I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects schools especially. This is about profit motive versus the health of our future generation. Safety should be your primary concern. Thank you for considering my response. P.S. You represent the citizens and need to reflect the concerns of the citizens. Comment received from Raven Flex. We are contacting the City Council regarding item 3.2. We support a decision to have the City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications code to include small cell technology with the intention of gaining as much control as legally possible. In the meantime, we support temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. The late leader, Congressman John Lewis, said, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to do something. You can do something. Allowing the telecom to take over our precious city so they can bring profits to their stockholders is not right. You are in charge of our municipality. Telecommunications should be a public regulated utility with access to everyone. You are our elected leaders. Your decisions last beyond your term in your office. Your decisions will determine the safety of Santa Rosa residents and the future of our children. Duplicate comment received from Karen Schneider, Renee Silvestri, and Jackie Wagner. I support a decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to small cell technology with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. The city leadership should prioritize a long-term investment in our community, build wired internet access to and through the premises. It will, over time, pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can subsidize low-income neighborhoods. Should not turn our public right-of-way over to the telecom industry so they can make a profit off of our internet access. Comment received from Megan Yerkovic. A telecommunications conference report, quote, from the 1996 Telecommunications Act is as follows. When utilizing the term functionality equivalent services, the conferees are referring only to personal wireless services as defined in this section that directly compete against one another. The intent of the conferees is to ensure that a state or local government does not, in making a decision regarding the placement, construction, and modification of facilities of personal wireless services described in this section, unreasonably favor one competitor over another. The conferees also intend that the phrase unreasonably discriminate among providers of functionally equivalent services will provide localities to the flexibility to treat facilities that create different visual, aesthetic, or safety concerns differently to the extent permitted under generally applicable zoning requirements, even if those facilities provide functionally equivalent services. For example, the conferees do not intend that if a state or local government grants a permit in a commercial district, it must also grant a permit for a competitor's 50-foot tower in a residential district. Please note that the purpose of the conference report is to explain the intent of the Act. This is just one of many examples why it is critical that our city hire a reputable attorney who is independent to the corporate telecom applicants, has extensive experience working on behalf of cities and their local control, including crafting a protective zoning ordinance. Comment received from Kim Schroeder. The City of Santa Rosa's decision to hire an attorney who is not only an expert in the telecommunications industry, including all federal laws, rules, and regulations, but one who has extensive experience in applying such laws and successfully representing municipalities is imperative. It is important to note that the corporate telecom applicants seeking approvals for the installation of wireless facilities from local jurisdictions often submit misleading and or incomplete interpretations of the law, resulting in powerful small cell wireless telecommunication facility installations in front of homes and school zones, as is the case in Santa Rosa. While corporate telecom applicants are quick to point out that the finite constraints which the Telecommunications Act, TCA, imposes on local government under 47 USCA Section 332C7B, they deliberately omit the preceding section of the TCA, subparagraph C7A, wherein Congress expressly preserved the rights of local governments to regulate the installation of wireless facilities within their respective jurisdictions. We can no longer let the corporate telecoms come in and cherry pick the law to get what they want at our residents' expense. Please work with your constituents in carefully selecting a highly reputable, experienced, and ethical attorney in order to maximize local control within the law as you asked for in the December 10th, 2019 study session. Thank you. Comment received from Catherine Dodd. Thank you for holding study sessions on the issue of wireless small cell development. I am commenting on some inaccuracies in the staff report by Gabe Osborne. Under the analysis, he references public concerns expressed at the 3 study sessions in 2018 and 2019. His list fails to include decreased property values, fire danger, and liability insurance. Clarification pollution insurance to protect residents. Under fiscal impact, Mr. Osborne states the 2017 amendment to Council Policy 300-04 still applies. It is unclear from the report whether the Telecom Corporation's application fee and encroachment permit fee has been updated per the September 2018 FCC guidance, which limits what cities can charge. The report goes on to say, quote, additional general fund revenue is expected to range between $2,000 and $10,000 per year based on the estimated volume of site license agreements, assuming no limitation on pole placement. These amounts are embarrassingly small. First, master license agreements with set fees should not exceed 5 years because technology is changing so quickly, renegotiating increases to fees will be essential. Currently, MLAs are for up to 25 years without fee increases, which is ridiculous. Second, the fees as proposed do not include maintenance costs allowed by FCC, which should include the city's cost of annual, at least, random independent RF emission inspections. The City Council is agreeing to subsidize corporate telecom shareholder profit with these antennas in our public right-of-way, while we pay increased costs for our internet access. We have already subsidized corporate telecom through decades of fees charged by AT&T on our landlines that AT&T promised would pay for fiber to the premises. See irregular versus FCC lawsuit. Instead, those fees have been used to pay for the wireless build-out. It's time to invest in municipal fiber to and through the premises, which would make money for the city. Please base your decisions on all the accurate information available, not on telecom's misleading statements. Don't turn over the decisions to incorporate telecom. Protect our city. Use your power. Many of us are advocating for you to retain local control. Please use it. Remember the children. What you decide to do duplicate comment received from Margaret Skikos and Jason Kishinev. I support a decision to have City Council direct staff to prioritize updating their permitting and telecommunications city code to include small cell technology with the intention of gaining as much local control as legally possible. In the meantime, I support a temporary urgency ordinance that protects residential and school zones until the updated code can be completed. The city leadership should prioritize a long-term investment in our community. Build wired internet access to and through the premises. It will, over time, pay for itself in municipal fees, and surplus can subsidize low-income neighborhoods. You should not turn our public right-of-way over to the telecom industry so they can make a profit off of our internet access. And that concludes email and e-comment received on this item.
All right, thank you for those comments. Council, any additional questions based on those comments for staff? Seeing none. Mr. Osborne, as predicted, could you restate the information you would like to hear from council?
Absolutely, and I think this really does align with some of the public comment that we've just received as well. So as I mentioned in the presentation, the full-blown modification to the code, especially some of those points that were brought out in the public comment, will likely take that 9 to 12 months. So the proposal that we're looking at now is that if we break off certain components of that overall code amendment that deal with the more significant issues that the community is struggling with, and those are notification on the permits, those are addressing appeal rights, those are consistency on when permits are approved, but they're also siting requirements, and that's the important point. We're hearing a lot of restrictions in residential areas, schools, and certain zoning districts. So other agencies have done that, and since the last study session in December, we've done a significant amount of research to understand what other agencies have done. So basically to pull that together and essentially say, well, we'll call it an urgency ordinance, we'll call it an interim measure that is more restrictive in some of these zoning areas. We can always go the other direction as we modify this later on down the line. Is there support for breaking this piece off and investing effort from a priority standpoint in dealing with that right now? And if so, what are some of the high level pieces that we should analyze as part of that process? So once again, there was separation between different wireless facilities. There were separation in zoning areas that we've seen in other places, high sensitivities in some jurisdictions with proximity to residential structures. So it would be helpful to know that. As we get into the details of certain distances, I feel with the research we have, there's really good industry standards out there that we can pull back on. So based on that higher level input, I think we can pull something together fairly quickly. Leverage a lot of the work that's done by other communities and the relationships we've created with other communities to understand the challenges they've gotten through to get there, and bring something forward as an interim measure, and then still allow the code adoption, full-on code adoption, to work itself through the whole goal setting process, and that can incorporate those or it can change those. And I think an important point, and I have seen it with some agencies, is you can go restrictive and always loosen up. So we could do an interim measure that was more restrictive if that's the input that we receive. We can work it down, or we can go with what we have now, which is probably the most generous from kind of a network disbursement sort of standpoint, because there are no restrictions on it. So just to unpack that a little bit, input on whether we should break this apart and prioritize the interim measure, and then input, if so, on some of the more high-level concepts that we should analyze as part of that initial interim measure.
All right, thank you for that, Gabe. All right, I'll go where you're sitting on my screens. Mr. Dowd, you're first.
Well, I wasn't in on the very first, the first three study sessions that the council had, so I think the rest of you have a much better background than I on this, but I am just totally confused by this whole thing where it's been mentioned that by some of the public speakers that Petaluma, Mill Valley, and I think it was Fairfield, but I'm not sure, that they've gotten a more strict policy about it, and yet I don't see. So maybe this amendment that you're talking about, Mr. Olson, will help us start to get in that direction. But I really don't have a good feel about where we're going. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dad. Mr. Rogers, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gabe, if you think that it's doable within your current work plan to start putting something together that addresses the aesthetics and the placement, that's the direction that I'd want to go. Outside of that, when we see the long-term horizon of doing a full-fledged ordinance, I do think that we need to discuss that in our goal setting within the context of everything else that we're asking staff to do, whether it's COVID response or our housing and homelessness priorities that we see. So I'm really sort of listening to you and to staff to see what the capacity is. We clearly see a desire from the public to do something, but we do need to weigh that against the bigger issues that we have that, quite frankly, also can't wait. So if you think that you can do something and pull something together that addresses the aesthetics, and that's the simplest approach for you to go, then I'm supportive of you doing that.
Okay, and I was just also notified for everyone who may be listening that Comcast broadcast is down, but AT&T, YouTube, and live stream is still working. Just an FYI for anyone who is following this meeting. Mr. Tibbetts, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Gabe, what I'm hearing you say, and I think Chris alluded to this, and I agree about maybe talking about this in goal setting, but what I'm hearing you say is that to make any of these changes, it's going to require a lot of time in restructuring the priorities list. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, let me absolutely clarify that. I think what we can do based on the research that we've done over the last 6 months is move this forward with a limited impact on the existing priorities. That's what we've been strategizing on since the last study session. But it will have to have a defined scope to do that, and we'll likely have to leverage existing work that was done, industry standards, to move that interim measure forward. So I'm not envisioning a significant impact to the overall program that we run in the department to bring this to the finish line.
Okay, let me phrase it this way. I'm going to tell you what I would probably look for in an ordinance, and then you can tell me if you think it would create an inordinate demand on your time, because I got to believe that it would. But to try to address your points, I'm very much in favor of notifying residents and giving them ample time to file an appeal. I'd like to see it be done like the basketball hoops if Sue's office determines that that's a possibility. I am in favor of residential and school restrictions. I would like to see a master development plan as well, just so these aren't done in an ad hoc fashion. And more importantly, if there is determined to be a gap in coverage and we get challenged on that after the fact, I'd like a master development plan to reduce the burden on the city attorney's office. If those things require a lot of time, then I would say then, I'm even supportive of a moratorium until we determine that we have the time to tackle this issue, or looking at an ordinance like one of the ones mentioned, Petaluma, Mill Valley, and moving to, I'd like to study it more, but from what I've been told by the advocates, I feel pretty supportive of those. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we've worked really hard to maintain local control in other arenas. And I believe this should be our direction regarding small cell deployment, where permissible, given state and federal law, we're legally allowed and we're legally permissible. But I also and sensitive to the time, I am more than happy to break it apart and deal with potentially the aesthetics and the placements, because I think that has an immediate impact. It's hard to know what else to add to the I guess what would be considered low-hanging fruit in this regard. It will be, I think, an important conversation to have at goal setting, because that's when we start to talk about what we want to charge the staff with, and whether or not we will have the bandwidth to take it on, and how much time that actually would take. But to reiterate, I think that local control is something that we have always held in very high regard, and have fought to keep it at certain times when it was really very, very challenging. So I am in favor of using that same philosophy in this case with small cells, but I'm okay with breaking it apart to get some of this other work done while we deal with, while we have that conversation during goal setting, and we deal with the other issues regarding any other restrictions we might place on that deployment.
Okay, Mr. Oliveras.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mr. Sawyer related to local control, but I also want to balance that with being consistent from a regional approach. I know hearing that Petaluma's done something, other communities have done something as well. I think it's important that we look at some consistency across the region as best we can, but also looking at the limited impact on our staff. I trust our staff, Gabe and others, to prioritize some of these smaller pieces. I'm not in favor of any type of a moratorium on anything right now, but I think how do we leverage the work that's already been done by some of these other communities to craft something that is palatable for us here in our community? But again, I think that bigger conversation as related to priorities has to be had during our goal setting session. But I think there's probably something that we can do to prioritize some small pieces of this in the interim.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. More or less what I'm going to say is going to kind of reiterate what the councilmen have already said, but I'm interested in a very focused and limited ordinance to address the aesthetic impacts in residential areas as well as the density in residential areas. I'd like it to be consistent with what other municipalities have done that staff finds as best practice in order to have balance the local control with also our staff time and our resources, and also to not make a patchwork of regulation across the region, so long as staff determines that those ordinances are sound and in good practice. And then I do believe that if we're going to go further than that we do need to take it to goal setting, and I look forward to hearing from advocates at goal setting around if that should be made a priority. So that's my direction. I hope that's sufficient.
Okay, thank you. And my comments are I do agree, breaking it apart so we can leverage some of the more immediate needs. One of the first bullet items listed on slide 19 about distance buffers between wireless facilities, residential structures, and schools, I think should be a priority. And I would hope schools would also include daycare facilities. So I am up for an interim measure, and we talk about additional priorities once we get to council goal settings for the code adoption. Where I'm sitting right now, once we do get there, I would rather us be more restrictive and loosen up versus going the opposite direction. So with that, Mr. Osborne, did you get what you needed, or do you need any additional clarification?
That helps. Just to recap, what I've heard is looking at local control areas where we can identify that, maintaining consistency with policies from other agencies. What we'll do is we'll look at local agencies, but we'll also look at agencies of comparable size. That will be brought into the conversation. I've heard sensitivity about residential areas, specifically use types. So we'll look at other agencies that have done that. And what I do think is that that's the easiest approach, is essentially leveraging what's already done. We'll take some of that forward and look at what that'll take to bring that forward as an interim measure with focusing on those concepts. So I think that helps, and that gives me information to help frame that.
Great. Mr. Tibbetts, did you have a final comment or question?
I did, Gabe. I heard from a handful of council members to look at kind of regional consistency in looking at the Petaluma ordinance. When this does come back, can you just make a note to bring back what the Petaluma ordinance calls for so we can kind of compare?
Yes, absolutely. What we'll do is we'll take all of the local ordinances, we'll bring those in because of their regional approach. So I'll make sure that those are all brought into the equation. We've already done that research, so that's prepared, but we'll make sure we put a specific focus on Petaluma.
Thanks so much.
Mr. Sawyer, do you have an additional question or comment?
Just a very, very quick comment. I just want to thank you, Gabe, for a great presentation. I mean, maybe not everyone in the community agrees with some of the information that was provided, but that's not unusual. But I would say we've been dealing with this for a long time, and I just want to honor your work and those that worked with you to come up with this comprehensive presentation. So thank you very much.
Any other comments? Again, I'd like to thank you too, Gabe. As usual, your presentations are stellar. Really appreciate all the work and time and energy you're putting into this. So with that, we will be taking a break before we resume our regular council meeting. We'll break till 5 o'clock. Break until 5 o'clock. Thank you. Hey, Stephanie, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the July 21st Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you please do a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here, and I can't believe that was 20 minutes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Olivares?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, thank you. Item 5, Madam City Attorney, could you report on our closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the council met in closed session on item 2.1 concerning the claim of Mr. Giron and gave direction to legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. City Manager, any report on our 2 study sessions?
Nothing to report.
Okay. We have no proclamations, staff briefings. Mr. City Manager, do we have briefings this evening?
Yes, we have nothing for 7.1 fire recovery and rebuild update. We have an item for 7.2, and I'm going to ask, it's COVID-19 response. I'm going to ask Rosa de la Rosa to provide a brief report on 7.2, and she can go right into 7.3 on the community empowerment plan as well.
Raisa?
Oh, hi, sorry. Am I on?
Yes, we're on item 7.2.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I had a little technical glitch. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. So I have, for the Economic Recovery Task Force, I have 3 quick updates for you. The first is an update on the Open It Out program and the closure of 4th Street that started on Friday, July 17th, just over a week ago. I know that you've heard from a few very local retailers on 4th Street who opposed this, but I do want to let you know that, excuse me, that the majority of the responses that we received, both from businesses as well as from the community, is overwhelmingly supportive. This can be seen by some of the feedback we've gotten, and I just culled it down to 3 examples of from 3 restaurants who were originally suspicious of or really outright opposed to having this the closure of 4th Street and the Open It Up program move forward, but have found their ability to expand into the closed streets to be the very thing that's helping to save their businesses. Specifically, Russian River Brewery, Ting Hao, and the Chandi Group, which owns Bollywood and Beer Baron. They were generally opposed to the street closures and expanding the seating area into the street, but eventually all of them embraced the idea. And all have expressed their gratitude and have stated that this is really a game changer for them. Russian River Brewery has been able to retain their Santa Rosa staff, and all of them are operating within the margins needed to stabilize their businesses. I have to say that we're hearing this throughout the city, the ability to operate within their margins from all restaurants that are now able to have outdoor dining either in the sidewalk or in parking lots or parking areas. So it has been critical to the success of those businesses, and it is an option and opportunity for other non-food establishments to use as well. The website for Open It Out is still being built out, but it is available for the most general information at this point, and that website is openandoutsr.com. And we're also working on mapping outdoor dining options citywide, just to complement the options that people know about in the downtown area. And then before I move off this, I do want to reiterate that we are continuing to monitor and work within the health order. And, really paramount to this program is the health and safety of our community. And so we're continuing to monitor and work with restaurants and places of business on the importance of social distancing, wearing a mask, and really maintaining a safe place for people to enjoy the downtown area. More signage and graphics reinforcing this will be coming out over the next week or two. We've got about 30 artists who applied to participate, including graphic artists, and those are all elements of the placemaking efforts of this program. The second update from the task force is that based on inquiries and requests we've received directly from businesses, we'll be digging into home-based business needs and outdoor uses for businesses. So what that means is we're looking into how we can assist and what are the issues around businesses that normally operate in commercial spaces, but now are finding in order to survive, they need to move into operating as home-based businesses or moving outdoors into parks, sidewalks, or again, parklets or curbside uses. This includes hair salons and barbers. So they were just allowed by the state to operate outdoors. We've received inquiries from yoga and other exercise-related businesses, but also an interesting array of other inquiries related to businesses needing to figure out how they're going to operate outside of or within the orders, but in an outdoor setting or out of their home. And then the last thing I want to update you on is really actually it's to promote a couple of websites related to recent policy actions that the council has taken. For the temporary paid sick leave ordinance that was passed and went into effect on July 7th, we have srcity.org/COVID-19 sick leave. And that's the website where businesses can find frequently asked questions, the final signed ordinance, links to the requirements, questions and answers from the U.S. Department of Labor, and also the IRS overview for tax credits for paid sick and paid family leave. The reason I point out that we have the links to the federal information is, as a reminder, the Santa Rosa City Council took action on a very limited area of the federal act. So most of the questions we're receiving actually are pertaining to the federal act itself. So those links are there to help people or to help businesses find those. Also, we've had a small uptick in minimum wage increase since our local minimum wage ordinance went into effect on July 1st. And for this, the site is srcity.org/minimum wage. And if businesses don't find answers to the questions there, the economic development contact information is posted, and people can contact us directly at 543-3080 or economicdevelopment@srcity.org for their specific questions related to our local minimum wage. And that is the end of my report.
Great. Thank you for that, Reza. I will share that I was visiting downtown Santa Rosa yesterday, and I know at one of the restaurants you mentioned, there's an hour wait. A lot of people were very excited to be walking downtown Santa Rosa, and it really has a wonderful vibe down there. Council, any questions for Reza on that presentation? Seeing none, we're now going to take public comments on. Well, actually, you still have a 7.3, correct?
Correct.
My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so this update is on community engagement and the community empowerment plan. And before I jump into an update on that plan, I do want to let you know that Magali Tellis, the new division director for community engagement, started today. And I anticipate that the next update you'll receive in August will be from her. But that said, I want to be clear that I'll continue to fully partner with Magali and Danielle Garduno on the plan and the subsequent report And then obviously, well, I guess it's not obvious, but I will continue to participate in the meetings and working with the community to identify and pursue opportunities for change and action, not just related to the empowerment plan, but in general in answer to a number of the issues that we're hearing through the meetings that we're having. So getting to the plan, in addition to the meetings that the chief, the mayor, and I know a number of council members and staff have been invited to and participated in, we've held a number of listening sessions as outlined in the first goal of the plan. I have to admit, I'm not entirely fond of calling them listening sessions because it makes it sound as if we're sort of passively listening. Whereas in reality, the meetings have been very dynamic and very productive. Yes, with a lot of listening, but also with a lot of dialogue to dig deeper into the issues that we're being presented with, and the concerns that are being shared, and to better understand how we can better respond. We have had at least we have at least 4 more meetings that are scheduled. At least one of those meetings will be conducted fully in Spanish with English translation if needed. On translation at any of our meetings, if anyone knows of need for any other translation other than Spanish, if the meeting is being conducted in English, we can look to accommodate that as well. The Community Empowerment Plan website is srcity.org/community empowerment. It's being updated frequently with summaries of the listening sessions posted there as they become available, but also with opportunities to be engaged, not just perhaps in meetings specific to this plan, but also to be involved in programs or meetings or other activities that will affect policies, programs, or other activities within the city. And by that I mean the general plan update, for example, the community advisory board meetings. Those kinds of updates are going to be are listed on that website. And then I want to acknowledge that through the listening sessions we've had, we've identified a lot of action items. Some of them we're working on and figuring out how to share those online. I think one of the questions that we get is, where's the product? The product is not just going to be the report that's due out in September, but it is a series of things that we do want the public to begin seeing. We're in the midst of the meetings. We have a lot to do. And so I just want to let you know that as quickly as we can, again, we'll try to post at least on the website, but we're also looking at other ways in which to communicate the actions that we've identified that we're taking as they go through. And that is the end of my report for that.
Great, thank you for that. Council, any questions on 7.3? Seeing none. So now we are taking public comments on item 7, staff briefings. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Zoom host, would you facilitate this public comment portion for item 7?
Thank you, Mayor. Will do. I've shared my screen, and there is a timer up for the convenience of public participating via Zoom. If you're participating via the telephone and you can't see the timer, once you have started your time or your public comment period, an audio timer will alert you to the end of your allotted time. The first public comment will be from Roman. Roman, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Hello?
Hi, thank you. Can you confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. And this public comment is for item 7, staff briefings.
Hi guys. I forgot the name of the lady who was just presenting, but I appreciate everything that we're doing for businesses downtown. I was thinking for item 7.2 that we revisit pretty often. If we can throw in some updates on ideas around economic recovery. Businesses have already been closed down, and I don't feel like it's going to get any better any soon. And then also, or soon, maybe some outreach we can do some outreach to people who are struggling as of right now. And especially in fire season, I just attended this public fire safety meeting, and it didn't seem like there was a lot of consolidation of efforts between the cities so far as evacuation plans, evacuation sites, and how that ties into COVID-19, especially when you have elderly people or immune compromised people, how that ties into an evacuation plan, because September and October look pretty horrid. So maybe just a little more talks around those issues. And then I attended one public safety subcommittee meeting, and I guess I'm confused how that differs from the listening sessions. Maybe I just couldn't find the details to attend the listening sessions, but I wasn't aware that there were any. So if I could get some information on where to find that information, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any additional hands raised for item 7, and there were no email. Oh, you do have one last hand. The next public comment will be from Samra. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Again.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. And this is for public comments on item 7, staff briefings. Your time begins now.
Okay, I also do appreciate what the previous speaker, I also forget her name. I do appreciate what she said in those efforts that she stated that the city was participating in. However, I feel like there definitely is more that we can do. I don't know how much strength or how much say our city has in this, but I'm assuming it's a lot. I believe that we should strengthen ILARO more than it is, because it only has the power to give recommendations. I believe that our city should participate in strengthening or giving more power to ILARO in order to intervene when there is a legitimate injustice, instead of just being able to recommend more, policies or just more training that may or may not be implemented. So definitely look into empowering ILARO. And an independent auditor would also be nice. I'd love to see one. It's only been 2 years. Okay, I yield my time.
Thank you. All right, Mayor, there were no additional comments via email or voice message public comments for item 7, staff briefings.
Okay, thank you for that. Item 8, City Manager, City Attorney's reports. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report for us this evening?
Not this evening.
Madam City Attorney, any report for us?
I do not have a report this evening either. Thank you.
Thank you. Statements of abstention by council members. Oh, Ms. Rogers, you had your hand up. Was there something you wanted to ask, or can you do it during council members?
There was a comment or a question on where more information could be found on the community listening, the community empowerment plan, and when those listening sessions might be taking place. I was just hoping that we could give that website one more time for the public.
That website is srcity.org/community empowerment. And I did note those comments, and will make sure that we clean up that area to have the information on meetings clearly posted.
Great, thank you so much.
And Mr. Tibbetts, you had a question or comment?
Yes, just I'll be abstaining from 12.13.
Through the mayor, can I clarify, Mr. Tibbetts, you said 12.1?
Yeah, let me get back to that. Any other questions over the last report? Get back on order. So then we have no reports from city manager, city attorney. Now, statements of abstention by council members. Yes, Mr. Tibbetts, could you reiterate which one you'll be abstaining from?
Yeah, I believe it's 12.13.
That would be the extension.
I'm not looking at an old agenda.
Is that the proclamation of local homelessness emergency, the extension?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, yeah, that is 12.13. Any other statements of abstention from council? Thank you. Item 10, mayor's council member reports. Anyone have any reports that they would like to share today? Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope you all will bear with me. It's been a busy week and I've had a lot of requests from folks in the community. I first want to start off by sharing some information that I'm hoping will be good information for the council and for Victoria, John, David, and Raisa in particular. It came to my attention last week that there is an existing private party model who's banking with Exchange Bank to do low interest rate microloans. So this is something for you all to look into, and it's actually a really neat program. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but Mr. McGlynn, you will like it. It actually, instead of putting the money out as money to be loaned, it's put into a CD with a local lending institution. And then the bank itself is the one making the loans. But if there's ever a default in the loan, the money gets collected from the CD. Meanwhile, the interest rate on the CD actually grows. So you can choose to expand the size of your investment fund that can be, used for issuing more loans in the community, or you as a city can take it back and collect it hopefully with more revenue than when you started. So I don't even believe it becomes a liability on your books. So if anybody wants more information on that, and actually I should specify David or Raisa, I'd be happy to connect you with Juan Hernandez at La Luz, who runs this program. They use it specifically to reach entrepreneurs of color. And it's a really, really great program, and there's a lot of information you'd even be willing to explore serving as a private partner for the city if that's something that the council wishes to do. Played this week, and it's a little bit more personal and close to home, but my wife's father, who actually underwent a serious lung transplant back in March, was just diagnosed with COVID-19. And it hit pretty close to home for us and made us realize that, well, at least we felt we are not doing enough to be aggressive enough about wearing masks in our community. And I wanted to ask this council if there would be an interest or a second in exploring what a potential mask mandate could look like. I've been doing a lot of research on countries that have mask wearing as kind of a social norm. And Japan, for example, and Hong Kong, where it has 7,200 people per kilometer. We're able to never had to close businesses, and are all but COVID free at this point because they all religiously wear masks. And I would propose that we could look at a department such as parking to do any enforcement on that. But is there any other interest on the council for looking at what a local, thanks, Chris. And the last thing that I have, this came to me by the Friends of Public Bank for Santa Rosa, Shelley Browning and Philip Beard. There's apparently Assembly Bill 310 going through the state of California at the moment. It's called the California Public Bank Act. And what it seeks to do is take 10% of the pooled investment account funds that the state has and move it into iBank, which is essentially the state bank, to increase lending and credit to local governments. And so they asked me to bring that forward to see if the council would consider doing a resolution. Mr. Mayor, I didn't bring this to you just as a resolution because I know we've made kind of more political decisions around public banking in the past, but I wanted to bring us that opportunity to weigh in on that. And that's it from me. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, you have a report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we had a Sonoma County Transportation Authority meeting where we were able to actually get an update on our greenhouse gas reductions. Santa Rosa was one of only 2 cities in the county that saw a decrease in our greenhouse gas emissions, which was good news. Better news is it wasn't even only because of the fire. And so we have seen some good movements, and that's even prior to this council approving the move to evergreen. We continue to see reduction areas of interest in transportation as well as in our building and housing stock. And so I'll keep the public really informed on that as we move forward. The other thing that SCTA did was it did approve placing the extension of Measure M on the ballot for this November. It was a 12-1 vote, I believe, with only Windsor voting no on adding that extension. This council unanimously supported that move, so I did vote in favor of placing that on the ballot, and you'll hear more of that as we go on. And then finally, and I don't quite entirely know where to go with this, and this is more of a question for Sue. I think myself, like many folks, have been a little bit horrified watching what's happening in Oregon with unidentified federal troops arresting folks. And I know that we have in the past had conversations about what we are able to do locally when we have federal enforcement officers in our jurisdiction. And I think it would be helpful to the public as well as to me as a council member, and I'm sure to other council members, if we could get a refresher on sort of what our abilities are at that point, and if there is ever an issue, how we could try to help resolve it, or in what way we could intervene. Again, like I said, I don't quite know where to go with it, but seeing particularly the fact that folks are unmarked, unidentified, making these sorts of decisions in a community is meant to terrorize. I know we had these conversations around our indivisible city ordinance on what we could actually do, and it'd just be helpful for me to get a refresher on that.
I'm happy to put something together for the council.
Okay. Any other council reports? I'll just add that we did have a long-range financial planning and audit subcommittee meeting, and basically we saw the report that all of council is about to see today. We didn't make any recommendations, but you'll be receiving it later on tonight's agenda. Okay, so we are now taking public comment on item 10. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Zoom host, would you facilitate any public comment on item 10?
Thank you, will do. Okay, I have just shared a screen that has a timer in front of it for the ease of the public viewers and those listening audibly. If you make a live public comment, you will hear an audio indicator that concludes your public comment period. The first public comment will be from Shelley, followed by Carla. Shelley, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Yes, hello, this is Shelley Browning, and thank you, Jack, for just mentioning the AB 310 bill. This is the California State Public Bank Act, and it was authorized by Assembly Members Santiago and Chu, and the California Public Banking Alliance is a co-sponsor of the bill. We passed the Public Bank Act AB 857 last year with your support as a means for cities and counties to be able to establish their own public banks. However, COVID changed everything. Excuse me. The California Public Banking Alliance recognizes local governments have lost significant revenue, making efforts to start a public bank even more challenging. Thus, the California Public Banking Alliance redirected our energies to AB 310 This bill will provide local governments and agencies much needed emergency funding by moving a small portion of the California Pools Money Investment Account into the state's existing iBanks loan fund. The bill will also convert the iBank into a depository institution, thereby serving as a public bank for the state of California. The money can then be utilized for recovery in the most impacted parts of our economy: schools, affordable housing, locally owned renewable energy, small businesses, and low-income communities of color by partnering with existing local financial institutions, community banks, credit unions, and CDFIs to offer emergency lending. Friends of Public Banking Santa Rosa has drafted the resolution Mr. Tibbetts just mentioned to you today. We're asking for the endorsement of the City of Santa Rosa on AB 310. The advantages to the city's participation with the State Bank of California are numerous and include divestment, bond anticipation loans, lower interest on loans, higher rate of return on deposits, disadvantaged community loan guarantee programs, and access to the Fed Muni window to purchase bonds. Within this resolution, we are asking that the City of Santa Rosa direct at least 5% of the city's investments fund into the California State Public Bank once cities are authorized to do so. We're asking for 5% as this is equivalent to the amount the city currently has invested in the major banks financing fossil fuels. As the city endorsed Public Bank AB 857 last year, we kindly ask for your endorsement once again on the California State Public Bank Act AB 310. And I would appreciate it if anyone would be willing to second the motion that Jack just put forward to endorse the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Carla, followed by Deb. Carla, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I'm unmuted and I can see it.
Terrific. Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins.
Sure. Thanks. My name is Carla Wyking, and I'm calling to second Shelley and Mr. Tibbetts' suggestion. I love the idea of joining the state bank. I think it's very much needed now, perhaps more than ever. And I would also like to thank Mr. Rogers for bringing up the horrifying human rights violations happening in Portland right now. I would love to see what this city is planning to do to protect our citizens from a similar attack. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jobel, followed by Charlotte. Jobel, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jolie, and I wanted to comment also on what Chris Rogers brought up about what's going on in Portland. I'm very concerned as somebody who themselves has been out in the streets that this could happen to our community. It's already horrifying, all of the pushback we're getting from our police department and from our sheriff's department already. And it would be a travesty to let somebody come in and do this to us. We also need to address some other issues. Obviously, I mean, if the community is backing, not bringing in people in vans, then we really need to push forward on all of the items that address transparency within our own systems in Sonoma County that are set up and the problems that we are having, because there is an issue. So I appreciate Chris Rogers bringing that up. And also I am concerned about the mask wearing and making sure. I think there are a lot of people that are going against it. And I went down and observed some of the pro Blue Lives Matter rally the other day, and I had people talking to me and trying to convince me about why I should not wear a mask. So there's definitely people in our community that are, that don't feel the same as everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Sable. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and this is for public comment on item 10, the mayor's and council members' report. Your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Charlotte. I'm a member of the community living in Santa Rosa. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of other speakers and thank Councilmember Rogers for bringing up the atrocities being committed against people living in Portland. I just have one question. Would it be possible for the report, whatever report's being put together on the city's options in the case that something like that happens here, to be made available to the public so we can support you in whatever ways possible in preventing a potential, fascist invasion by our federal government through official means? I know the people protesting definitely don't want this to happen. So we would like to, do whatever we can to prevent this kind of thing happening in Santa Rosa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Sable, followed by Deb. Sable, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I am unmuted, yes.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Sable Rose Regalia Nestor, Santa Rosa citizen. I am very excited about public banks. Please endorse the folks that just spoke before me. I didn't catch their names. Public banks are a crucial step towards solving climate change by divesting from fossil fuels and other irresponsible corporations that are the source of endless problems on our planet and all the way down to our small communities. Please put Santa Rosa on the right side of this movement. Please endorse this action. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Deb, followed by Samra. Deb, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Hammond, and I would just like briefly to ask for your endorsement for AB 310 and support for the resolution that Councilman Tibbet has introduced. In these increasingly uncertain times, the establishment of a public bank for the state of California will give us greater control over the ways in which our public funds are invested, allowing us to divert them from investments in such things as detention camps, weapons, and fossil fuels, and direct them toward more sustainable and socially just enterprises, which we desperately need if we are going to be able to address the challenges of climate change. The example of the Public Bank of North Dakota shows how this model can benefit the state and provide stability in economically tumultuous times. So thank you, Jack, for bringing this forward to the council, and I really urge you to endorse this as a council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Samra. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
So, Samra, I'd like to emulate what Chris Rogers said. I hope that every single one of you on the city council, like Dowd, Schwedhelm, Tibbet, all of you are against allowing federal troops into Santa Rosa. If you haven't kept up with the news, you've seen what's on with Portland, Oregon, where people are getting gassed and shot and abducted. So it's basically the SRPD, but like on steroids. So please do not allow federal troops into this city to basically go on a rampage and face no consequences. I know that it's going to end very badly for many people who have already had their human rights violated. And I don't want that to happen for anyone else. I don't want anyone else injured. And I'm sure that you don't either. So I like honestly beg of you, please oppose federal troops coming into our city. I know that they're already coming to Oakland. They've come into Portland, and you've seen the mass destruction that has occurred because of it. We're literally trying to protest the taking of innocent Black lives, and I do not think that, and you should not think that that warrants such brutal federal force opposition. So for the sake of everyone's lives, all the protesters, and I'm certain that this would spread the virus a lot more because tear gassing and then having to remove your mask to breathe will definitely spread the virus. And just out of consideration for all human life, please do not, or do all in your power to oppose federal forces. If you guys have any power to stand behind the Oakland mayor in the opposition of the federal forces, please do that, because this is basically fascism. Like, we are watching people's rights be violated and just standing idly by without even saying that it's a bad thing. So that's basically, please follow through with that. It's not going to end well if you allow them in here. It's already not pretty. Please don't let that get any worse. Okay, I'd like to end my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from M, followed by Tavi. M, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Emma Linford. I just want to echo what Samara said and thank Chris Rogers for discussing the Portland incident, because I know that there has been so much police brutality already in Santa Rosa. We had tear gas, rubber bullets, and I think that everyone, it's on all of the protesters' minds, like, well, what is the next step from that is Portland. And I think that we have very low faith in our community right now that you as city council members will stand between us and this fascist regime that is edging ever closer to just open transparency. I think it's something really important to keep in mind, that fascism isn't just like a decree overnight. They put up the flags. It's conceding your liberties and your rights one line at a time, and it's moving the line. So how are we moving the line, and are we moving it? I don't know. I'm sorry. I have a daughter here. But I think it's really important for us to be aware of where we are making concessions that we would not normally be comfortable with, and reflect back on the concessions we've already made. And this is a very pivotal moment in our nation's history. And you can do the right thing, or you can be on the side of the federal government, who I just want to state that, first of all, literally Trump retweeted the exact words of Adolf Hitler. I don't have the quote up in front of me recently, exact word for word. And then second of all, his new campaign logo is also a replica of Adolf Hitler's own flag. So those are, it's not new to all of us that Trump's a fascist, but those are more, it's not a dog whistle anymore. It's like a fucking fire alarm. So are you going to stand up against that? And I implore you, please, all of you, please help us and stand against this, because we can't, we're not going to survive. We're not going to survive if you don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Tavi, followed by resident with the phone number ending 1489. Tavi, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I confirm.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Tavi, founder of Love and Light. I'm a longtime resident, born and raised in Santa Rosa. I want to touch back on what Chris Rogers brought up with Oregon, in solidarity of Oregon and troops going into Chicago and Oakland. At this point in time, as a community, I'm not asking, I'm demanding a public statement. We need a public statement for safety, period. Safety. This is not even political at this point. It is a humanitarian effort. The fact that we have internment camps with children in them, the fact that there are secret police on home turf, this is egregious. After the damning report that we have just published with the Human Rights Commission, reporting the SRPD violations of human rights, to even allow any other actions to be placed in home turf, it is against all human law. John Lewis stated, we are all in one house. And because we are in one house, we have to speak up. And I demand a statement. I am not asking you all at this point. There needs to be a public statement for safety, period. Along with that, let's see here. Yeah, I'm just livid at this point. There is just no buffer. We don't even have an airbag at this point. Wearing masks, that's a requirement. And walking around Sonoma County with people who visit this community who do not wear masks, that is a safety concern, period. All of this, we need to address, we need to demand change, we need to make a public statement. A public statement. I'm not asking. Code Orange. This needs to change. Fascism needs to end. This is a humanitarian effort. And if you believe in humankind and you believe in lives, and even if you make the statement, all lives matter, then make them matter. Period. Black lives matter. Period. I end my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident with the phone number ending 1489. Resident 1489, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm, well, you're dialing in, so you won't see the timer, but there is a timer on the screen. You will hear it at the conclusion of your 3-minute comment period. Are you live on the line?
I'm live. My name is Libby. I'm also part of Love and Light, and I want to echo everyone else's points about Chris Rogers and him mentioning Portland. What's happening is absolute fascism. People's rights are being violated egregiously on a daily basis. People are getting swooped up off of the streets without anyone saying a word. This is fascism. If you don't make a public statement decrying this and going against this, you are not for the people. You're for your own interests. I don't care what else you say, frankly. You have to make a public statement. Also, people got to wear masks in Sonoma County. If people are worried about protesters going out and doing that thing, frankly, we go out and wear masks. We offer masks. We have hand sanitizer. We're doing this shit safely. There's so many people that are just going out to bars, hanging out, not wearing masks, people coming out from out of town, going out, not wearing masks. Irresponsible. This is a public health safety concern. And then you have homeless raids going on that are operated by the cops. Frankly, that's another thing that's spreading COVID around. If you keep displacing people from places that they're staying during a fucking pandemic, you're doing a disservice to your entire community. You serve the houseless people too. I end my time.
Thank you. All right, Mayor, that concludes the raised hands for item 10, public comment. Additionally, there were no emails or voice messages received.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to close up item 10, so the wearing a mask mandatory, we had a motion and a second on that, so we'll get that on a future agenda item. Mr. Tibbetts, regarding AB 310, did you have a request? Because I have not read it yet, so I'm not prepared to comment on whether or not we'd support it. What were you asking of something, or were you just asking all of us to review it?
I was specifically asking for a second, though I realize now I didn't state it at the time, but a second would be great. But if it's too cumbersome time-wise to go through the agenda setting process, Mayor, I'd be happy to work with you too. I know we've done proclamations for assembly bills in the past. I assume that is a satisfactory outcome for the folks who are advocating for AB 310 right now. So if somebody wants to second it, I welcome it. And if not, Mayor, I don't know how you feel about working together on a potential proclamation.
Yeah, I have no problem like we've done in the past. I just have not read it. And so I just learned of it when you made your comment. So I'm hesitant to make a comment on something I haven't read yet. Mr. Roger, did you
I was just going to suggest we do have the legislative committee that we could just review it at that committee, and then if it gets recommended, bring it to the full council. That might be a quicker way to do that to catch the legislative cycle.
I do want to say something really quick. When I spoke with these folks and they asked me to bring it forward, there was a bit of a time crunch. I think it was about 2 weeks. I'll double check with Shelley. But I mean, I think anything is satisfactory. For me, what I understand about AB 310 is it does seem something that's worthwhile to support from a local government perspective. It's just taking certain investment funds that the state has and making 10% or more of them available for local lending to communities, and they're doing it in anticipation of COVID-19. So it seems like it would be a good tool.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, when are you guys meeting again with your legislative committee?
Well, because it's linked to COVID, I was going to suggest our ad hoc committee that you, myself, and Vice Mayor Fleming serve on might be an appropriate vehicle for it. Otherwise, I think the next mayors and council members meeting is probably in about 2 weeks. I think it's been about 2 weeks since we had our last one.
Okay, because I think we have another meeting later this week, so maybe we can further discuss it there. Does that work for you, Mr. Tibbetts? Okay. Vice Mayor Fleming?
I was going to offer my support to review the legislation, and so it sounds like we have a path moving forward. I didn't hear a direct request for a second, and having not read it, I didn't want to say support something I haven't read. So it sounds like we'll get into it in a timely fashion later this week.
Great, thank you.
I also wanted to, if I might, Mayor, just add that I hear the concerns around the federal agents in Portland, and I support your concerns, and we'll be looking closely into that.
And that's why I just wanted the other thing that I heard after Mr. Rogers' comments, because again, I don't think this council has ever supported anyone not being invited in our community. So, Madam City Attorney, when do you think you'd be able to give us some information as to what options this council has regarding what's happening in other communities?
I can report back. We don't meet, actually we don't have a meeting for several weeks. We have our goal setting meeting on August 3rd and 4th. So the next meeting, I'm happy to bring something, and if I have something earlier, I can forward to you by email. But I do understand that the community will want to hear what those options are as well. So I would commit to bringing it back on August 11th. I believe is our next regular meeting.
Okay, and I would also ask that if there is a way, again, if it's just a policy and procedure, we can publicize, here's what our roles and responsibility and our options are.
Sure.
Mr. Rogers, did you have additional thoughts?
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to make sure, Sue, that you'll provide us something that can be made available or discussed publicly, so that way that time gap, that time delay, even if it's not discussed at the council meeting, we're still able to interface with constituents who have these concerns and talk through with them what our options are as well in the meantime.
Yeah. Yes, I'll prepare it as a public document.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I think that's it for item 10. On to item 11. We have no minutes for approval. Consent calendar. Mr. City Manager, item 12.
Item 12, 12.1, motion authority to issue design build request for proposals for Sam Jones Hall, 4020 Finley Avenue. Item 12.2, motion receive general plan annual review 2019 report. Item 12.3, resolution authorizing the chief of police or designee to accept grant funding from the state for California Alcohol Beverage Control Grant Assistance Program in the amount of $46,722 and executed related documents, and authorize the chief financial officer to establish a project key and appropriate $46,722 into such account. Item 12.4, resolution approving the lease agreements with SBA Communications and Bethlehem Towers Affordable LP for the police department, and authorizing the city manager to execute agreements and chief financial officer to pay all proper claims. Item 12.5, resolution award of blanket purchase order and 3-year equipment standardization for the purchase of equipment for previously purchased 2020 Ford Police Interceptor SUVs. Item 12.6, resolution approving the project list for the fiscal year 2020-2021 State of Good Repair Program. Item 12.7, resolution adoption of extension agreement of extending the memorandum of understanding for and on behalf of the employees of the City of Santa Rosa's Unit 2 Firefighting, represented by the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, Local 1401, effective July 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Resolution, adoption of an extension agreement extending the memorandum of understanding for and on behalf of the employees in Santa Rosa's Unit 9, Police Safety Management, represented by the Santa Rosa Police Management Association, effective July 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Resolution, adoption extension agreement extending the memorandum of understanding for and on behalf of the employees in City of Santa Rosa's Unit 9, Fire Safety Management, represented by the Santa Rosa Police Management Association, effective July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Resolution 12.10, resolution termination of proclamation of local emergency due to the 2017 Tub fires. 12.11, resolution termination of proclamation of local emergency due to the 2019 Kincaid fire. Item 12.12, resolution extension of the proclamation of existence of a local emergency relating to the threat to the community health posed by COVID-19. Item 12.13, resolution extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Council, questions on the consent calendar? Mr. City Manager, I did have one on item 12.2, and I'll ask the question so you get the appropriate person. On slide 9, it talked about calls for service for the police department, and it indicated 58,000. And I think during our public safety subcommittee, the chief had said that it was more like they respond to approximately 140,000 calls for service. I'm just wondering if someone could confirm one of those numbers.
Yes, Shari?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Spudhelm and members of the council. This is Sherry Mead, city planner. I prepared the report. The discrepancy there is that the number shown on slide 9 is the number of calls that the police department actually ranked and responded to physically. The number of calls that were received was a greater number, but some of those were then transferred to medical units and that type of thing.
Okay. Well, that'll be good information as we start to analyze some of those calls for service in response to some of our discussions on public safety subcommittee. So thank you for that. Mr. Rogers, you had your hand up.
Mr. Mayor, a quick question, Mr. City Manager, on item 12.10. This actually has less fanfare than it probably should, and I think it's a milestone for our community that we can actually end this emergency declaration. I did have a question on whether or not the state's price gouging rules would remain in effect if we allow our local emergency to expire?
I will defer to the city attorney to answer that specific question.
Probably a smart
Yes.
move.
Yes, the state price gouging prohibitions remain in effect, and in fact, Governor Newsom back in last December extended the state price gouging ordinance. The state price gouging prohibition through till the end of next December, December 31st, 2020. So it does remain in effect. I'll also note that he has also issued a separate, let me backtrack, on that executive order that applies to in the counties that suffered from wildfires from 2017 forward. So that's relative to the fires, and that includes Sonoma County. In addition, he has extended the price gouging restrictions statewide with respect to the COVID-19 emergency, and those remain in effect through September 4th, 2020. But again, we'll be relying on the extension for the fires through December, end of December.
Great, thank you. And then for the public's benefit, one of the reasons that we have these emergency declarations is it does allow for some additional emergency time powers for the city manager and for staff. Can you just give us a couple of examples of what some of those are that we're allowing to expire? And then, Mr. City Manager, I know you've said this to me privately, and I think we should just say it publicly, that this will not impede our ability to still help folks get back home and rebuild here. As they
no, it will not.
Forward.
I mean, that was part of our evaluative process. Again, there were some contracting procedures that were made available to us, as well as the ability to do other incidental work, but those are no longer the pressing issues. And we are fully committed to working through the process to getting people back into their homes.
Thank you so much, sir.
And additionally, it does not affect our FEMA projects that are queued up in that space.
Okay, Ms. Rogers, did you have both your questions? I know there's one for the city manager. Did you get all your questions?
Yep, we're good there. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I was just curious about, I got a couple of constituent emails about 12.3, especially because there's a slide that suggests that the funding would be deployed in schools and by SROs. And so I'm just curious if we could have someone from our police department clarify how this money would be received and deployed, given that we're not active in operating in the center of the city schools at this time.
I see Pam Lawrence is on the line, and she can respond to that question. Or the chief.
Yeah, so Rainer Navarro, Chief of Police, Mayor Schwedhelm, Vice Mayor Fleming, and council members. So this grant is actually done by our school resource officers because they have the capacity. It has nothing to do with the school program. So this is done mainly to address alcohol service in the community. So there's training that goes on with our vendors and merchants that are in the city. And there's any operations are done outside in the city regarding liquor stores, merchants, that sort of thing. So this is not a program that's done on school campus. And if you have any further, if you need to go into any further, Lieutenant Janine Cooker is also available to answer any questions.
No, that was the extent of my questions about that. I did have questions about 12.5 and the rationale behind buying new trucks.
Are you talking about the police vehicles?
Yes, sir.
The police vehicles are already purchased. That's equipment. This is a fleet issue, but it's basically equipment to equip our vehicles that have already been purchased. They're a different layout inside than our 2018 vehicles that we have. So it's a matter of equipping the new vehicles with emergency equipment, the barrier that goes behind the officer, and whatnot.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right, council, any additional questions? Seeing none. So we're now taking public comment on item 12, the consent calendar. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you please proceed with public comment?
You got it. All right, the first public comment will be from Colin, followed by Samra. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you see the timer?
I can.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sorry, I just put headphones in. My name is Colin Metcalf. I'm a lifetime resident of Santa Rosa. I've called in and talked to you guys a number of times. And I specifically wanted to comment, I believe it is 12.5, about purchasing equipment for the new Ford. I would suspect that they're Interceptor SUVs, purchasing new equipment for those. And it's almost $300,000, of which I know is a drop in the bucket for the $67 million police budget that Santa Rosa generously provides. And I'm just going to ask you the same things that I've been asking you over the last few weeks, which is not to provide more funding, more equipment, more brand new stuff for the police department when they already have plenty of equipment, they have plenty of interceptors. They do not need more funding, more equipment, more interceptors. This is a really easy ask. It's a very small amount of money. I'm sure they can make do without this new equipment. The rest of us have had to make do with lower funds and less than we can deal with during this pandemic. And I think Santa Rosa's funds would be better spread elsewhere. I want to specifically point out Victoria Fleming, Vice Mayor. I want to congratulate you for voting with the people on the vote, I believe that was last week or a couple weeks ago, you voted against continuing the Santa Rosa Police Department's labor agreement with the Santa Rosa City. And I hope I will see you again, Victoria Fleming, voting with the people to defund the police and not provide new equipment for them. I would really like to see the rest of you also vote with the people against 12.5, to vote no on 12.5. Again, the police department does not need all of this new equipment. And it's what we're asking you over and over again. We hear a lot about how you are listening to the people and that you want to do right by us. And Chris Rogers, your concern about the federal officers in Santa Rosa is it's justified. And I would hope that you would follow that up with recognizing that the police also engage in anti-citizen behavior, that they have been kidnapping undocumented citizens and tear gassing folks in the streets and shooting rubber bullets. This is not the thing that we want our money to be going towards. So Chris Rogers, Victoria Fleming, everyone else, I hope to see you vote against 12.5. And very briefly, I am concerned that a declaration of an emergency for the homeless crisis will contribute to increased police funding in targeting homeless people. So I hope you can address that concern. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Samra, followed by Carla. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time begins now.
So, Samra, again. I listened and heard about what you said about giving the police the $300,000 to perk up their police cars and add more glass or completely buy new police cars. Why, first of all, aren't we, experiencing some financial hardships so bad that we can't really assist our homeless? And I know that the police get an absurd amount of money, and you shouldn't be funding them. You shouldn't be funding them more just to buy new toys. If they want to have the money, they have it. Just retract some from their salaries so that they can do it. It's really not hard. I believe that there is a misinterpretation of priorities and where they are. If you need new items or need new equipment, you should take that from the already absurdly high salaries, which are $90,000 a year, and then there's pensions and then retirement funds. I recall what was it, Kenny, that one officer who broke his oath, made $250,000 per year. And I'm certain that if the police need new equipment, they can just take it from their salaries, stop draining our city's economy and, funds just for your shiny toys. And another question is, what does the police SRPD actually do with their gang prevention program? Do you all know? I highly doubt that they're qualified to deal with the psychological aspect of it if they were going to mentor people who were participants in gangs. Not only that, the majority of these gangs turn up in low-income neighborhoods. And unless the police are, giving away money to the poor, I don't see how this is going to combat the issue of gangs. I feel like all of you should definitely look into how the gang prevention program is run, if it's actually effective, and if we actually need to spend money on this aspect of police that doesn't actually help. As we've stated, crime follows poverty. And in those more impoverished parts of Santa Rosa, like the Moorland, you will definitely see more gangs. You will definitely see more crime. Therefore, combating this, we need to invest more into that. And yes, I know that we get federal funding to help with housing, just like when we were talking to Chris Rogers about this, but it's clearly not enough. If you need to do these gang prevention programs, please look at this intuitively, I guess. This is a very important issue, and I hope that every single one of you on the city council, Sean McGlynn, Tibbetts, I know that he hasn't really said much, and Dowd and Sawyer especially, please definitely just look into this.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Carla, followed by Charlotte. Carla, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Carla Viking. I am an almost lifetime resident of Santa Rosa, mother of 3. And I would really urge the council to not spend any more money on the police department. If they need to make their SUVs fancier, they can dip into their already wildly inflated budget and do so there. This ask of extra money right now, I find deeply offensive and tone deaf. I'm facing working from home whilst homeschooling 2 children and caring for a toddler, and my husband is an essential worker. I am making huge sacrifices right now, and I would expect the police department to be doing the same. I just would really like everyone to look at this from the optics of absurd it looks for the standard family. I understand it's not some huge amount of money, although it also isn't staying within our community. It's going to Sacramento. But, everyone in our community is making huge sacrifices right now, and I do not feel as though the police department should be exempt from those sacrifices. So I would ask the council to make, to take a stand and say no to that extra money. It's really a matter of principle at this point. You need to show that you're actually listening, and this is a small way to do that. I understand that the city does not pay for schools, so I know those are separate items. I'm just trying to illustrate that because of our lack of getting COVID under control, none of our kids can go back to school, and when they do, they will be struggling with budget constraints. So let's put a little bit of that constraint back upon the Santa Rosa PD as well, especially since the human rights violations that we've seen come to light are appalling, to say the least. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Jolie. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thanks. So my name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, and I'm speaking on item 12.5 specifically. This item allocates additional funding to SRPD, approximately $275,000. And that is almost 1.5 times what you allocated to the city's entire homelessness program out of the general fund. This doesn't appear to be pulling from what you've already given to SRPD. That budget is excessive to begin with, but 12.5 pulls money from the transportation and public works budget for this fiscal year. Almost every area of the Santa Rosa government budget had their funding decreased, and the police saw that increase because of Measure O. Why not pull from that existing police budget that was increased if they need new equipment in their vehicles so urgently? And what is so urgent about getting these vehicles outfitted? I understand they're new, but don't you already have a ton of vehicles? Please do not approve this item. Your constituents are here trying to make themselves heard. You allocated more money to the police than any other area of spending for this fiscal year. The cutbacks due to COVID obviously were necessary, but the police, again, were the only ones to see an increase. And in the case of item 12.5, you would be moving money away from those lower funded areas into the police budget. This is the antithesis of what we want. The police in Santa Rosa do not need more money. In fact, they need less. Please defund them. Vote no on item 12.5. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jolie, followed by Sabelle. Jolie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Jolie, and I'd like to comment on item 12.5. It seems as though this was brought by Chief Navarro in a way that he said that the vehicles are already bought. So I'm not sure why this is being discussed for this additional funding now for these items, and this should have been included when there was the approval in the budget for the new vehicles. I don't feel like I want to reiterate what everybody else says. I don't feel like this is a time to be continuing to put money into our police department when your community is asking you to do the opposite. And it feels a little confusing to hear this, especially at this time. I want to also touch on, this gang prevention program that they're in charge of. And it's just, there's supposed funding. I'd also like to know what exactly this program does. I don't feel like the police department is the proper people to deal with gang prevention. We've seen how they treat Black people and people of color in our community. And then we're asking them to go out and address an issue that is extremely sensitive and where there is already a lack of trust, and that is going to eradicate the problem. It seems like that funding could be redirected to something like IOLERO It seems like gang prevention needs to be done within the community and not by our police department. And we need to continue to look at ways that we can move funds away from the police department into other areas of our community. We have people suffering and struggling with COVID-19, people that don't have jobs, people that childcare, like all of the people, all of the single mothers and single fathers and parents who are out there struggling right now because they have to homeschool their children. They also have to figure out how to make money and potentially work out in the public. And also, because not everybody is offered to be able to work at home and also, you know, survive and be able to provide proper housing, proper food. I mean, there's so many issues. Our homeless issue, I mean, we keep talking about this and these are where we need to be backing up our community. We need to be lifting up the members of our community. We need to look into a new direction for the future. The police department is not where everything starts and ends. We have the ability to shift and move into a new way of thinking where, yes, maybe the police department has things that they do address, but we as a community are taking care of our community, and the people that should be helping our marginalized community is out there working with these people, and they are licensed and they have training. I mean, this is what we need. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Sable, followed by a resident with a phone number ending in 1489. Sable, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay, thanks. My name is Sable Regalia. I am a Santa Rosa citizen. I've been here my whole life, and I'm a business owner, an artist. I'm a local volunteer. I'm a patriot. I love my city and my community. My comments are related to item 12.5, but they're related. I'm really echoing everybody that is here talking about defunding and creating a new way. This really does feel tone deaf. This feels like I get a sense that the city of Santa Rosa is just being held hostage financially by this police department. Like they already have the lion's share of the budget, and to come take more out of the general fund when there's so many underfunded programs, it's just doesn't make any sense. And it makes me feel crazy every day as I'm trying to operate in this community and be available and helpful for all of my friends and family that are just struggling on every sense during this pandemic. And then we see the police officers that have been making egregious human rights breaches over the last month. And there's that whole human rights report that hasn't even been brought up. I'm not sure why we're not talking about that. I'm really urging us to get that on the agenda next. But there's a national conversation around defunding right now and reinvesting in the community. You know, we're serious about this. There's cities like Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Chicago, Denver. They're already making huge changes towards divesting from police departments and reinvesting into services that help address the issues that are the cause of why law enforcement are interacting with people in the first place. You know, it feels like getting more fancy, intimidating cop cars is not the answer. The answer is helping people get their basic needs met, because we all know that when basic needs are met, crime goes down. Law enforcement is not there to keep peace. They are there to address issues that are already happening. Keeping peace happens within the community through different community services. And I mean, it feels silly that I have to say all of this out loud. You know, I know you guys know what I'm saying. So please do what's right. Stop giving the police department more money. I mean, I can't say it enough. And can we please get that human rights report? I'd really like to talk about that more. Brown and Black and Indigenous and unsheltered citizens do not feel safe in our town. They do not feel safe in Santa Rosa. My friends do not feel safe because of law enforcement presence. So we have to address that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident Dialing in from last four numbers 1489, followed by Emma. Resident 1489, I've enabled your speaking permissions. There is a timer on your screen. You will have 3 minutes for your public comment. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi there. I'm Libby again, and I want to echo everyone else's sentiments and defunding the police. The police do not need any more money. They already have, again, the lion's share of the budget. There are people dying in the street. There are people that have only gotten a $1,200 stimulus check during a pandemic where everyone's out of work, everyone's losing their brains. And not to mention that, to add to that, we have police terrorizing us in the streets when we're going out to peacefully protest against the inhumane things that people are doing to us. The cops don't need more money. I don't know how else we can make that clear, but defund the police. That is a very minor ask, frankly. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Emma, followed by Rochelle. Emma, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Hi, yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a lifetime Santa Rosa resident, and I believe that $300,000 for new cop car equipment is insulting during a pandemic. Families are struggling desperately to make ends meet while SRPD officers make more than enough money to live bloated and comfortable lives. There are enough cop cars, there are enough radios, and there are enough weapons. It's appalling to think that our community prioritizes new cars and new unnecessary equipment over the livelihoods of our community. Our budget is a hole. So why is the city council bending over backwards to give crooked police officers exactly what they want, exactly when they want it? This is embarrassing. It's selfish and disrespectful. Why are we paying more to people who shoot their own citizens and hide behind a badge? People of color in Santa Rosa are harassed by police every day, and no chokehold ban or listening session will change that. It's really disappointing to see that this continues to happen, and even as we're having these conversations, that these budget issues continue to come up and continue to get passed without any questioning from any major council members. And I think it's disheartening to the community to see that no matter how much you say you care, if you're letting these things pass, you really don't care. And I hope that we can have a more compassionate council and just general attitude. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Rochelle, followed by Roman. Rochelle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. This is Rochelle Roberts, and I'm from Sonoma County Acts of Kindness, and this is in regards to item 12.1. This isn't exactly about Sam Jones, but about our unsheltered at Cancer Park that could potentially take advantage of this expansion. We need to do something right now. There are currently 70 plus unsheltered at Cancer Park, and we, along with Clean River Alliance, have been assisting them weekly with garbage pickups and hauling. Believe it or not, these folks do want a clean area. They want help and they do want support. We want to prevent any hazard conditions so there's no justifying another sweep. I've emailed all of you and the Board of Supervisors asking for a few dumpsters with weekly pickups and additional porta potties, because now there's only one porta potty for over 70 people. And all I've gotten was, I'll see what I can do. We are all aware that we need more shelters. Last week on the Board of Supervisors meeting, they discussed the mental health issues along with these folks having and wanting to put a 1/4-cent tax on the ballot to help address these issues. So while good intentions are there, we need to do something right now. If there's so many concerns, we should start with basic human needs. The SRPD is now telling unsheltered folks in different locations to go to Cancer Park. So if this is the case, why can't they get some help while they're there? If anything, let's help support the local neighborhoods and businesses that surround this area, and all this is in their backyard. If you truly care about your city, getting some help down there shouldn't even be a question. Yet it keeps happening again and again. Messes get left to fester until it becomes a hazard. Also, I really think we should all be working together and communicating. With all of our resources put together, I believe we could really make a huge difference. This isn't a county or city issue. It's a whole community issue. And we need to stop throwing it around like a game of hot potato. We can all do better than this. We need to do better than this. These folks are human and they need our help. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Roman, followed by Concerned Citizen. Roman, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hey, I just want to make it known that what people aren't paying attention to is that we're required to comment on 13 items in 3 minutes. That's ridiculous, but I'll start off. 12.1, yes, expand into the parking lot for homeless sheltering, of course. 12.2, receive the general plan from the Economic Development Department. No, I don't think so. They're talking about 5G cell towers and contracts with multi-billion-dollar companies, and we are so behind when it comes to RHNA, the state mandates, especially when it comes to low-income building permits. That needs to be seriously reviewed. The grant funding for the police department for alcohol and beverage, and that just paints the picture that you guys are hearing constantly, is that the 34% of the general fund isn't really the bigger picture. They're getting a lot more funding from other areas. And the same with the 2 antenna site lease, $2,500 a month with a 5% yearly increase. That's 12.4. I'm sorry, I'm going fast because you guys don't really give us much time to talk about this shit. 12.5, look, everyone said it before. Fucking A, they don't need more shit on their cars. It's just ridiculous. We're in a pandemic. Businesses are closing down. People are suffering. People are already homeless. People's businesses have already shut down. They don't need this fucking money. 12.6, I didn't really look into that. Firefighting, 12.7, firefighting, love the firefighters, great. 12.8, extending the memorandum. This includes the COVID-19 sick leave. They have obviously not adhered to CDC guidelines when they detained hundreds of protesters. This is part of my job. I make sure my employees are safe. These are officers of public safety, and they've put our community at risk. I urge you, or I ask that you halt this memorandum until the after action report is published, so we know exactly how they mistreated the people in the public and how exactly to what degree they to what degree they exposed us to this virus. 12.9, I mean, there's not much time to really talk about anything else. 12.10, Tubbs Fire is gone. It doesn't seem to impede on anybody receiving help. 12.11, same thing. 12.12, COVID virus is still going. Obviously, it's an emergency. Anyways,
Thank you. All right, Mayor, we're going to move on to the voice message public comments received on item 12, consent.
Hi, my name is Daniel Glendenning. I'm a registered voter in Council District 1. I'm calling on agenda item 12.5. The resolution awarded blanket purchase order and 3-year equipment standardization for the purchase of equipment for previously purchased 2020 Ford Police Interceptor SUVs. This purchase order not to exceed $275,000 for equipment for police vehicles. It seems like in the midst of an ongoing pandemic crisis and amidst calls to defund the police nationwide and locally, it seems a misuse of funds to purchase equipment for the police department. This $275,000 also apparently it looks like it's coming not from the police department budget, but from the Transportation and Public Works Fleet Vehicle Equipment budget. So I sort of question how does this impact sort of police funding, the sort of overall percentage of the budget that goes towards police if we're also allocating money from other departments to pay for police equipment? It seems like we could instead we could purpose this money towards public transportation, towards public transportation infrastructure and improvements, rather than funding the police. And if we're just moving money around, let's take money from the police department and use it to fund homeless services, to fund meals for people who are food insecure during this ongoing pandemic, to fund free distribution of PPE for people in our houseless communities. Seems like there's much better ways to use this $275,000 from the Transportation and Public Works Fund rather than funding the police. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is JoJo Sanders, and I'm a resident of Sebastopol and a voter. I want to comment on item 12.3. I do not approve of this funding for alcohol control programs by the Santa Rosa Police Department. Police should not be responsible for alcohol-related issues. Addiction and substance abuse issues would be better handled by trained social workers. The City Council should not authorize this money to be accepted by the... Hi, my name is JoJo Sanders, and I'm a resident of Sebastopol and a voter. I want to comment on item 12.5. This purchase is unnecessary. This money should be directed into the community, not into the carceral system, which disproportionately and negatively impacts Black and Brown people. I demand that the power, responsibilities, and presence of the Santa Rosa Police Department be reduced and eventually eliminated, and item 12.5 is the opposite of that. Please consider how this money could benefit actual people in the community of Santa Rosa. It could fund homeless shelters and resources, which I know is a priority of the City Council right now. It could go towards the salary of social workers that answer calls of domestic violence, drug abuse, and homelessness. It could be used to support low-income and working-class families who need childcare or groceries or health care, especially during the pandemic. And I demand that the City Council consider this now and into the future as they think about how to allocate money. Hi, my name is JoJo Sanders. I'm a resident of Sebastopol and a voter, and I want to comment on item 12.8. The City Council must consider administering these benefits to other workers besides police that are also facing an increased risk at their place of work because of COVID-19. In Santa Rosa, other workers need support as well. Public health workers, construction workers, transportation workers, grocery store employees, and more. Police do face increased risk of exposure to COVID-19 in their jobs, but they should not be the only people receiving compensation and flexibility like increased sick leave and paid time off. The City Council must apply these benefits to other workers who are at risk right now. Hi, my name is JoJo Sanders, and I'm a resident of Sebastopol and a voter. I want to comment on item 12.13. I support this item because by declaring a continued homeless emergency, the city has increased financial and land use flexibility.
Hello, my name is Bailey Russell, born and raised in Santa Rosa, California. I'd like to comment on agenda items 12.5 and 13. For agenda item 12.5, I'm demanding that you reallocate funding. Well, I'm demanding again that you reallocate funding for the police department and into medical and mental health, housing, and schools. You said you've been listening. Now it is time for action. As for agenda item 13, I'm curious as to why there's a lack of discussion around the human rights violation report. As a city council member, I'd like to think you'd be wanting to discuss ways to take action in getting justice for everyone who was fired at with tear gas and rubber bullets. Remember, we see you and who you want to protect.
Hi, my name is Lee. I'm a voting resident of Santa Rosa, and I'm commenting on items number 12.5 and also 13. 12.5, I, again, am calling to ask you to defund the police. We need money for homeless, for schools. As a former school teacher, I am very, very well aware of what defunding does. It changes things, but the thing that needs to change in our community is funding that goes directly to police instead of directly to the community that needs assistance. That's 12.5. So please defund. You've been saying you're listening, and it's time for action. And item 13. I can't even believe this is happening. We have a list of human rights violations. The ACLU is weighing in on this, and the City Council is still making actions, doing things that are the very reason we had this violation report in the first place. So for the community, like I said, I'm just dumbfounded. We need the City Council to address the human rights violation, not to deny and counter accuse, and to say, what about me? Who's going to listen to me? You're evident everywhere, and this report is a product of the behaviors that are evident everywhere on the streets. And so, for the City Council to not acknowledge this is incredible to me, and I hope to see you take responsibility, have accountability, and do the right thing, be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, we're going to move on to the email and e-comment public comments received. City Clerk Stephanie Williams will read those into record.
I have 6 comments submitted. First one submitted by Cassandra Cox on agenda item 12.3. To whom it may concern, I do not think that the Chief of Police should accept grant funding from the state of California Alcoholic Beverage Control Grant Assistance Program. Cassandra Cox submitted comment on item 12.5. I do not think SRPD needs this. SRPD is already well endowed and has plenty of equipment and vehicles. I am against the resolution to award SRPD with a blanket purchase, and I am against the standardization of equipment for previously purchased 2020 Ford Police Interceptor SUVs. I also urge the Council to address the recent report of human rights violations at the hands of SRPD and how you will hold SRPD accountable for war crimes and human rights violations. Comment received from Sal Alvarez on item 12.5. My name is Sal, and I am a resident of Sonoma County. You keep saying that you hear us, that you are listening, and yet time and time again, you keep feeding the greedy little piggies that we call Santa Rosa Police Department. What a slap in the face. If this passes, don't ever tell us that you are listening to us ever again. You are not. You're lying to our faces and most likely laughing behind our backs with your police union friends. We will vote you out. We will take you down. Defund the police. Stop giving our hard-earned tax dollars to this domestic terrorist organization. Thank you. Comment received from Ellen Alonso Street on item 12.5. My name is Ellen Alonso Street, and I am a Sonoma County employee and public health professional. If you are truly deeply listening to the demands of protesters and members of our Black and people of color communities, you are aware that continuing to funnel funding into the Santa Rosa Police Department is in direct opposition to those demands. I demand that SR City Council does not pass item 12.5. Respect and honor the voices of your most marginalized citizens, and do not continue supporting the brutality and oppression that the police force represents and enforces. By continuing to extend resources and funding to police rather than the community, you are explicitly and blatantly neglecting the needs of the community, of Santa Rosa residents who have been demanding that funding go towards public health services. Comment received from Ari. My name is Ari and I am a resident of Santa Rosa. This is a perfect opportunity for you to show that you are listening to our calls to defund the police by not spending more money on equipment. Don't pretend you're listening and trying to make changes if you continue to funnel money into the police department. Comment received from Coley Bayan on item 12.5. I am a citizen and student of Santa Rosa. I'm emailing you today to express my desire that you vote against passing item 12.5 on tomorrow's agenda. You keep saying that you are hearing our demands, but continually fall short of showing up to make the concrete changes required. Now is the time to take steps to support your community. Please do not continue to fail the people you claim to represent. Now is your time to act. Comment received from Eric Mendoza on item 12.5. My name is Eric and I'm a proud resident of Sonoma County. If this passes, we will never forget the day you choose the badge over the people. It starts with you. Do something. And that concludes email and e-comment, public comment received.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. McGlynn, we heard a lot of comments on 12.5. Could Mr. Alton maybe explain the process for this item and the funding, where it comes from, et cetera?
Sure, Mayor. This is Alan Alton. I'm the acting chief financial officer for the city. The funds listed in here are existing money coming from the equipment and replacement fund dealing with parts. So as the city buys new vehicles, they're especially police vehicles, they're bought unequipped, and then we later need to equip them. During each budget year, for each vehicle that is bought, money comes out of the police department or any other department that has vehicles and goes into an equipment replacement fund in transportation and public works. So when the time comes for those vehicles to be retired out of service and replace them with new vehicles, we use that money to make those purchases. So it's not new money, and actually the BPO that we have here, because of the way we did it, we're actually saving money on these equipment purchases.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, any questions or staff on any of the items? Vice Mayor Fleming, was that a question or are you? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify for the listening public that the funding for the police vehicles, Mr. Alton, is completely coming out of the police budget and not at all coming out of the general fund.
That's true.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, Vice Mayor Fleming, you have this item.
Yes. So I'll move items 12.1 through 12.7 and wait for a second.
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 Was that Mr. Rogers?
Thank you.
That's a yes. So 12.1 through 12.7 was the motion, second by Mr. Rogers. Any additional questions or comments on that motion? Madam City Clerk, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Olivares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you. And I'll move item 12.8.
Second.
So we have motion to move 12.8 by the Vice Mayor, second by Mr. Sawyer. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Olivares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
No.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and 1 no by Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, everybody, for bearing with it. We got a long consent calendar tonight. 12.9 through, I moved 12.9 through 12.12.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Sawyer, 12.9 through 12.12. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Olivares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
And then I'll finally move item 12.13.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on it to pass item 12.13 by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Mr. Sawyer. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Councilmember Tibbetts has recused himself.
Okay. Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Olivares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and with Councilmember Tibbetts recusing.
Okay, thank you for that on the consent calendar. We've been going about another 2 hours, so let's take a 15-minute break before we resume the council meeting. So recess until 7:10. 7:10 reconvene. All right, Stephanie, are you ready to resume?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the July 21st Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd,
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm,
Here.
Vice Mayor Tibbetts, have you joined us? Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, thank you. Item 13, we are now taking public comments on item 13, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. We'll take 10 speakers under this item. If we have more than 10 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 17, non-agenda matters, to provide public comment. Madam Host, would you please facilitate the public comment procedure?
Thank you, will do. First public comment will be from concerned citizen, followed by Kimmy. I will put a timer up on the screen for all public commenters. If you are participating by telephone, there will be an audio indicator at the end of your comment period. Concerned citizen, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Angel. I am a concerned citizen. I reside in Sonoma County. I constantly come to these meetings, and I'm starting to really get the feeling that you guys don't care about your citizens. And to be honest, I was going to keep it professional, but since Tibbetts seems to not be able to uphold his standards and do his job correctly, fuck professionality. You guys don't care about the people in this county. Y'all constantly having us raise our hands and send in, submit voice recorded messages ahead of time. And you guys aren't listening to us. What was the point in sitting there for 2 hours listening to us just for you all to vote no? I mean, yes. You guys don't care about us at all out here. Anything we say, y'all are allowing us to be attacked by the public. You're not protecting us. You know what I'm saying? And then you guys want to shut us down at any standard, at any cost. But what about when the pro-police rally went on? I didn't see any shutting down of that event. You know what I'm saying? You guys don't care about the people of your city, and it shows. This shit is hella unprofessional. I don't know. I think all of you guys need to resign, especially Tibbet, because you guys don't even care about your job. He's off playing Candy Crush or jacking his dick, whatever the fuck he's doing, but he's not here attending to the city council like he's supposed to be. And that's hella unprofessional. Yeah, y'all need to do better. Do better. If you knew better, you would do better. Y'all are just put here for no reason. Like, y'all are up here abusing y'all power. And then on top of that, y'all just funded the police even more. What's the point in coming here every week asking y'all to defund the police? And then you go and give them more funding. For what? So they could abuse us more? What was wrong with the equipment they already fucking had? We're out here making do with what we have. Why can't they? You'd rather see the police in a new car instead of your child with a better education. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Kimmy, followed by M. Kimmy, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm that you see the timer on the screen?
Hi, yes, I do see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Kimmy Barbosa. I was tear gassed in your city 3 times during protests while protesting peacefully and acting as a street medic. I know that the Human Rights Commission just released a report about the police abuses in our city, as well as in the county in general. And yet I have not heard anything from City Council about putting this in the agenda. And I am here to tell you we need to have the community talk about this. You cannot ignore this. We need a hearing on the Human Rights Commission report. We need identification by the chief of officers involved in protester complaints. We need the identification of all agencies involved in the protest mutual aid. I saw Healdsburg, I saw Petaluma, I saw Santa Rosa. We need to know who was all involved in the tear gassing and use of rubber bullets and sting ball grenades on our residents. We need a hearing on the components of the after action report that the chief says will investigate the SRPD protest policing. But the request for proposal doesn't even say anything, coming out of Chief Navarro's office, doesn't even say anything about looking at police use of force, but rather how to use best practices in the future when addressing protesters. We need something to look about we need to look at the accountability of officers and their use of force on the protesters. This is not an objective investigation, what they're asking in their proposal. We also need to know what the SRPD policies what their policies are that governed protest policing and why that was allowed. I had to wash out tear gas from the eyes of minors. I evacuated 14-year-olds from police that were kettling us and using force. This is not okay. This is not okay, especially with a community that is still grieving the loss of a 13-year-old Andy Lopez and 15-year-old Jeremiah Chas, who were killed by the Sonoma County Sheriff. We are hurt, we are grieving, and you are not listening to us. And frankly, to ignore the human rights violations that was so well put together by the Human Rights Commission, that's a disservice to your community. You are still lagging on getting an after action report when we've already put together a whole report. Do this. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from M, followed by Sean. M, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. I can. And your time begins now. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose.
Hi, my name is Emma. I just want to give a huge fucking round of applause to Mr. Mayor because he made the funniest joke earlier when he was like, yeah, the stuff that's going on in Portland, that's other cities. That doesn't come here. And I just have to assume that he's not fucking stupid enough to actually believe that. And he was either being sarcastic or just has a really dry sense of humor because that shit is totally going on here. You listen to Kimmy, well, I was like, I don't know how to explain. None of us know how to explain to you people, being you people sitting on city council who actually have control over the city ordinances and the fucking police department. We don't know how to explain to you that you need to care about people. We don't know how to explain to you that you need to care about 13-year-olds for holding fucking water guns and get shot. We don't know how to explain to you that you need to care about kids getting their eyes washed out. We don't know how to explain to you how that you should care about fucking taking all the protesters, taking away their masks and shoving them into jail in the middle of a fucking pandemic. How is that not some sort of major crime on your part? I don't know. Anyway, these have been deemed human rights violations by an independent investigator. The bare minimum you can do is open that up and hear from us and be like, yeah, we fucked up. We violated human rights. Let's change things. What are you doing? Open that up. Open up the Human Rights Commission. Let's hear it. Sorry. Open it up to public comment. Just for the love of God, just fucking do it. Second of all, what is your name? Tibbet? What the hell are you doing on city council? Literally, almost every time they've called on you, you have to be double checked because you're not paying attention. We have video of you on Instagram where you're like, what am I commenting on? It's just Jesus Christ. I had something else I was going to say and I forgot. Anyway, that's got to be a fucking joke because this is not other cities, Mr. Mayor. This is fucking Santa Rosa, Sonoma County. Yeah, you guys, you did it. You violated human rights. There it is. What are you going to do about it? Apparently nothing. And no, we're not wrong. And you guys keep saying oh no, actually it's okay to give the police this money because actually it's okay because you didn't understand. No, we did understand. You're not listening to us. We want money taken away from the police. Okay? That's what we want to defund the fucking police.
The next public comment will be from Sean, followed by Colin. Sean, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Sean Jezewski. I live in Santa Rosa. I'm calling to demand that we defund the police. I'm a member of your community that has an autoimmune disorder. I was at the protest protesting peacefully and got tear gassed. That's a war crime. I don't know how many times it needs to be said. That is a war crime. You are not allowed to do that in war. You cannot do that here. Tonight we heard you vote on the police budget for the cars. We heard from the CFO to try to justify this, that this is already spent. Then why were you voting? You could have voted no. This is really weird. I think you're bureaucrats in the government and you know this is how things work and think we don't get it. I think you're fish in water and you don't see the water that you're swimming in. I understand that this is how things have run. That's a big part of the problem. We are keeping track of who's voting on this. 4 of you are up for re-election. We will vote you out. You know, there's a thing that you do with kids where you have them split the pie. One kid gets to split the pie, the other gets to choose, right? This is unfair what you're doing. Like, we need to promote BIPOC people to make decisions here. And if that makes you uncomfortable, if you're not taking into account their opinions, then something is wrong. You're not splitting the pie fairly. Santa Rosa Police Department gets 35% of the city budget, while housing and community services account for only 1%. That's not acceptable. What does it say about our community? It's been brought up here that those programs get funding at the federal level. That's not the point. You are your brother's keeper. You don't get to say that and then be off the hook. This is what we're talking about. This is what systemic racism looks like. This is what we need you to understand. Black people across the United States are dying at the hands of law enforcement. Our communities still mourn the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Their names are added to a devastatingly long list of Black people killed by police. In 2020 alone, over 500 civilians have been fatally shot by the police. Policing does not make our community safer. We need to make different decisions. We must defund the police and invest in Black, Brown, and Indigenous-led initiatives. The creation of a city council subcommittee on alternatives to policing. Violence prevention programs such as unarmed mediation and intervention teams. Social worker teams and mental health experts. We need to defund the police and invest in community care. That's it.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Colin, followed by Charlotte. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Hi, I can see the timer on my screen. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Colin Metcalf. Just a few quick things. I'm pretty disappointed about the equipment vote going through. Again, Vice Mayor Fleming, I want to thank you for voting with the people, at least on the labor memorandum extension on police management. I really appreciate that you are standing up for us, with us, and thank you for doing that. Roman made, or Roman, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce his voice or his name, made a really good point. And so this is more of a structural comment, is that 13 consent items in 3 minutes, we don't have enough time to comment on each of them independently. I whipped out my calculator real quick and figured that if a citizen wanted to make a comment on every single one of those items, they would only have 13 seconds for each item to comment on each of them. And if you spent those 13 seconds exactly on each item, which is not enough time to make any comment on anything, you would only have 11 seconds left over for wiggle room if you wanted to make any other kind of commentary or transitional remarks. That's ridiculous. These things need to be split up, at least maybe 3 consent items each, so that we don't have to comment on all of them all at the same time. Aside from that, Tom, you need to look at people when they're talking to you. I don't know what you're doing. You're on your phone. Tom Schwedhelm. Mayor Tom Schwedhelm. Looking at his phone. I mean, I'll spend the rest of the minute just saying your name until you look at the camera. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And that goes for some of the rest of you too. I know it's taxing. This is a very long process. It is for us as well. I've been sitting here since 1 o'clock, and I know you had a session beforehand. I'll give you a hand for your stamina, but it's a matter of respect. And I know your job is difficult, but that's also why you took it. If you don't have the ability to give people the respect that they deserve, then feel free to quit. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Emma. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a member of the community in Santa Rosa. I would like to ask why members of the council continue to act as though they are listening to the public and then give more money and resources to the police department. We've been calling for defunding of the police for weeks now. And so far you've given them extra time off, both employees and management, and passed multiple items to increase funding for them along with the inflated budget that we didn't want passed in the first place. For 12.5, it was in your presentation where we pulled that the money was coming from the transportation and public works budget. So that's on you. But regardless of that, how many vehicles are currently in the fleet for SRPD? And was outfitting those new vehicles absolutely essential at this exact moment? Regardless, you voted to spend that money on behalf of the police, so good job there. Just on a separate note, you as City Council for Santa Rosa need to address the human rights violation report from the Sonoma County Commission for Human Rights in the context of a City Council meeting. This report, I'm sure you know, but we haven't heard anything from you. This report covers the violence committed by SRPD against Black Lives Matter protesters, as well as the white supremacist history of Sonoma County. We need to be talking about this report as a community and really addressing the pain of the Black members of our community. We've been coming to these meetings, telling you this information since the protests began. You've regularly given a platform to Chief Navarro on multiple occasions since the protests began, and honestly have been complicit in spreading false accounts of the violence perpetrated against protesters in your placid acceptance of SRPD rhetoric. Lastly, I want to echo earlier comments about the structure of item 12, all of these resolutions. How can we be expected to comment on 13 separate resolutions in the span of 3 minutes? I want to ask the council to maybe consider, when there are so many consent items or resolutions to pass or not pass, to provide time for each sub items, or as Colin mentioned, maybe have a subsection of however many items, so we actually have time to address everything. In order to really effectively comment on something, it takes a minute. It takes time to really understand what each of these is representing too, outside of the meeting. As always, defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Emma, followed by Carla. Emma, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer. We're all good.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi again. I'm Emma. I've lived in Santa Rosa my whole life. What's most frustrating about this process is that our pleas for justice and restructuring fall largely on deaf ears. You have more direct power than anyone calling, so when you awkwardly stand by the status quo, it feels like a mockery to those who have been fighting so hard to be heard. When was the last time police officers were on the right side of a civil rights revolution? Ding, never. In the same vein, what have establishment government officials who refuse to listen been on the right side of history? That one's not looking too good either. Please take a look at the Human Rights Commission report. Seriously. Countless people have been hurt, harassed, or otherwise maimed. Navarro, your constituents were expressing their pain and you met them dressed for war. Not only was there physical violence, but there were credible accounts of sexual harassment by police officers who were taking advantage of a vulnerable situation. Where is the reconciliation? To ignore this on a city level is fascist and disrespectful. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Carla, followed by Miranda. Carla, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Thank you, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sure. My name is Carla Viking, and I would like to reiterate that the council needs to address and read the Human Rights Commission report because violations were clearly made and need to be addressed. I would also just like to point out that I was listening to the subcommittee for police reform when Chief Navarro claimed that injustice, people were feeling frustration about Black Lives Matter nationally, but that it wasn't an issue here. And I would just like to point out, using the data from your own websites, that that is not true. So, for example, use of force was inflicted on Black people at 9%, but our demographics say that there's only 2.4% of the population that's Black. Now, that was in 2015, so even if that population has doubled, it's still disproportionate. This is happening here. This is not some existential threat that doesn't affect Santa Rosa. It needs to be addressed immediately and with sincere action. Enough listening, enough talking, time to do something. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Miranda, followed by Joe Bell. Miranda, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
All right. Thank you very much. So yeah, I just wanted to, echo what everyone else has been saying already. Of course, defund the police, yet another voice from the community who's calling for the same thing that is continually going to be asked for in the future to come. So, I mean, we might as well address the issue now. I also just want to, acknowledge that there's like this weird flex that's kind of happening from you guys right now, where we keep asking for the police to be defunded, and there's like, nationwide and international protests for calling for the same thing. Yet you somehow are just like, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to increase the budget slightly. We're just going to go ahead and spend just a little bit more money and just pretend like this is a totally okay thing. And we're acknowledging all of these people speaking up to you right now. Let's just take a second to acknowledge the very odd, not so subtle flex that is. I mean, at the very least, keep it at the same amount of money. Like, that's insane to me that you would even consider at this point increasing the amount of money that you spend with the police. So, let's take a moment to acknowledge that. Thank you. And then we can move forward and decide that, okay, maybe if we don't give that additional money to the police and take some of it away like everyone's asking for, what can we use that money for? We're coming into a second round of the coronavirus pandemic shutdown potentially in California, and we now have just surpassed, I believe, New York in deaths and confirmed cases, and we are a hotspot in the nation. So maybe we should address some of the people who are very vulnerable in this kind of environment, like the homeless population. The houseless people in our county are not receiving the resources they need. They're just getting cleared out of the encampments that they're essentially forced into just through the situation of being homeless in Sonoma County and how there are zero resources. Okay, well, I won't say zero, I'll concede there are some, just so we're on the same page there, but not enough. Especially not enough considering how we are going forward, apparently, with this weird flex of increasing the police budget. So let's think about caring for the community first before we choose to, penalize them and put them in positions of being put into jail. Maybe we can try to help their lives and consider the different ways that we could do that. Please, I really, really hope you consider that with your hearts and your minds. It's pretty straightforward what we want. At this point, you just kind of have to go forward and receive and accept what it is that we want. So please do that. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jolie. Jolie, I've enabled your speaking permission. Please confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can not see the timer, but that's okay. But I can hear you.
Okay, there will be an audio alert at the end of the 3-minute comment period if you take the full time.
Okay,
please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Hi, again, my name is Jolie. I'd just like to comment again on the disappointment in you guys going forward with 12.5. I understand that you're saying that this money was already decided on and allotted on. I also still don't understand why you're voting on it if that is the case, and that it's coming out of the transportation budget, which seems like it is coming out of a different budget rather than the police budget, if I'm confused about that. Also, I would really like you guys to address the Human Rights Commission report and, the things that have been happening in our community recently, the acts of violence that police has committed against peaceful protesters. Not only that, but just in general in our community with the death of Andy Lopez. These are things that obviously need to be addressed. We've had multiple people die in police custody in the last couple of months. We've also had, we have an influx of addiction problems, homelessness that we need to address as a community. And we keep imploring you guys to, change your views a bit and restructure where your priorities are. This is, your community. I heard in a previous council meeting that, we're not hearing, this is only the opinion of some people in the community. Well, if it was important to other people in the community, then they would be doing the work that it takes to stay involved on these very confusing city council meetings and to stay up on the agenda items and to be active on these matters. So you cannot wait any longer to hear these silent voices. You have to hear the people that are asking you for change. They're asking you to defund the police. They're asking you to put money towards community programs. We're continuously, I feel like I'm living in a conspiracy movie in Sonoma County with the way that our police department and how these acts of violence against protesters, not only from racist people in the community, but from the police department themselves, has not been addressed. I cannot believe this. I can't believe the press is not covering this in a way. They're spinning stories, and we feel unheard, and we feel scared, and we don't feel protected. We need to raise up our community. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mayor. That is 10 public comments under item 13.
All right, thank you for that. We'll now move on to item 14. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, item 14.1, report fiscal year end appropriation for COVID-19 and PG&E, PSPS related expenditures. Alan Alton, Interim Chief Financial Officer.
Hey, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The purpose of this item is to request appropriations from the general fund unassigned fund balance to offset costs from unbudgeted emergency incidents during the 2019-20 fiscal year. So the next slide, please. So just a little context on the process that we do in the event of emergencies. We open up unique project accounts in order to capture costs. And those, that allows us to document all of our response costs for either reporting out to the council or to any other agency. And it also allows us to provide our documentation needed for potential reimbursements. Next slide. Because we don't know the extent of the event or the corresponding costs, either as the event starts or during the beginning of the year, we don't adopt an initial budget for those project accounts. So we accumulate costs with no budget to offset it. And accounting rules do not allow us to carry over a negative balance from one fiscal year to the next. So, what if we try to fix these accounts with unspent appropriations? However, if we can't do that, we need to come to the council at fiscal year end and ask for the money to pay for these. Next slide. So during fiscal year 1920, the EOC was activated several times. 6 PSPS events, that's the public safety power shutoffs from PG&E. So there were 6 of those, and 1 of those evolved into the Kincaid fire. And then we also had the EOC it was up and running and activated for the COVID-19 response, even if some of it was virtual. So we have an EOC project key. So that takes in all of our general EOC costs. And then we had a specific cost for COVID-19. All labor is charged to the normal department budgets. We use a special labor code where if we needed to pull labor hours, we could do so and segregate those. And then all of the non-labor costs go into those project keys. So for the next slide. And one more after that, I kind of jumped ahead. There you go. So the EOC cost for that year was about $85,000. That includes that for COVID and the PSPS and Kincaid fire events. Most of that were supplies, food when the EOC was open, and those types of costs. The COVID-19 costs total about $1.75 million. And then we also had 2 departments that spent money mostly for the PSPS that we couldn't solve within their own budget. So we're asking for appropriations for their salary and benefit budgets here. So that's for planning and economic development at a little over $26,000, and the IT department for a little over $23,000. Yeah, I should note that these expenditures are most likely reimbursable through either FEMA or CARES Act funding that's coming in. So we are looking for and put in applications for both of those types of funding. Next slide. So it is recommended by the Finance Department that the City Council, by resolution, increase appropriations from the general fund reserves to offset negative balances related to the city's response to public safety power shutoff PSPS events, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm available for any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Council, any questions of staff? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alan, you touched on it very briefly, but at what point should we know whether or not we're going to be reimbursed from FEMA or the previous CARES Act bill that was passed? And I understand that there's another one in the works as well. What's our timeline look like?
So the timeline for the CARES Act funding is probably a little bit more on track than the FEMA. However, that is going to come through, I believe it's 6 payments, but I was on a call just last week regarding that. So I believe that we should start getting a warrant, a pay warrant, probably in August, I'm thinking. So it's rather soon on that, and then they're going to break it into 6 payments. We have already put in expedited funding in FEMA, and that is going as slow as ever, which is what you would expect their expedited funding to do. We do know, however, that there is some other FEMA funding that should be coming in shortly, relative actually to our direct administrative costs for the Tubbs fire, which is about $2 million. So that I also expect to be coming in pretty soon. So there is slowly but surely some money trickling in for this.
Okay, and so assuming no money comes in, payment of these funds, which I understand why we need to do it, would draw down our unassigned reserve balance to what, about $9 million?
Yes, I don't have the exact amount right now, but yes, it will draw those down and then we'll replace it going back.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Council, any other questions? Mr. Dowd?
Following up with Councilmember Rogers' question, presuming money comes in from either FEMA or the CARES Act or whatever other resource it might come, is it clearly understood that if we take out money out of our general fund reserves to cover these costs that you're pointing out here, is it clearly understood automatically that if we get the funds, we look at means by which we can backfill the reserves?
Yes, especially with the CARES Act money, we can absolutely do that. There's a lot less restrictions on that. However, that said, we have backfilled our reserves with FEMA reimbursements through the Tubbs fire. So this is a normal event through both of those. Backfilling is fine.
Thank you.
Anything else for staff? Seeing none, we're now taking public comment on item 14.1, fiscal year-end appropriations for COVID-19 and PG&E PSPS related expenditures. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you facilitate this process?
Thank you, will do. There's a timer on the screen. For those participating via telephone, there is an audio alert at the end of the 3-minute comment period. This is for public comment on 14.1. Okay, seeing no hands raised, I'm going to move forward to voice message public. We have 1 hand raised. The first public comment will be from Samra. Samara, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
So, Samara, again. I'd like to urge the City Council to pay special attention to what race, what ethnic group is getting most affected by COVID, specifically Latinx people. In Sonoma County, I believe that the COVID rate for them is 73%, despite making up 23 or so % of our population, because they mostly participate in the essential worker jobs just due to how the socioeconomics have played out because of, historical racism and et cetera. So when making COVID expenditures or, putting money into the, helping our community with this, I'd like to just pay special attention to that specifically. And on the topic of COVID, for reducing the rates at which COVID is spreading, especially in Santa Rosa, I'd again recommend looking at places of worship and perhaps enforcing stricter, not guidelines, but just forcing them to wear masks. And if they're indoors, don't sing, because I've noticed that there are a lot of elderly people who go to church and have not been participating in these, proper procedure in reducing COVID. And that was that. So if you could look into that, maybe that could be an expenditure, probably enforcing that. And again, I'd like to reiterate, please look into how Latinx communities are being affected by COVID and act accordingly, especially with helping with rent. I believe that you guys recently gave the paid sick leave, so that was good. So continuing to do things like that would be particularly helpful for our community as a whole in reducing COVID rates and reducing the harm that comes to these people due to COVID, both physically and financially and mentally. I'd like to advocate my time.
Thank you. Moving on, there were no voice message public comments on item 14.1. And there were no public comments for email or e-comment. And that concludes the public comment for 14.1.
Thank you. Council, any last questions for staff? Seeing none, Mr. Sawyer, I believe you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor, but I'll need to go to the agenda because I don't have an email indicating that. If you just want to hold on just 1 second. Can I just use the recommendation? That's all I have. So I'm going to move that. Hold on just 1 second. Move that the City Council increase appropriations from the general fund reserves to offset negative account balances related to the city response to public safety power shutoff PS events and the COVID-19 pandemic, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Does that work, Madam City Attorney? I took it directly from the recommendation.
Yes, that works. I was trying to pull up the actual resolution to send to you, but that will, without that resolution right in front of us, that will suffice.
Excellent, thank you. And I heard Councilmember Rogers second. Is that accurate?
All right, any additional comments on that motion in second? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. McGlynn, item 14.2.
Item 14.2, revenue ballot measure. Alan Alton, Interim Chief Financial Officer presenting.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. So the issue tonight is to decide whether to place a sales tax measure on the November 3rd ballot. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background and context to the item, and then we have Brian Godby from Godby Research, who will run through the opinion survey that was recently completed and provide the analysis with that. And then we have Charles Heath that will discuss the process and next steps. And then it'll come back to me to talk about the actual ballot question and a recommendation. So next slide, please. So budgetarily speaking, the cities has faced and will continue to face significant challenges. We have an ongoing structural deficit. We have the COVID-19 pandemic and recession, the revenue losses from last quarter we expect to be significant, and it's continuing into the first quarter of this current fiscal year. And we're estimating about 4.5 years to return to pre-COVID sales tax amounts. We have 3 add-on sales tax measures in the city, and those will expire between 2025 and 2027. The total revenue raised by those are $9 to $10 million per measure, or $27 to $30 million per year in total. About 18 to 20 million of that goes to the general fund, and 9 to 10 million of that goes to a special revenue fund separate from the general fund. Next slide, please. So the public safety special tax, that is a special revenue tax. That one expires in 2025. It funds police programs, fire operations, and violence prevention partnership programs. And then we have 2 general taxes. One that that the voters enacted right after in 2018, right after the Tubbs fire, and then one that was enacted in 2010, and then extended in 2016, and that was dealing with the recession, and that one expires in 2027. So it should be noted that if the special tax ends, then the programs supported by that revenue, they either cease, or there would be an option to bring that into the general fund. So next slide, please. So this slide is, it's taken from an update from the long-range financial forecast, which basically just shows the revenue gap in the coming years in our budget in the general fund. So as you can see, we've been underwater as it is. We've become more underwater as revenue sources go away. Then next slide. So what we've done is we engaged Godby Research and TVWBH to both craft ballot test questions, and also to perform an opinion survey. So in addition to the ballot question, there were several research questions and general favorability of city services and how the city was managing through COVID-19. So there's a number of overall general opinions that we were seeking from voters and leading into a ballot test question. The survey was presented to the Long-Term Financial Policy and Audit Subcommittee on July 9th, which asked for us to take the survey to the full council. Next slide, please. So one of the other things that I wanted to show was how tax measures are going or proposed to be going in the November ballot. So currently in Santa Rosa, our sales tax rate is 9%. The cap in Sonoma County is 10.25%. There are several cities in addition to the county that are either extending, most are extending, but there are a couple of new measures that are out there. There's the Go Sonoma measure, which is an extension of Measure M, which is a 1/4-cent sales tax. There's a new sales tax for a 1/4 cent for mental health and homeless services. Both of those are Sonoma County items. City of Petaluma is coming out with or proposing a new 1-cent sales tax. Cotati is asking to extend their 1-cent sales tax that was enacted, I want to say 2015. Hillsburg is looking to extend a 1/2-cent sales tax. Sonoma is looking to extend their 1/2-cent sales tax, and Cloverdale is looking to extend their utility users tax, which is a 3% utility users tax. Next slide, please. All right, so unless there are any questions for me, I'll turn the presentation over to Brian Godby, and he can walk through the analysis of the opinion survey.
Thank you, Alan. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm happy to be here this evening to present the results of the survey. So if we could go to the next slide. And the next one. In terms of the overview and research objectives, Alan already alluded to some of this, but we looked at a variety of sort of background variables, including the state and local government naming, and you'll see this in a moment, naming the city as one of those agencies' response to the coronavirus, the direction of the economy, the future direction of the city, and also gauging satisfaction with the city's services, sort of to give us an idea of what's going on in the setting that this measure might be in the ballot. Again, as Alan alluded to, there are specific ballot tests of 2 different potential sales tax measures. We looked at a variety of different projects and programs that we might be using the money to fund. We tested both informational and critical statements because that's what happens in the real world. And then we looked at rate and duration issues toward the end of the survey. Of course, there's a variety of behavioral and demographic characteristics that we use primarily to validate that the sample is representative of the universe that we're interested in, but also is available for segmentation. Next slide, please. In terms of the specific methodology, as the surveys that we did back in 2018, this was an online and a phone survey. The vast majority of the interviews come from text invitations to an online survey. And then we also have landline phone calls and emails to an online survey as well. The universe was likely November 2020 voters in Santa Rosa. The fielding date was June 17th through 25th. The average phone interview was 20 minutes long. We don't know how long it takes the people to do it online, but we do know that they submit the final page throughout the night and day, so we're on their schedule. In terms of the sample size, this was a final sample of 1,524, which gives us a great error rate of 2.49. One of the advantages of doing the survey online is during the interviewing period, we can continue to accept online surveys, and that helps us in various segments of the survey. Next slide, please. And one more. So this is the first section that I mentioned. It's the background or the climate. And the first question was, do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the job? The state and local governments, identifying Sonoma County and the city of Santa Rosa specifically, are doing to address the COVID crisis. We've been analyzing this since we started asking it right after the shelter in place went into effect by just looking at the total favorable, and you see you're at 68%, and the unfavorable is 26%, with a favorable to unfavorable ratio of 2.7 to 1. To put that into context, obviously anecdotal to your city, but we've asked this question for 30 plus surveys since the crisis began, and we've seen this as high as 80%. That was very early in the crisis. People were pretty happy. And then we've seen this as low as 52%. So you're in the middle, high edge of the middle section of the response we've got. So that's pretty impressive. And 68% is obviously, a 2/3 super majority. So that's pretty impressive as well. Next slide. The next question was, do you think the economy is going to be better, about the same, or worse in the fall? 33% said better, 30% said about the same, and 29% worse. Again, we've been asking this question since the crisis began. We've seen the worst as high as 45 and as low as 20. So you're, again, sort of right in the middle there. People aren't as pessimistic as some other communities, but there's still almost a third that are concerned with where the economy is going. Next slide. The next one was a question that we had asked back in 2018, and it was, is the city of Santa Rosa on the right track, wrong track? And what you can see here is that 38% said right, 36% said wrong. There's still a quarter, 26% that say they don't know. If we compare that with November 18, the right track is actually a little bit higher. It's not statistically significant. And the wrong direction is actually a little bit lower. Again, not statistically significant, but that's the trend that we would obviously like to see. Next slide. The last question in this section was the satisfaction with the job the city is doing to provide services. And again, the way we analyze this is by adding the ferry and somewhat together. So you see that the total satisfied are at 62%. Dissatisfied is at 32%. That's a 1.9 to 1 ratio. Not a bad place to be. The same question asked in November 18 was virtually the same level, 61% and 34%. A little bit of difference, and that just creates a 1.8 to 1 ratio. But really, statistically, it's about the same. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So at this point in the survey, we switched gears and went down the sales tax path. And what we did is we did a split sample. So half of the respondents randomly chosen got this question, which is increasing the special sales tax, extending and increasing it to a half cent, raising $18 million, and it would be until ended by voters. So that's essentially in perpetuity. This is the actual wording of the question, and it meets all of the legal requirements set forth by the state and was reviewed by your city attorney as well. So this measure, because it's a special tax, as you know, requires 2/3 to be successful. And the way we analyze the feasibility is we just simply add the definitely and probably together. And you see we're at 52% total support. That's obviously 15 points or so away from where we need to be successful. that's a pretty steep uphill climb. Next slide, please. The next question, again, split sample. So this is the other half of the sample. And this one is for a general tax. And in this case, what we're trying to do is really extend all three taxes as a general tax instead of two as a special, or two as a general and one as a special, and sort of roll them together. It too is until ended by voters. And you can see the rest of the wording there, but this is written to be a general tax, not a special tax. And here, probably because we have a broader list of things that we're planning on spending the money on, we're at 61% in round numbers. And unlike the special tax, where we're 14 points or so below where we need to be, here we're almost 11 points above where we need to be. So the general tax approach at this level stands a much better chance of being successful. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned at the outset, we also tested a whole variety of things we might spend the money on. Again, these are split depending on which sample we're looking at. These were all asked in a random order. But the order you see them here is based on the intensity score, which is the 1.16 or 1.14. It's just a way to take the much more likely, somewhat less likely, and much less likely, and turn it into one number that makes it easier to rank these items. We also group them in tiers, and each tier is basically statistically tied. And when you look at the percentages on the far right, which is the percentage much more likely plus somewhat more likely added together, you can see again, based on the 3% error rate that we have at the beginning, how these fall within that range. At the top of the list, we have maintained fire protection services. That 1.16 is 76% at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. Prevent future fires at 1.14, keep city parks, playgrounds clean, safe, and well maintained, improve disaster, wildfire, and pandemic preparedness and response, repair potholes and maintain city streets, provide mental health programs to help families and youth with crisis responses, rebuild firefighting infrastructure, maintain emergency and disaster preparedness programs, and then finally prevent reductions in the number of on-duty firefighters and paramedics. So all of these are in the 70s. They range from as high as 76%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure, up or down to 71%. So in either case, whether we're talking about a special tax or a general tax, these are all above the requisite majorities required. Next slide, please. And the next slide shows the remainder of Tier 1. So right at the 70 mark at the top of it, ensuring seniors receive support and access to food during the crisis, prepare for fire season, and maintain rapid 911 response, or Tier 1. By the bottom of Tier 1, though, we're at the 2/3 threshold. So while maintain rapid response in a special tax environment is right at on the bubble, in a general tax environment, which you could still do that same thing, it's obviously a substantial margin above where we need to be. The second tier are other items. Again, for a special tax, they've slipped below the 2/3 threshold that we need to be at. We're still in the mid-60s, so from a general tax point of view, these things are still helping move people. Next slide, please. And this is the remainder of the items that we tested. Again, they were split sample depending on the type of tax we were talking about, but we've shown them all together here. And we're in the bottom half of Tier 2. High is 65, low is 61. While these things are important, and I don't want to diminish that, they're nowhere near as important as the items that we saw on the first slide in this set. Next slide, please. So the next set of questions looks sort of similar in the way it's laid out. In this case, it is informational items, and those are accountability provisions or positive arguments for the measure. The scale is slightly different. It's just much more likely, somewhat more likely, and no effect. And everything else works the same, but what that means is you just can't compare a 1.42 to a 1.16 because it's a different scale. But we still have the ability to rank items, we still have the tiers, and we still have the percentages, at least somewhat more likely. So in our top tier here, and there's some things that have ellipses, so I'll read the whole items as well. None of the money raised by the measure would be used for city administrator salaries, so an accountability provision at 1.42 or about 76%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. The measure will give Santa Rosa local control over local funds for local needs. The money cannot be taken by Sacramento, another accountability component. Third, the measure will help keep the city's fire stations open, obviously relevant to public safety. Measure will require independent citizens oversight, mandatory financial audits, and yearly reports to the community, another accountability provision. And all of these accountability provisions are typically pretty highly ranked, and they are in Santa Rosa as well. This measure simply extends what we are already paying for essential local city services. It does not increase tax rates above the current rate structure. And obviously that it's not a tax increase, but an extension is important. And so all of these items are in the mid 70s to low 70s. The next tier is also in the 70s, and it's an example of why we use this intensity scale, because sometimes it gets a little confusing just adding the percentages together. But the top of this tier, we have the park and recreation usage has been increasing each year. The measure will keep our parks clean and safe and support recreational programs for all residents. Visitors and shoppers from outside of Santa Rosa will pay their fair share for local city services, so the burden doesn't fall entirely on homeowners. Obviously, that's the reality of the sales tax. And then this funding will help upgrade aging emergency communication systems to help firefighters, paramedics, and police officers respond quickly in an earthquake, fire, or other emergency. And then finally, on this slide, this measure is critical for helping Santa Rosa recover from the devastating fires in recent years and prepare for fire season and potential public safety power shutoffs. Next slide, please. This too was a long question. I'm not going to read through all of these. These are important items as well, but not as important as the items on the first page. So those accountability things that were at the top of the list are really critical to either a general or a special tax. These are important, but just not as important. Next slide. And this is the final items in this same question set. And you see as we get down into this particular ranking that for a special tax, these things are just not helping. And even for a general tax, we're getting down to the 60, and then ultimately, by the time we get to the bottom, we're below a simple majority. Next slide, please. So at this point, we've talked about the measures and what we might spend the money on, and then some of the accountability and arguments for, and we come back to our ballot questions a second time. This one is, again, the special tax version, which is extension and an increase to a half cent. And we get the 59.8, 60% in round numbers. This is as good as it's going to get for a special tax. And clearly, we're still 7 points away from where we need to be successful. So this is probably not something that's going to fare very well. Next slide. Contrastingly, when we look at the general tax, again, probably because there's a wide variety of items in different departments, this one we get to 69%. And of course, we don't need a 2/3 majority, we only need a simple majority. So even if we look at the downside on the margin of error and take away 3%, we're down to 66%, which is still a 16-point cushion over where we need to be. So after hearing all the positive stuff, the general tax is in pretty good shape. Next slide. And of course, as I mentioned at the outset, we also look at the negative side of the coin because, of course, in a campaign, there will be positives and negatives. And so we want to look at both of those. And the survey is designed to do that. The methodology here is the same as the informational statements. We don't put a minus sign in front of any of these numbers to make them seem bad. The higher they are, the worse they are for us. In our top tier, we have the city government needs to cut waste, do a better job with taxpayer money that they already take at 1.0 or about 57%, at least somewhat more likely to oppose the measure. Now, again, that's pretty difficult for either a general tax and particularly for a special tax, but it's a pretty standard anti-tax argument. Nothing really related to the COVID crisis built into that. Public employee salaries, benefits, pensions are out of control. We need to contain these costs before we look at increasing taxes. Again, another pretty typical anti-tax argument. Third, a measure to gut Prop 13 will be on the same ballot with this measure. And this measure is just another increase in local property taxes we can't afford. So that's obviously the split roll measure that'll be on the statewide ballot. And obviously the proponents and opponents will both be spending millions of dollars. So we wanted to make sure we sort of had that in the mix so we could assess our measure's viability on the final test, which we'll see in a moment. And then the county is putting a transportation sales tax on the ballot at the same time, and other public agencies may do so as well. This was designed to be a catch-all for those tax measures that Alan showed you earlier that are essentially on the ballot at the same time. The tier 2, from a general tax perspective, slips below the simple majority threshold necessary to defeat the measure. So while we need to take these all seriously, for a general tax measure, they're not strong enough to defeat it. They are, of course, all strong enough to defeat a special tax. And at the top of that, if PG&E paid for the damage they caused, we would not need this tax measure. Obviously, that's pretty unique to your city. We just voted to increase our sales tax for the city 2 years ago. Now they want to extend it forever. Given the coronavirus crisis and the financial fallout, we can't afford a new tax now. That's, again, a problem for a special tax. We should take it seriously for a general tax, but it's not above the simple majority threshold necessary to defeat a measure. And what is also interesting about this, again, in the dozens of surveys that we've done since the crisis, the sort of common thread was everybody thought, oh, the coronavirus is going to be the number one reason to oppose a tax. And nowhere has that been the case. Not to say that it's not important and it's not a crisis, because it obviously is, but it's not the number one reason to oppose tax increase in either of the flavors that we've been talking about. And that's been pretty typical. Voters rejected the smart sales tax and the county fire tax. When will they get the message? We already pay 3/4 cent imposed by the city. Adding another quarter would be too much. So, you know, these are all fairly typical anti-tax arguments. So after that, now again, we designed the survey to see how high we could go up, and now we're going to see how low we could go up, because we come back with a final question for both of the two tax measures. If we can go to the next slide. And this is, again, the special tax. And you see we started again at 52.4. We're now at 51.5. Not surprising. We never got to 2/3. And obviously after the negatives, we get beat up pretty badly. Next slide, please. Because we didn't know where we'd wind up, we thought, let's try, instead of levying 1/2 cent, what if it was just a 1/4 cent? For this special tax. And that doesn't really help us. We're at 47.3 rather. And that very often this question goes down because it sort of refocuses people away from the purpose of the tax and talking about the rate. And so it's not really helping us, particularly for a sales tax, which is a kind of an abstract tax rate anyway. Most people can't figure out what it really means to them without doing a lot of serious math. You know, if we're talking about a parcel tax, it's a different story because the tax rate is sort of right there in the tax amount, but not so for sales tax. Next slide, please. We also tried a shorter sunset instead of until ended by voters. What about 9 years? And that doesn't really help either. So again, the special tax is probably not something that we can recommend you proceed with. Moving on to the next slide, we're coming back to our general tax. And again, remember we saw how high we could go, and we went from 61 in round numbers to 69. And now this is pushing us back down to 60. But the point is, even after a pretty difficult list of negatives, we're still at 60%, which even if you take the margin of error into account and subtract 3%, we're still 7 points above what we need to be successful for a general tax measure. So that's a pretty good place to be given the positioning in the questionnaire. Next slide. So again, we didn't really know where we were going to be. That was an extension of a 3/4 cent. This is what if we just extended a 1/2 cent of sales taxes, and we see the same phenomena. We're kind of dancing with the tax rate, and it doesn't really help us. We're at 57%. Statistically, it's the same as we had before, but it's not going the right direction. And then next slide. And we also looked at the sunset, and again, switching from until ended by voters to 9 years actually takes away from our support. We're down to 53% in round numbers. And we see that pretty common as well. It's because until ended by voters obviously empowers voters. And it's legal to put it in your ballot question. And 9 years, even though it's obviously shorter, it sets it in stone, and people just aren't as favorable to it. Next slide. So in summary, a general purpose sales tax consolidation and extension certainly has a path forward, assuming the measure consolidates and extends at the current rate as high as 3/4 cent. Wouldn't go above that, but I don't think that's going to happen. The term can be until ended by voters. There's a variety of key services focusing on fire protection, keeping city parks clean and safe, disaster prep, repairing city streets and potholes, etc. Next slide. And this talks about those accountability items that I mentioned earlier. None of the money will be used for administrators. It will give the city local control over local funds and can't be taken by the state. Keep fire stations open, citizens oversight, and extends what we're already paying. So next slide. That's the end of my part of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have, or turn it over to my colleague, Charles Heath, and he can talk a little bit more about next steps.
Did you just want to finish your presentation and then we'll get questions at the very end?
Oh, we could do that. Yeah, that's fine.
Sure thing. Okay, this is Charles Heath from TBWBH Props and Measures. Just to briefly follow on to Brian's presentation and discuss next steps. So in order to qualify a measure for the November 2020 ballot, the council must adopt the resolution and submit the necessary paperwork to the county registrar of voters prior to the August 7th deadline to qualify for the ballot. So that deadline's coming up for us. The slide you're looking at here just outlines the step in preparing for a revenue measure election. Obviously, as Brian just summarized, we've completed the polling and the feasibility analysis and presented the recommendation tonight to proceed with the general tax proposal. We've also worked with staff and the city attorney's office to develop the measure for the ballot. So the remaining step in the process would be to conduct informational outreach designed to build awareness in the community about the city's budget challenges and what the sales tax renewal proposal would serve to accomplish. We have an opportunity to do that in this period between now and prior to the formal election season beginning. While the city cannot advocate for the passage of the measure during this planning and preparation phase, you can provide impartial information to the public about your needs and the details of your proposal. And then immediately prior to the election, any advocacy on behalf of this ballot measure would need to be coordinated privately. No public funds or resources can be used to advocate for the passage of the measure. So an independent group would need to come together in order to organize and implement an advocacy campaign in support of the measure. So anyway, at a high level, that's a summary of the next steps and the process from here to Election Day. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I think, Alan, it goes back to you at this point.
Yep. So, you can move it forward to the next slide. Thanks. So, in our agenda packet that we put together, we had the ballot question and all that there. However, upon further review after publication, we felt that we could word it a little bit better to be more reflective of what the community wanted based on the census, or based on the survey. Not a lot of changes, but we wanted to make sure that we had keep city parks clean and safe in there and all that. Because this was not part of your published agenda, we're amending that. We wanted to call this out and get it onto the record at that point. So I can read it if I'm looking for Sue to nod if that's the way to go with that, or however I proceed forward with it.
Yes, I would recommend that you read it into the record in the complete wording.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we are proposing amending the ballot question to be as follows. The City of Santa Rosa Vital City Services Measure. To continue locally controlled funding that the state cannot take and protect city services, including 9/11 emergency, paramedic and fire response, disaster, wildfire, and pandemic preparedness and response, keep city parks clean, safe, street pothole repair, senior youth programs, and other city services, shall Santa Rosa's measure consolidating and extending existing voter-approved sales taxes without change to the current half-cent rate, providing approximately $18 million annually until ended by voters, be adopted. And to be clear with this, as you can tell through there, what we are talking about is the two general taxes. So we're not looking at a special tax, we're looking at consolidating the two general taxes that are each a quarter cent. So consolidating that into 1/2 cent tax going forward until ended by voters. So next slide, please. So what we are recommending, as I kind of mentioned there, sorry, buried the lead there. It is recommended by the Finance Department that the City Council, 1, introduce an ordinance to add Chapter 3-30 to the Santa Rosa City Code, consolidating and extending the city's two general quarter cent transaction and use taxes into 1/2 cent transaction and use tax. And 2, approve a resolution ordering the submission of a ballot measure to seek voter approval of that ordinance at the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election and directing related actions. And with that, we are all available for questions should you have them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alden, for that presentation. Council, questions? Mr. Tibbetts, I think you were first.
Thank you, Mayor. Alan, thanks a lot for your presentation. In this process, and this could be a question for you and for Godby, did research get done on any other income sources, specifically parcel taxes, utilities, users taxes, transient occupancy taxes, etc.?
So I'll handle that, council member. When we received direction from the Long-Term Finance Committee at the very beginning of the year, we were tasked to look at these 2 tax measures, the special tax and the 2 general taxes. So that was the assignment, council member Tibbetts.
Okay, so the long-term subcommittee made the recommendation for sales taxes?
To look at the sales tax because they were expiring. They were all coming up on a set series of expirations. And so at the time it was felt that those would be the best expirations and the best use of the city's resources.
Do we know how much a TOT tax, UUT tax, and parcel tax could generate? And somebody from the Long-Term Finance Committee may know, that would be helpful too.
So we look specifically at parcel tax. I don't know if we have those numbers specifically because that's actually where it got generated. It was a conversation about a parcel tax, and the parcel tax was being utilized to look specifically at activating downtown core projects. Those returns did not meet the 2/3 threshold, and so that was the reason we were redirected to this endeavor. So it was a downtown development and housing project, and that was not polling particularly favorably. At the time, there was some boost if some of that activity focused on public safety, and I'll remind council that was 6 months ago. That led to the discussion of exploring increasing the public safety sales tax measure to maybe take advantage of at the time what was coming back as a more favorable approach to the idea of looking at the parcel tax. But the parcel tax was not in that initial forecast looked upon favorably. So the idea was, council member, to begin a 2-year process to look for the next, because we'd have to go to another general election to begin to have a conversation about how we could educate about the possibility around a parcel tax in the future.
Sue, one question I have for you is, can a UUT tax, a TOT, or a parcel be a 50+1 threshold if it's supporting the general fund and it's not dedicated to a project or program?
Yes, I believe that it would just be a majority vote, although I have not researched that, since that's not what we're looking at here. So if Alan has a different response, I invite him to join in.
I don't. I certainly don't on the parcel tax. I do believe, though, that the UUT and TOT, since they are general fund revenue sources as they are, those would be just a majority vote.
Okay, well, I'll just share my concerns with the council, because I'm hoping that the members of the Long-Term Finance Committee can help me with some of their thinking that led them to this point. But, you know, right off the bat, one issue that I have is on the first slide, it said it's going to take us 4 years to get back to pre-COVID sales tax revenue thresholds that we were enjoying prior to COVID. But yet the first tax expires in 2025. So by my math, we've got 2 more election cycles to actually gauge if this sales tax is going to be needed. By all accounts, I think it will, but I'm struggling with it since in 2018, after the fires, we told the public that one of these taxes was going to be temporary, a special tax to help the recovery. The second issue that I have is just a common one. Sales taxes are regressive and have a more punitive impact on low-income families. And 3, the big one that I think the council as a whole should be really concerned about, and this is where I'm, again, hoping the long-term subcommittee can help me better understand what I'm missing. But, you know, whenever we hit one of these economic disasters, whether it's the 2008 recession, COVID, or whatever it may be in the future, we are so sales tax reliant that our revenues go way, way down. We talk about making cuts to our staff, you know, really serious issues, and then we respond to that by adding on another tax, another sales tax typically. So it's just perpetuating the cycle. I would love it if we could, as a council, look at achieving the same revenue goals that you have, Mr. City Manager, but doing so through a more diverse funding stream that is less reliant on people buying goods. And that's why I brought up those other taxes. And UUT in particular, I think, Sean, we've talked about it before. UUT is one that we have not modernized as a city. As far as I understand it, only people with landlines are still using it. Nobody uses a landline anymore. Seniors disproportionately are using landlines. So that's a concern I have. You know, I guess those are just some of my concerns. And I hope that someone on the long-term subcommittee can help explain this.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. A question about the amended ballot question. Is this the language that would go onto the ballot, or is this just a suggestion as to some of the language that would be used on the ballot itself? Is this what would appear on the ballot?
Yes, this is the language that would appear on the ballot.
Okay. And I know that as far as I remember, you can't have capitalization of any one word in the ballot, on the ballot question. Is that accurate? There might be a clerk question as opposed to a city attorney, but I don't believe we can do capitalization. I'll tell you why I'm concerned. This is the first time that I remember a consolidation of sales tax on the ballot, and at least for the city of Santa Rosa in my experience. And so my concern is, as clear as we might want to be, and as clear as this is to those that are familiar with ballot language, that there could be a confusion, and perhaps this will be taken care of when the campaign to support this would go forward, assuming that this is accepted by the council, that it be very, very clear that this is a consolidation, not an additional tax. And that is what just concerns me somewhat, that we be incredibly clear that we are not adding a percentage, we are consolidating, in fact, lowering. So I think that's just, I'm stating a concern that we be incredibly clear about the intention of the sales tax, and that that consolidation without change to the current percentage is really, really important to get across to the voters, because that could be misinterpreted, and that would be a concern.
I'll address a couple things in terms of capitals. The only letters that are capitalized in the ballot measure itself is Santa Rosa, which is permissible. The title is put on the ballot, but it is not part of the 75 words. the word count currently is below the 75. So if there is a word or two that you think would help clarify, that could be added.
Well, I'm not sure that doing it on the fly that I could come up with a couple of words that would help. I mean, this takes a lot of effort to come up with clear language. So I honor that effort. I guess what I need to do is trust the, assuming we go forward with this, that I trust the campaign to make it very, very clear the intention and the reality of this particular sales tax. And I have to say that I agree with Mr. Tibbetts. It is unfortunate that we tend to rely so much on sales tax, but that is the road that we have chosen over the years. And it is, albeit unfortunate, and I agree with your concern, it is the path that we need to take a little too often, I fear. And perhaps there will be alternatives in the future, but in my opinion, we need this infusion of cash annually. And I would hope that the voters would see the value.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, you got a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, Alan, because I know that there's been quite a bit of discussion over the last couple of months about this. We keep talking about a public safety special tax that expires in 2025. Just for the public's edification, we're talking about Measure O, right? And that is not included in the recommendation here before the council.
Correct.
Okay. And so the two measures are, I believe it was Measure N in 2010. In 2018, it was Measure O, a different Measure O, just for folks who have been following this for a little while. Have we engaged any of our traditional partners to get their thoughts and feelings about this yet? And I mean, particularly our employee groups, our firefighters, folks in the community that we traditionally work with on these sorts of extensions?
No.
Because that's probably a question for Mr. McGlynn.
Yeah.
Well, the reality is that we were facing a very short window for opportunity. Obviously, we would be bringing and if the council moved forward, we're bringing this forward as a general discussion to those groups. It's a more complicated conversation than it's been in the past in putting some of those meetings together, but our intent is to have some of those meetings. But the reality is, as you see, the survey was just conducted. The results are pretty much right off the results of the survey. So it's a very condensed timetable that we're working under to provide an opportunity for council to consider this. That, you know, in the past, we've had an opportunity to actually go back and ask some revising questions based upon if council were last two times we've brought sales tax measures, we've had enough window to actually go back out to ask some more detailed questions. We just don't have time to do that if there's going to be consideration for this year, unfortunately.
Okay. Mr. Godby, if you could answer a couple of questions based on this as well as other surveys that you've done. I've seen a number of different polling for different measures who have looked at the idea of a until ended by voters tax. And I think that sounds really nice in polling land, but the way that it actually plays out in your local community is that it's a forever tax, which people hear much different from a campaign context. Is there a way that you accounted for that in your polling? And in particular, when you hit it with negative information?
Yeah, we have done it many times. It's legal, which is not really the question you're asking. But one of the questions, the negatives, was we just voted to increase our sales tax for the city 2 years ago. Now they want to extend it forever. Enough is enough. So we introduced the idea that you're referring to as a negative. And so when they answered the final question, about the sales tax, and we referred to until ended by voters. That argument was baked into it already.
Okay. I do have some concerns because I have seen that in other measures, such as the fire measure that went forward and looked very favorable. I do think that that is messaging that works that I have not seen accounted for clearly in polling. So I just want to throw that one out there for discussion. The other question that I have is, obviously Santa Rosa is in a very unique position, having just received settlement dollars from PG&E. And I'm wondering if there was a way in your poll to gauge how the public would feel understanding that the city just received $95 million and yet was asking for a tax extension.
Yeah, and that was done the same way. We had a negative, and it was if PG&E paid for the damage they caused, because when we were writing the survey, we were being a little more prospective than we are today. If PG&E paid for the damage they caused, we would not need this tax measure. So again, we introduced that as a negative and a reason to vote against them. And both of those two that we've been discussing were sort of in the middle of the pack in terms of our mean score ranking. They were both 7.77. The PG&E one was 42%, at least somewhat more likely to vote against the measure, and the extended forever was 42% as well. So they're influential, there's no question about that, but for a general tax, they're not reaching the simple majority threshold, nor when we're testing them directly, nor did they result in the general tax falling below the simple majority threshold on the last test.
Okay, and I see that you tested the Go Sonoma, that's the Measure M extension that I reported on earlier in this meeting. Just from a ballot logistics point of view, if I'm an uninformed voter who shows up to the polls, does the Measure M extension end up higher on the ballot, or does the city sales tax extension end up higher on the ballot?
I'm going to defer to that to Charles to be sure.
Yeah, the county measure will appear first.
Okay, because that is one of my concerns is Measure M, I think is a priority that we need to extend it. And I am weary of other things on the ballot that might impact things like that. And then, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go a little bit out of turn because I do know I have the motion. I have a couple of concerns that I'm hoping to hear from the public and from other council members in crafting of the motion. I share Councilmember Tibbetts' concerns about the regressive nature of sales tax. He is absolutely spot on about the volatility of sales tax and how difficult that is from a long-term revenue standpoint. And I understand that that's actually, to Councilmember Sawyer's point, why we're here. But for me, there's also a broader question about trust. And we have twice gone out to the public to say we really need these dollars because of an emergency that was happening, and made sure that we would have an expiration date that showed our sincere desire to allow these tax measures to expire when they were at the end of their term. I think that the public would absolutely understand if we came back and we said that we needed a bit of an extension due to COVID. And therefore I might be able to get on board with a shorter term extension, not an in perpetuity extension, because I do think that it's really important for us to keep the trust of the public that when we say we're in dire straits and in an emergency and we need some assistance, that they actually feel like that is the case and that they can trust us on that. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over for other questions, comments before I craft the motion.
Okay, Council, any additional questions on the presentation from staff or the consultants?
Sorry.
Just hold on a second, Alan. Go ahead, Mr. Dowd.
I understand what Councilmember Rogers is saying. I was kind of positively influenced by the statement that's in that last part of the presentation, which says, it doesn't say a forever tax, it says until the voters eliminate it. So, it's something, I don't have it written here in front of me, but I think the concept of a forever tax probably would get some people quite nervous. So if we can build up that language that until the voter, it's in place until the voters remove it, well, they have some authority over it. That's all.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, then let's go ahead. We're now taking public comment on item 14.2, revenue ballot measure. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you facilitate the public comment period?
Thank you, Mayor. With a timer on the screen for those participating via Zoom, you can see the timer. For those participating via telephone, there will be an audio alert at the end of your public comment period. Again, this is for public comment on item 14.2, revenue ballot measure. Okay. See no hands raised on this item. I'm going to move on to voice message public comments, which there were none. Additionally, there were no email and no comments submitted to City Clerk's office. And again, I see no additional hands being raised for live public comment. Mayor, that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll close the public comment period. Mr. Rogers, did you want to, was your hand up? Did you wanted some feedback before your motion, or how do you want to?
Yeah, I just had one more quick question that I forgot to ask, and I think that this is for the clerk. What is the cost for us to add this to the ballot? And additionally, I remember in the budget, we provided some revenue for some ballot measures. Would this be covered by what we have already budgeted for this year?
Yes, this has already been budgeted. The cost for one measure to be placed on the ballot is $349,283. And that is the cost that I received from the Registrar of Voters Office.
Okay, and does that increase if there are multiple measures?
Yes, it does. To add 2 measures on the ballot, it would be a cost of $442,425.
And Mr. City Manager, the $300 and something thousand there that was quoted, that is currently in the budget. Is that correct?
Mr. Alton, it is in the budget. That's my understanding, correct?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have actually kind of an answer to Councilmember Tibbetts' questions about TOT and UUT, if you don't mind.
Please share that information.
Sure. So, and granted, it's been a while since we looked at this. I want to say around 2016 was probably the last time I looked at it, but it gives you sort of a sense for TOT. It was approximately $1 million of revenue for every % we added on. In terms of UUT, what we learned in 2016, I was very intimately involved in that measure, is that you're absolutely right. We are losing revenue, having an outdated ordinance that we have. And believe me, I wish it was different. However, it's extremely complicated to explain that to voters. And unless we have a robust education campaign, it's very difficult to pass that. In 2016, we didn't have that robust education, and we had an individual or a group of individuals that were very heavily against that, and we lost. So, and we actually, during that one, we actually were proposing that we would lower our rate and expand the base through doing that. So we were actually decreasing the rate that we had to include mobile devices. But yeah, so it's a difficult deal with UUT.
Mr. Tibbetts, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Alan, I really appreciate you grabbing those numbers. It's really helpful for me in weighing how to go on this measure. Do you, how much would that UUT have brought in with the capturing of cell phones back in 16?
You know, I don't have that right now. It was definitely going to be an increase of the revenue, but it was really hard to tell. I could look at our UUT consultants now, since many cities have the modern ordinances, and so there'll be a better frame of reference. But right now, I don't have that information in front of me.
So just as a point of clarification, Alan, it was 2014 that measure actually went. So it was defeated in the November 2014. And I believe at the time, the estimate of lost revenue, and again, what Alan was saying is true, there was really not a measure to increase the rate, but the lost revenue that was relayed to me at the time was around $600,000. It's complicated because it wasn't going to accelerate the rate. There are other issues involved there as well. But what was clear was it was a very difficult message to communicate. Not that it couldn't be, but that's been part of the struggle. Is there was a defeat at the polls. The numbers weren't huge in terms of where we're going, and as Alan pointed out, there was actually going to be some leveling out of that rate. It wasn't a full-on increase in the rate. This was to capture the cell phone, the transition between landline and cell phones.
I mean, I guess where I'm coming from, guys, you know, I'm struggling here because I really want to be part of the team. I understand that the city has some serious structural deficits that we need to rectify. And I know that a lot of you, Sean, Alan, and others put in an inordinate amount of time trying to make sure that this budget is balanced every year. So I really mean it when I say I want to support us getting there. What I'm struggling with is that we didn't have the opportunity to take a look at some of these other revenue sources and how we could have, again, reduced our vulnerability to major budget fluctuations that impact our employees, impact the services we provide to the residents in times of crisis. And, you know, I'm hearing $1 million in TOT. We could look at UUT. And I remember when I was looking at working on Measure N with Supervisor Hopkins, and it was a city versus county question, we looked at the number of parcels in the city, and I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe it was about 10 million at $19 a parcel. And so when we start adding those numbers up and then also adding in some of the sales tax we actually have, I would love to see it if we could just have 25% as parcel, 25% as sales, or kind of play with that mix so that when everybody stops buying stuff in town, we're not scrambling to put another sales tax measure on the ballot to keep our employees employed and our services happening. And I feel like what we're doing by casting this in stone, and I do believe it will end up being a forever tax. We will take the temporary taxes we have now and create a baseline that will probably just get built upon in the future. And we're doing that, and we're casting these systemic issues in stone. And so that's where I'm struggling. I may be open to a 10-year consolidation and clear explanation to the public about why we're choosing to continue the 2018 tax. I do believe there's a reasonable explanation that we could have, but I'm really concerned about the casting this in stone.
Okay, any additional questions of staff? So, Ms. Rogers, you do have this item, so if we want to start with your motion, we'll begin our conversations from there.
Yeah, I think, as I said, one of the issues that I'm having is how do we continue to deliver services for the community while also maintaining the trust of the public that when we say that there is an emergency, that they trust us to make that determination, utilize their resources appropriately, and then return back to a baseline that was there. So for me, I'm not against an extension here. I will not be supportive of a until ended by voters. I think if we have analyses that show that it's going to take 4 years for us to recover from COVID, I think that a 6-year extension is probably easily defensible talking to the public. And I do recognize that with a 2020 electorate that is expected to be huge, including a lot of first-time voters, as well as some other meaty issues, such as was mentioned, the Prop 13 reform. I know it's going to be hard for folks to understand intimately the ins and outs of each and every item that's before them. I see that in the polling that actually indicates that we probably could be successful on a tax in perpetuity. But I think that my motion is going to be to support the staff's recommendation of consolidating the 2010 general tax and the 2018 general tax into 1/2 cent and seek an extension of, I will say, 6 years from the end of the 2018 general tax, which would mean that 1/2 cent would expire in 2031.
I'm sorry, could you clarify that? That math didn't quite work for me.
So the end of the 2018 general tax expires in 2025. What I am suggesting is that we replace the 2010 and 2018 general taxes with a 6-year extension on the end of that to extend it from 2025 to 2031, a 6-year extension.
If I may, through the mayor, the way we currently have the ordinance drafted is that since this consolidates and extends the 2 taxes, the ordinance provides that both of those existing taxes would be repealed upon approval of this measure by the voters, so that it really is substituting out, it's taking away those 2 taxes and substituting the new one.
So based on that, it sounds like the motion would be to repeal both Measure N and the 2018 Measure O, and instead seek a 1/2 cent sales tax measure to expire in 2031.
My confusion, just so I get the math, what I just understood correctly from the city attorney, they'd be repealed in 2020, and if you're interested in extending 6 years, wouldn't it expire in 2026?
No, I'm saying, so the public has already given us, let me explain my thinking a little bit better. I know it's confusing, I'm sorry. But the public has already given us generously these sales tax measures to help us get through other emergencies, including the most recent one in 2018 to help us get through the Tubbs fire. That was extended, or that would have expired in 2025.
What we are then going to be saying to the public is that due to COVID, which we expect at least 4 years for our economy to recover, we need to maintain those sales taxes. So what I'm suggesting is what I think the responsible course of action would be is to extend it by just barely past what we anticipate to be the long-term impacts of COVID, to say to the public, we still want to maintain and meet our commitment to you to allow this tax to expire. But due to the extraordinary circumstances of COVID, we would like to extend this just for what we see as the impact window from this event.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Rogers, seconded by Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Tibbetts, you have a question?
Yeah, just to be clear, are we ending on 2031 or 2026?
2031.
Okay, I can support that because, again, I just want to make sure that a future council revisits this systemic issue of relying on sales tax. And I think this provides that opportunity. So I'm happy to support that motion.
And quite frankly, council member, I agree with you entirely. And I think we'll know better what the city's options are and what the public's options are after we see how split roll does on the November ballot, because that is additional revenue that'll come in both to the city and especially to our schools if that were to pass.
Okay, so let me just check with each council member to get your feedback before we do this to a vote. Mr. Tibbetts, did you have anything else you wanted to add? No? Mr. Oliveras, any comments? Mr. Dowd?
I can support this, but I think I would, since this is 2020, I would say I'd be more pleased if the motion was extend the two 1 quarter as a half cent till 2030.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I was comfortable with the original language, but I think that given Mr. Rogers' comments, and that really speaks to the integrity of the council and our desire to both help with our finances and also the impression of, not the impression, but making sure that the voters understand that we don't do this lightly and that we're asking for an extension, and that it does give us time to have that conversation with the voters in the future. Future councils will have that conversation with the voters. And I think that there's something to be said for, although asking them for an extension, not suggesting that it is in perpetuity. So, and that's what really moved me to not only second this, but to support the action. If it was 2030, I would be okay with that too. It's a nice round number. It's 1 year. You know, I have a fear that our finances are not going to improve all that much. They're going to go back and forth over the next 10 years. But that will be for future councils and future voters to decide on. But I could see myself moving to either 30 or 31.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming, any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I appreciate the points made by Council Members Tibbetts and Rogers, and I could get behind that. I do think, though, that if we defer dealing with I'm no fan of regressive taxes, and I would like us to take on the work of addressing these structural problems and starting to educate the public. If we're not going to come to, you know, as odious as the sales tax is, if we're not going to solve our problems, I don't like the notion of just passing them on to future councils. I think, and I know that, you know, bandwidth is low and there's a lot on our plates, and really unusual times, but I do think that we need to figure out a way forward, because what I don't want future councils to have to deal with is unfunded liability. And so to that end, if we don't figure out a way to address that structurally in an economy that we live in a mature economy, we cannot expect great returns in the future. Increasing, income inequality and so forth is going to further destabilize and add to civil unrest. I mean, we've got a lot on our horizon as we see climate change coming. I don't mean to cast a doom and gloom spell here, but I don't see a lot coming our way in terms of reasons to believe that the economic forecast is going to be all that great. So that's a good reason to not be overly reliant on sales tax, but it's also a really good reason for us to figure out how the heck to get it together as a city to be financially sustainable in the long run, or to work with the people that have sent us here to adjust expectations. One of those two things has got to change, because we cannot continue to tax our staff, and not in the financial way, but in the how hard they're working. We cannot continue to do this and have the public expect a level of service and not provide it. I think it's emotionally exhausting for everybody. So I don't quite, 2031 seems like a strange number to me. I get with 2030, I'll vote for 2031 if that's the motion on the floor. But I think we really need to put on our big boy and big girl pants and figure this out. So that's where I land on this one.
Thank you. And I'll let you have the final words, Mr. Rogers. But, for me, I wish we weren't here, because I'm 100% with you when we said, no, we're going to need this for emergency times. But unfortunately, our reality has been similar to what the Vice Mayor was saying. We had, I think, up to 5 different emergencies. And I don't know if that's ever occurred in the history of the city of Santa Rosa. I wish things would just stop happening, where we could actually focus on some of these challenges. And Mr. Tibbetts, you asked why the long-range financial planning committee wanted to go in this direction. That's our reality. We have these measures expiring, and it's a revenue stream. We're either going to cut services or restructure that. And given the capacity and all the things that this county or this council is doing, I don't think we're just sitting idly by. These are some very difficult decisions, and I'm very appreciative of the work done by the polling, and we still have a long road ahead of us. I would also remind all the council, we have opportunities. If we do want to tackle this during goal setting, then we're going to have to give up something else, because regardless, we're going to have the same capacity of our staff. So if we want to do, okay, let's find some new revenue streams, as you suggested, Mr. Tibbetts, 25, get more from other resources. Let's have that conversation during goal setting, because we cannot continue to ask more and more from our staff without dropping off some of these other priorities. Again, it's not a pleasant place to be in. I wish we weren't here, but that's our reality. So I will be supporting the motion. Mr. Rogers, any final comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I'm unless anybody has a strong reaction to it, I'm going to leave it at 2031, specifically because if voters approve it in 2020, the revenue starts to flow in at 2021. That gives the city 10 years to work with that revenue.
All right, thank you for that. Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
I vote in favor.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, thank you all for that. We're going to take our final break of the evening. We'll reconvene at 9:30 before we enter our public hearing. 10-minute break. Thank you.
Huh?
Madam City Clerk, are we ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Okay, let's reconvene the July 21st Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming? Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay. Mr. McGlynn, item 15.1.
15.1, public hearing, Santa Rosa Fire Department Annual Event Program Reports.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Paul Lowenthal, Assistant Fire Marshal with the Fire Department, here for our annual public hearing related to the weed abatement program and ultimately the approval of the itemized report of costs for abatement to be transferred to the county for tax collector and lien purposes. Next slide. The fire department coordinates the annual weed abatement program through an inspection throughout the city once the season is declared by the state fire marshal through CAL FIRE. The program oversees the abatement and enforcement of the program within our wildland urban interface, which is our primarily our hillside communities in Bennett Valley, Oakmont, Rincon Valley, Fountain Grove, and Hidden Valley, and then ultimately all other undeveloped parcels throughout the city of Santa Rosa and any other parcel in the city that has more than a half acre of undeveloped land. Next parcel, next slide. Once the compliant date is established, this year it was the 25th of May, inspection started, and will continue throughout the season to ensure that properties remain in compliance by our staff. Next slide. Once a property is inspected, if it is determined to not be in compliance with the ordinance, they will receive a notice of non-compliance and given a period of time for to bring themselves into compliance, and then ultimately get a reinspection. Once that reinspection occurs, if the property remains out of compliance, they will get a notice of violation, and an additional inspection will occur to ensure that they have brought themselves back into a compliance at that point in time. Next slide. If the parcel remains out of compliance after those, the first inspection, the second inspection, and then another follow-up third inspection, the property is turned over to our contractor. In this case, we currently use SAC, which is the supervised built crews through the County of Sonoma for abatement of the property. All costs associated with the non-compliant inspection, if they go through the 2 inspections with non-compliance, are recovered, as well as the cost of the abatement and admin fees. Next slide. So it is recommended that council by resolution confirm the itemized report from the fire department for the cost of the weed abatement as provided in sections 909-08.020, .080, and .090 of the Santa Rosa City Code. And any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Lowenthal, for that presentation and for hanging with us this evening. Council, any questions of staff? Seeing none, I will then open the public hearing on the Santa Rosa Fire Department Annual Weed Abatement Program Report. Public hearing is now open. If you wish to make comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, would you please proceed with our public comment on this public hearing?
Thank you, Mayor. There is a timer on your screen for those participating via Zoom. You will have 3 minutes for public comment. If you are participating via telephone and wish to make a public comment, there will be an audio indicator that your time has ended. And give it a moment for any hands being raised. Mayor, I see no hands being raised. I'm going to move on to voice message public comments. There were no voice message public comments received. Likewise, there were no email and no e-comment public comments received for this item.
Okay, hearing no additional public comments, I'm going to close this public hearing. Mr. Tibbetts, I believe you have, well, Mr. Tibbetts, I think you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa confirming the itemized report of the Santa Rosa Fire Department of the cost of removing weeds and/or rubbish from, upon, or in front of certain lots or parcels of land within the City of Santa Rosa, and waive for the reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments from council?
No.
Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Great, thank you so much. Item 16, no written communications. Item 17, public comments on non-agenda items. So we're now taking public comments on item 17, non-agenda matters. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. This is the time for public comment by members of the public who are unable to speak on non-agenda matters under item 13. Therefore, if you spoke under item 13, non-agenda matters, you will not be permitted to speak again at item 17. Madam Oates, would you please proceed with our public comment for item 17?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, there's a timer before you on the screen. If you're participating via Zoom, a 3-minute timer to indicate the end of your time if you so choose to speak. Additionally, if you are calling in, there will be an audio indicator that your time is up. The first public comment will be from Ari. Ari, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please confirm that you can see the timer on your screen and unmute your microphone.
Oh, yes, I see the timer. And, okay.
Please identify yourself for public record and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Ari, and I'm here to echo the overwhelming sentiment that's already been expressed. Is extremely disappointed to hear constantly at these meetings the huge amount of people asking you to defund the police, address the Human Rights Commission, and take actual tangible action, including paying attention to your constituents, and see you ignore all these voices. We need to see actual change, not just the promise of more listening sessions. Yeah, I yield my time. Defund the police.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Tara. Tara, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I cannot see the timer on my screen, but that's okay.
Just be aware that there will be an audio indicator at the end of your 3-minute comment period. Please identify yourself for public record and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I just wanted to echo the sentiments of so many folks who have spoken before me, that I'm extremely disappointed about the council's lack of accountability and lack of caring about the Human Rights Commission and defunding the police, and just the continual ignorance of these issues that your community has continued to bring forth. And I'm also really confused as to why there's all this talk about taxes and trying to figure out where to come up with more money in our budget for really vital services in our community, when so many folks have called for defunding the police. That seems like a really key point in figuring out how to get more money towards vital services in our community, is reallocating those vital funds. yeah, so just please continue to listen to community members and actually act on our demands. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Rex. Rex, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can see the timer on my screen. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has been saying. I'm going to talk to my community, the people who are listening to me right now, because I know that it's not y'all bureaucrats. I know y'all don't care. I know y'all want to keep your money, keep your jobs. You're not in any danger of becoming homeless. The police aren't going to shoot you. They're your buddies. They're your friends. So to my community, if you're listening, if y'all are out there, keep on going. We can help each other out in this. We can keep on calling and appealing to their human nature if they have that, if you want to do that. I'll keep on calling. I don't think they're listening. I don't think they give two shits about us. Change can come, and it can come from within. And until they abolish the cops in their hearts, they will not listen to us. So to everybody out there saying to fund the police, I believe in you. We can do this. I believe in you. We can do this. Also, you know, there's so much work out there that's already been done. So if for some reason anyone on the city council is actually listening to their community, which I doubt, why don't you go out there and find out who's talking? Maybe meet us. You shop in our stores that we staff. You get gas at the gas stations we work at. You step over us when we're homeless. I guess that's it. Defund the police.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Brian. Brian, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, I'm Brian Bouchon. I hope you guys are having a good evening. I've met many of you and emailed most of you. I'd love to see these Zoom meetings continue even after we can be in person for some of us with kids that can't always make it to a meeting in person. This is a great way to still stay informed in the city. The reason for my call is I want to talk a little bit with you about the the $95 million settlement from PG&E you guys got. I was reading the Press Democrat a little bit more about it, and it looks like it's not earmarked for us survivors. It has me a little concerned. I know you guys have a lot of budget falls everywhere. Is this very long? Oh my God, you guys' meeting was so long today to get to here. But looking at this, I implore you that you don't see this as a windfall to cover those others. It's to cover the infrastructure that was damaged. Our streets, our sidewalks, they still need to be fixed. I mean, as everyone knows, we didn't ask for the fire. We didn't ask for all the heartache. Now we get a little bit of a settlement coming from PG&E to at least, fix some of the stuff that's broken. We're not whole still. looking through that, I did see that, was it Measure O has a stipulation in there where it could possibly take a third of that money and give it to the police. I did the math real fast. Over $31,350,000 that might go to the police, leaving us with a little under $65,650,000. And I was reading there, Tom, that you said if we had this talk in January, it'd be a lot different than having the talk now, which leads me to believe that you're looking at this money for stuff other than making Fountain Grove, Coffee Park, Larkfield, and everyone else whole. I know this is scheduled for next month for you guys, but as a friend of mine, Jeff, said, it's good to start talking about it now and get it on your radar early so you can start thinking about us survivors. We care about our communities and all of Santa Rosa. That's it. It's good seeing you guys. And I yield the rest of my 12 seconds.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jose. Jose, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone, and can you confirm you can see the timer on the clock or on your screen?
Hello, I can confirm.
Thank you, Jose. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I just wanted to comment about defunding the police. Instead of adding to their budget, why not take away and add to that 1% that the homeless and housing has? You decide to remove everybody, all of the homeless from Highway 12, not just from Highway 12, but from downtown Santa Rosa, and you expect them to find housing. But how are we supposed to find housing if you only have 1% of that funding for this whole county? Also, I'm asking to look into the human rights violation report. And Schweldon, you're a piece of shit. Tibbetts, go work at a fucking library. That's it.
The next public comment will be from Dawn. Dawn, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen.
Yes, I see the timer on the screen, or I think I do. Yes.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello there. My name is Dawn. I'm a community member, and I saw that on your list tonight, you guys would be addressing possibly the homeless emergency. I'm nervous to talk. I first of all just wanted to say I'm totally appalled at the language that is being used tonight to speak to our city council members. But the real reason I'm calling is because I run or operate in part a business in downtown Santa Rosa. And on a daily basis, we are affected by the homeless encampment that is in the Cancer Survivor Park or Fremont Park on 4th Street in Santa Rosa. I guess I basically just want to say that it's been a real decline in the park. I know that there's not a good solution for the homeless problem, but it certainly has been difficult running a business with them in the park. Our patrons and clients are often feel threatened. They're uncomfortable. We are all flabbergasted at the situation there. On a real personal level, we deal with drug paraphernalia. We witness drug deals. We deal with people screaming every day. The business that I work at is right on the park. And we've dealt with having to dispose of and clean human feces. I've had somebody stalk me to my car. A coworker has been blocked. The entryway to the building has been blocked by a homeless person and they would not move. Today, I was at my place of business and witnessed a confrontation with a business owner and a park dweller. And they said, go ahead, call the police. You know, they can't do anything to us. So, you know, that's what happens when you disempower the police. People think that they can do whatever they want. So this is the mindset that we're dealing with. And I just don't believe that it's leading to good things. So I support our, I think you guys haven't had enough police support tonight, and support our Santa Rosa City Police. And that's all. I just wanted to bring up the topic and let you guys know it's a problem for a lot of us. Done.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Miranda. Miranda, I've enabled your speaking permissions.
Thank you.
I believe you already spoke under item 13.
That was my partner Colton. We're just on the same computer. Is that okay?
Yes. Please identify yourself for public record. There is a timer on your screen. Can you confirm you see the timer?
Yes, I do see the timer.
Thank you. Please know that your time starts now.
Yeah, I was compelled to respond after listening to John talk about how difficult it is to see our unhoused population walking around Santa Rosa. I'm sure it's extremely difficult for the business owners and for the people who are just trying to make their money, but it's also extremely difficult to be unhoused during a global pandemic. There's money to help these people. The solution is not incarceration. The solution is not police. The solution is aid. The solution is social services. The solution is rehab for these people. Your strategy of just like this lack of compassion, it's completely unhelpful. And let's, I think that, it's 2020. Let's try something new. Let's actually get creative. We've been using prisons and police. Like it's archaic. You know what I mean? Like we should actually engage in a legitimate, philosophical discussion about we need to end this system. Let's modernize here, let's get creative. Let's start doing things differently, because putting people in prisons doesn't work. Putting homeless people in this cycle of fines and poverty doesn't work. And yeah, we're in a pandemic. Many of these people, they don't have a place to wash their hands. They don't have access to hand sanitizer. They don't have access to masks. It's appalling. And there is money for it. And I think everybody in this room knows where the money is. It's in the police department. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Thea. Thea, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I confirm I see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Thea Daniels, and I also work and live in the downtown area and have witnessed the homeless encampment on the Joe Rodota Trail, as well as at the Cancer Survivor Park. And the community is not able to use these public areas because of the drugs, the criminal element, the lack of safety for people that have the mental health issues. A while back when the pandemic got started, I worked to get a toilet available because of the lack of public restrooms, and they were using our work parking lot as the bathroom. So, you know, there's one toilet for this whole encampment. The hygiene, the energy and money that was put into the Cancer Survivors Park is all for nothing now. The services for the homeless are enabling and codependent. We provided space for them after the Joe Rodota Trail off of Highway 12. And all of a sudden with the pandemic, everybody was underneath the overpasses and then moved from under the overpasses and are infiltrating our parks. And this is just not a viable solution. There are spaces I've noticed near the police stations off of South E, off of Administration Drive and Mendocino Avenue, where the community of homeless can be monitored rather than just left to kind of a chaotic environment. There are fights and drugs, and we got a call from a community member saying they have cameras on the building that I work at and people are trying to break in. It's not safe for the clientele nor us that are working there. And I think that defunding and putting some money towards the mental health will address a huge amount of the issues for people that need help and want help, and people that need the help. And then that will take the element that is taking advantage of the homeless situation, more criminal element, and provide a place and funding for them. Thank you for your time.
Please note that if you've previously raised your hand on item 17, this is you do not have a second opportunity to speak on non-agenda matters. Seeing no additional hands raised, we're going to move on to voice message public comments, which there were none for item 17. We will move forward to the email and e-comment public comments, which will be read by City Clerk Stephanie Williams.
One email received from Eris Weaver. Dear Santa Rosa Council members, back in May, several members of the cycling community contacted you with ideas for joining cities around the world in closing selected streets to through traffic to create more space for people to exercise while maintaining social distance, aka slow streets. It can be done quickly and cheaply. Oakland closed 74 miles of streets using nothing more than cones and signage. Streets closed to through traffic are not closed to emergency vehicles or drivers that must use the street to access a final destination, such as local residents. Drivers using the streets will be reminded by signage to drive slowly and expect to share the roadway with people on foot and bike. We no longer have to look so far afield for examples of successful slow streets programs, nor to big cities. Petaluma implemented a pilot slow streets program in April in 2 neighborhoods. Following extensive outreach and public comment, the program was expanded to 7 more neighborhoods in June. Public comment continues. To date, 87% of respondents support the program, and many more neighborhoods have been suggested if the city decides to expand the program. Petaluma Public Works Director Jason Beatty and Engineer Ken Eichstadt are presenting a report on the program along with possible next steps to the Petaluma City Council on July 20th. I have attached a copy of the report disseminated with the meeting agenda. It includes links to other cities with similar programs and other research Petaluma used to plan their program, criteria they used to select neighborhoods, results of community surveys, expenditures and staff time required by the program. In short, a blueprint that should be helpful to other Sonoma County cities interested in following their leadership. This document, especially the resource utilization figures, demonstrates that a slow streets program is not prohibitively expensive and is popular with residents. The main requirement is willingness to try something new. The city closed down 4th Street to help downtown businesses. I frequently walk in the area and it is quite pleasant. Besides folks enjoying outdoor dining, I see lots of folks with kids walking and cycling downtown, something very rare before the street closure. With so many more pedestrians and cyclists on our streets during shelter in place, can't we spend a little time and energy making these healthy physical activities safer and more enjoyable too? Thank you. And that concludes emailed comments submitted.
Okay. Thank you for that process. On to item 19, no further items on our agenda. This meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you all for your attendance and participation.